Chapter 3651 Exodus 2. What if he was there? He hadn't even asked this with his body, the one that was actually inside the infinite ravines. No, he asked it with his weavings inside the wheel of existence, and the great Beyonder could not call that false, and the moment he did, the fair face of the great Beyonder here in the hollow cascade of reversed causality changed: shock, disbelief, and then, rising anger. The seas of complex authorities rising around her erupted in heavy waves as she roared. You. I told you, her voice cracked with emotion, her eyes burning with a mixture of fury and disbelief, as if she couldn't fathom that he would actually come here, after she'd explicitly told him not to. His weavings could get locked down in this place, his newly born true source could be bound here, and there was a rising enemy in the wheel of existence, one only he could face. He was their greatest hope, but what had he done? He had actually shown up. Noah looked at the furious great Beyonder, and as her full, unveiled complexity surged from her, he grew somber. She was miles ahead of him, it seemed. In raw complexity, in command of her true source, she could actually suppress the very structure of his true source of the singed if he didn't explain himself here. So, he did with one sentence, enough to stop all doubt. I have two true sources. The billowing form of the raging great Beyonder froze. Millions of runes flashing within her eyes as they sharpened and turned icy. What? Noah simply repeated himself, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I have two true sources. One is here. One is already battling the dead thing inside the wheel right now. The dark sea of trillions of complex runes around her stilled, her eyes churned with disbelief, suspicion, and confusion, but she didn't speak. She had seen so much. Over the years, she'd witnessed wonders, faced impossibilities, and walked through layers of existence most beings couldn't fathom. She had ruled in the megalos beyond, dominated multiple frequencies, and had an unfathomable outer versal lineage flowing through her blood. She had seen countless complexities, but this, two true sources of existence. She didn't say anything at first, her mind was always open to possibilities. But this was unthinkable. Noah sighed. He raised a hand, his true source of the singed pulsed, burning away the reversed causality in their immediate space. He summoned an illusory image, and there he was, fighting Bob. His other self appeared as his form was wrapped in the stellar allure of a true source of existence. Black halos spilling seas of reality into space. Across from him, Bob, his body pulsing with chaos, was tearing existence apart. With every blow exchanged, they shattered entire frequencies, ripping across the weave and only to reappear elsewhere right after. And this whole time, Bob had only been using chaos. The black and white wheels behind him hadn't even been fully activated yet. Noah was waiting and preparing for when they were utilized. The great Beyonder watched it all with pitch black eyes. She shook her head, staring at him like he was an alien. Inconceivable. Multiple true sources? That's the very foundation and definition of a being. To have more than one, it should be unstable and impossible. How are you? Her eyes narrowed sharply, glowing with dangerous curiosity. She examined him, top to bottom. Noah didn't answer her gaze. Instead, he asked, "Tell me about the infinite ravines and where we are right now." "I'm curious about the dead things here." He had tried spreading his weavings far, but the wild true source of causality resisted. Here, the farther you stretched, the more violent the pushback, as there were limits. But more than that, he was curious about the structure of the ravines themselves, too vast for even the idea of distance. The great Beyonder watched him, still quiet, still processing. Then finally, "I don't understand you." She said it quietly, "I don't understand you. But if you say you have two true sources, then you have two. I won't deny impossibilities, as we are in desperate need of them." She raised her right hand, motioning to everything around them. "I welcome you to the gateway domus of the wheel of existence, the hollow cascade of reversed causality. Your weavings were unique enough to find this place without having to trace the flow of the wheel." Her tone shifted and became serious and grim. "Places like this, gateway domus, they're unknown in number, but in the past few eons, many have been closed off and merged into others." She continued, "Think of the gateway domus as massive doors. If one of those doors is about to break, if it's about to be breached by a dead thing, the wheel merges it with another, because the wheel can't just close the door. The infinite ravines is made up of these doors, and do you know why they're being merged?" She asked the question. Noah didn't hesitate as he sighed and nodded. "Because the defenders of those gateway domus were either defeated or no longer there, defeated, or gone, legends, beings who had once achieved their true source." The great Beyonder nodded slowly, closing her eyes. "Yes. Half and half. Some fell, and some were worn down by time or waves of dead things, and others, they just left. An exodus of true sources. They had defended for millions of years and faced endless assaults, and now, they grew tired and left. So now, gateway domus collapse and merge. Two wild true sources can be in one place. It becomes harder for dead things to breach, but also harder for any defender to maintain integrity, and the wheel? It moves with logic and calculates what's necessary. If it sees a door is failing, it merges it based on who's inside. It measures complexity and sees if those within can handle the merge. If so, it proceeds as things are that dire. She turned to him, voice sharp again, and now that you're here, the complexity of this gateway domus has changed. What the wheel thought this door could handle has changed. I wouldn't be surprised if dashed, as if existence itself wanted to prove her right, the hollow cascade of reversed causality began to shake. Chapter 3652 A Fortified Door. The hollow cascade of reversed causality was shaking with interminable brilliance. Noah's eyes were luminous as he scanned the surroundings, the words of the great Beyonder echoing in his mind. The wheel of existence could only be accessed through the infinite ravines, and the ravines themselves were composed of countless doors known as gateway domus. Depending on the intricacies of existence protecting a given door, the wheel could merge two domus into one, for no reason other than one being on the verge of collapse, or the defender of that door no longer being able to hold the line. His arrival at this particular gateway domus, the hollow cascade of reversed causality, had caused the wheel to re-evaluate its strength. And now, it was likely that another gateway domus was being merged into it. The great Beyonder observed the shaking space and slowly shook her head, weariness and sorrow in her expression. The only reason the wheel would act this aggressively, merging different doors, is if either the exodus of the long-standing defenders has increased, or the dead things hammering at those doors are growing stronger. I've remained in these cascades of reversed causality for eons without change. So I suppose I should thank you for being the catalyst of all this right now. I only hope we survive it. Until now, I've been defending against a few dead things, attacking in sequence. But they've sensed the shift after all of this. They will come in full force now. And with another gateway domus merging here, we'll also face an unknown number of dead things from that doorway. I just hope it's one that had a protector, someone simply deemed not strong enough, rather than an empty gateway domus. Because if it's empty, their burden falls entirely on us. Two scenarios, it wasn't clear which would become their reality. But as the trembling of the hollow cascade reached its peak, a sharp crack echoed through the void, existence itself splintering to their right, light years away. It looked as though reality was folding in on itself. The silver-purple stellar weavings that defined this space of reversed causality began to darken, interwoven with dim black seas. Seas filled with obsidian vines, writhing outward and snaring everything in their reach. Two gateway domus were merging, with the new one burning with tenebrous radiance as its vines looked vile and filled with horror. The gateway domus blooming ahead has been deemed the absolute fear of existence. His weavings spun rapidly, decoding its nature as he spoke to the great Beyonder, who now stood rigid while trillions of runes were spiraling from her being to verify the aura of the new domus. Being integrated, Noah's role as the weaver of existence surged to life, sensing the identity of the new doorway forming. The gateway domus blooming ahead has been deemed the absolute fear of existence. His weaving spun rapidly, decoding its nature as he spoke to the great Beyonder, who now stood rigid while trillions of runes were spiraling from her being to verify the aura of the new domus being integrated. The merging gateway domus is the absolute fear of existence. It carries the wild true source of fear. Within its scope, every true source will bear fruit to the user's deepest existential fear and manifest it. Anyone inside will face their own worst nightmare. Endlessly amplified by the source, a dreadful domus, the manifestation of the worst fear of true source entities. Just what fear could a being like the true Beyonder have, and what manifestation of fear would be expressed for Noah? The great Beyonder, analyzing it with her entire being, turned toward Noah in stunned silence. She had only just identified the domus, and not even begun to understand its inner workings, yet Noah had already discerned the wild true source it housed. Her complexity was far greater than his, yet he saw it first. Her gaze narrowed sharply, yes, but her words faltered, because the shaking intensified, growing more violent. Both Noah and the great Beyonder turned their heads, not to the right, where the fear domus merged, but to the left. Another weaving of existence was descending, another gateway domus was being merged. No, the great Beyonder went pale, Noah's eyes hardened. This shouldn't be happening. My complexity is far higher than yours. Why the fuck would the wheel merge not one but two additional gateway domus just because you stepped in? What the fuck? The great Beyonder's fury rose as realization dawned. 3 gateway domus were converging into one. To their left, pure white bled into everything. Endless white corridors emerged, hallways blooming outward into a maze-like structure as Noah observed it with grave intensity. His distinction as the weaver of existence going to work once more. This is the pale verbum labyrinth. It's suffused with the wild true source of verbum. Within its walls, no one can unleash their true source through traditional means, only through their words. Every word must carry intent. Every sentence must be structured. Speak recklessly, and your power withers. Speak with precision, and you may command 1,000 times the strength of your true source. In that domus, silence means annihilation. Even Noah's eyes pulsed at the thought. The great Beyonder's full attention swung to him now, unreadable emotion behind her tired gaze. I've been here for millions of years, she whispered. And nothing changed. Then you step in, and within minutes, the wheel decides to merge 2 more domus into this one? Every domus is a path. That means we're about to face an influx of dead things from 3 different fronts. And we haven't even seen another defender yet. Her voice cut off once more. Both she and Noah turned, gazes locking onto the twisting white corridors still forming. From one of them, a vibrant true source bloomed. Not wild. Controlled. Ancient, footsteps echoed. A figure in white robes emerged, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of endless stars. And as the great Beyonder saw him, she trembled, her voice cracking with recognition and slight easing as if she felt their weight lessen somewhat. Velithra, a name, a legend. She spoke it like a memory. He looked nothing like a warrior, just an old man with kind eyes and a smile, protected by a unique true source that wrapped him like a cloak of existence, and he came to stand calmly, at the junction between the hollow cascade of reversed causality and the pale verbum labyrinth, a legend Noah had never even heard of, yet one who now stood as the second defender of the infinite ravines that he had met here. Chapter 3653, A Fortified Door. 2. Legends, there were an unknown number of them. The ones Noah knew were simply those who shone the brightest in this most recent era, but across frequencies, there existed others, ancient legends who lived eons upon eons ago. They had long since attained their true sources. Like many before and after them, they had once sensed the pull of the infinite ravines, a place that could amplify their complexity, but also trap them here for eons to come. The one who arrived at this moment was someone Noah had never seen before, but the great Beyonder knew him very well. She leaned close and whispered only for him to hear, filling him in. Velithra, the oracle of collapse. His true source is chronotropy. He specializes in unraveling time and existence itself. He can age sources and concepts, erode causality, even collapse the entire sensation of time for others, locking them into existential stasis for eons. Many of us believed he was dead. He was generations behind me, the stellar weaver, or that wanker, the Omnifather. She spoke plainly, though her words ended on a name laced with derision and even a flicker of anger. The Omnifather. Noah glanced at her and asked, still studying the distant legend with sharp intent on seeing if he could study the true source and integrate it into his own. Why does the Omnifather earn the title of wanker? His question drew a sharp huff from the great Beyonder as she shot forward toward the pale verbum labyrinth, her voice echoing behind her. Who do you think tried to break back into the wheel of existence and accidentally brought a dead thing with him? Even after sacrificing a large part of his true source to hunt it down, the damage was done. His actions caused the chaos inside the wheel. The Omnifather, he was responsible for the discovery and eventual extinction of the Megalonians. And now, his recklessness had affected the wheel of existence itself. Noah's eyes brightened as he recalled the remnant weavings of the Omnifather, the one he'd spoken to before extracting the source of versality. Even then, he seemed aware of faceless lifeforms and what they represented. He was the one who had inadvertently allowed Bob into the wheel of existence. This guy had a tendency to cause problems. He was responsible for the discovery and eventual extinction of the Megalonians. And now, his recklessness had affected the wheel of existence itself. Noah shook his head as he arrived beside the great Beyonder, facing Velithra and his ever-dramatic name that was far too much of a mouthful. The great Beyonder spoke out, Sir, it's an honor to fight beside you. Are you alone? How many dead things usually assault this place? Her voice was direct, seeking critical answers without delay. The old man in white robes smiled wearily, stepping out of the pale verbum labyrinth, where words bore terrifying power. When he spoke, his voice was deep and majestic. From his very presence and the silent pulse of his source, Noah felt a profound purity and complexity that surpassed even the great Beyonder. 5 little fiends have tried to break me over the eons. Their dead true sources are nearing collapse, growing more desperate. It seems the wheel believes I can no longer endure what's to come. So now, I join you one I've heard about from the whispers of talkative others, and this new one, it seems. His gaze settled on Noah as the great Beyonder's expression grew more somber. She nodded slowly. 5 dead things. She herself faced 3 that routinely clawed their way through the hollow cascade of reversed causality. The number had nearly doubled. Worse, her eyes drifted toward the distant edge of the domus of absolute fear of existence as her voice dropped low. 5 from you, 3 from me. And an unknown number from the gateway domus of absolute fear of existence. And it seems no defender is coming out of that one of the worst case scenarios, a domus merged into theirs, and already without a defender. Either its guardian had left or had been killed. The air turned unbearably heavy. Then, the junction between the domus of absolute fear of existence, the pale verbum labyrinth, and the hollow cascade of reversed causality collapsed into convergence, and all weavings of existence among the 3 domus fully melded, fusing into a single space. 3 wild true sources ignited and clashed: causality, fear, and verbum, their effects compounding in real time, covering entire light years in chaos and raw, unpredictable power of existence. Noah stood at the center of it all. His weavings absorbing every detail, his focus razor-sharp as he analyzed both threats and opportunities. Then, a howl erupted from the pale verbum labyrinth, a scream layered with death and destruction. It came from weavings saturated in ancient hatred, weavings tired of everything, desiring only endings. Velithra shook his head grimly as he spoke. The dead thing Irmith, the maw of the unwritten, is the first to sense the convergence and arrive. Last time I saw it, I fought it alongside another dead thing. But as it sensed its death approaching, it turned on its ally, devoured it. It must have finished assimilating what it gained. And now, its complexity has likely surpassed what I can withstand. That's why the wheel decided I could no longer defend the pale verbum labyrinth alone. The oracle of collapse's expression darkened, and Noah's eyes flared as the monstrous entity approached, light years away, shattering the stretching white corridors as it advanced. It looked like a skeletal serpent, its body inscribed with glyphs that pulsed with malevolence. Velithra continued, speaking for the benefit of the 2 beside him. Irmith, the maw of the unwritten, holds the dead true source of obliviscript. It devours stories, existence, even opposing true sources. If your source is not properly shielded, it will consume the lore and meaning of your being. Protect your record. Protect your story. And be careful with your words. In overlapping regions, you may still express your source freely. But in others, those governed by the pale verbum labyrinth, you will need words to channel power. Stand tall, O defenders of the wheel. For this is only the beginning. Surviving this and what comes next will reveal exactly why the wheel has done what it has. But words wrapped in shimmering weavings of existence fell from Velithra's lips as Noah prepared to face yet another dead thing since Bob. Chapter 3654 Adaptation. I, Irmith, the maw of the unwritten, a dead thing wielding the forsaken true source of obliviscript, a source capable of consuming lore itself, erasing the very meaning of one's existence. Against such a force, even a bearer of a true source could find their essence fading. Their reality unthreaded if they lacked the power to resist obliviscript, a monstrous entity, skeletal and serpentine, covered in glyphs etched into bone, tore through the pale white halls and corridors of the pale verbum labyrinth. Nearby, Noah, the great Beyonder, and Velithra, the oracle of collapse who wielded the true source of chronotropy, prepared for what approached. Amidst that preparation, the dark hair of the great Beyonder shimmered as she turned to Noah and spoke. Before that dead thing gets here, I want to get a better grasp of your power and your complexity. I need to understand why the wheel would do something so drastic, and why now. Tell me, what do you know about the levels of power and complexity among those of us who've obtained a true source? Even as a dead thing barreled toward them, they conversed, because beings of their caliber could hold entire conversations in the space of a single moment, stretching seconds into what felt like days. Communication flowed like lightning as in mere instants. They could exchange volumes. The great Beyonder was doing exactly that. Ensuring she understood the power of the being who had entered this domain, one who claimed to possess 2 true sources. Noah gave her a slight nod before replying with ease. Why don't you enlighten me? The complexity of those who had attained a true source. The weaver of existence was already quantifying such metrics under Noah's terms, but there was no harm in incorporating what the current weavings of existence defined as complexity. The great Beyonder's eyes glinted as she looked toward the distant Irmith, who now broke apart the wild true source of verbum while surging toward them like a hurricane of decay. When one obtains a true source, they're considered to have reached a benchmark that few beings among the countless under the wheels of existence ever attain. It's a pinnacle of power. It means that someone, within their lifetime, achieved something monumental. And yet, in terms of complexity, someone who's just awakened their source is known as a nascent sourcebearer. Nascent sourcebearer. The great beyonder uttered the term with clarity, gesturing toward Noah as if to confirm that was what he currently was. Velithra watched their exchange with a silent smile. The great beyonder continued, a nascent sourcebearer earns the title based on their complexity and purity. These two traits, complexity and purity, are fundamental. It doesn't matter how powerful someone appears, if they lack in either, they'll never truly ascend. If one has great complexity but low purity, their power stagnates. At the nascent sourcebearer level, you can command your source to pass through the infinite ravines, even survive without the shelter of a wheel. You can challenge wild true sources and clash with other true source entities of similar standing, to overcome another nascent sourcebearer. Your own source must either be of an extraordinarily high tier, possessing elevated purity and complexity, or be uniquely compatible. Most nascent bearers have average levels in both. So then, how does one grow stronger? How do you refine your purity and complexity? She asked, her voice threaded with challenge. Noah remained calm, pointing toward the chaotic wild true sources whirling around them. A place like the infinite ravines helps. Yes, a place like the infinite ravines. The great beyonder nodded in agreement. Yes. One of the methods for increasing one's complexity and purity is something we call existential source trials, a methodology for enhancing one's true source. Existential source trials. When your source is exposed to and withstands other sources, especially wild true sources, over time, it adapts. It's like being struck by hammers of raw existence, over and over again. Each blow tries to break you. Every time you survive, you come out stronger. That's what an existential source trial is, a relentless battering of your essence until it evolves enough to challenge many others. This is the path most of us walk in the infinite ravines. Even I have reforged my source through it. After fighting dead things over and over again, enduring the wild true source of causality across countless millennia, I escaped the bounds of a nascent sourcebearer and became a harmonized sourcebound icon. WAA, the first two stages of true source entities were revealed, nascent sourcebearer, and then harmonized sourcebound icon. Trillions of runes circled the great beyonder as she raised her hands, revealing a fraction of the power she'd cultivated through the harsh discipline of purity and complexity refinement. At this stage, one's true source has matured to the point where it is recognized as having moderate purity and moderate complexity. We can easily surpass newly awakened sources with lesser development. A hallmark of a harmonized sourcebound icon is the ability to lay down a pillar of concordance, an imprint of one's source that spreads through external existence. A projection of power. Purified and harmonized, that can convert a region across light years to reflect the law of your own source. It's as if you've built your own domus, a stable realm, no longer ruled by wild true sources, but governed by your own. And when a dead thing arrives, it must fight you on your terms. It must contend with your source. That is how I've survived these countless years inside the hollow cascade of reversed causality. The great beyonder had survived for millions of years because she had attained the second distinction among those who obtained their true source. She had become a harmonized sourcebound icon, capable of laying down a pillar of concordance, a manifestation of the philosophy and purpose behind her true source, unleashing its purity and complexity to turn an entire region into her own domus, her own source with its unique impositions of existence. Where every being who dared to breach it had to withstand the very essence her true source represented. Chapter 3655 Adaptation. 2. It takes very little authority from our true source to enact the pillar of concordance, but it's one of the supreme weapons available to entities at our level. Any being seeking to survive within a gateway domus of the wheel and defend it must obtain this level of power. Some of us are fortunate enough to grow into it without being ground down to nothingness, while others, they don't have the time. And so, they seek other paths to acquire such power. That brings us to the second methodology for obtaining a higher level of complexity. The great beyonder chose her words carefully. Noah raised an eyebrow, catching something unspoken in her tone, and asked lightly, only complexity? This other method, it doesn't raise purity. She hadn't mentioned purity, only complexity, and now, she nodded slowly, the weight of the truth settling in her eyes. Yes. The first mechanic of ascension to elevate a true source is the existential source trials. The second is source devouring evolution. It has two components, but only one of them truly works, and that's complexity devouring. It focuses solely on complexity. Through this method, one can devour the weavings of wild true sources, living true sources, or even dead true sources to rapidly increase complexity. The fastest method is devouring living true sources, followed by dead true sources, and then wild true sources. But this method comes with a terrible cost: your purity becomes corrupted, tainted to an unimaginable degree. Your source is stained by what you consume, her expression turns solemn, and a shadow flickered in her eyes, something heavy, burdened by history and sorrow. That is why they are drawn to the infinite ravines. Any absolute complex true source of existence can nourish them. Even the wild true sources that dwell within can sustain them. But there's a terrifying drawback to devouring any source indiscriminately and weaving it into your own. True sources are too powerful. You risk corruption, existential collapse, even the complete loss of identity. When it gets truly bad, when your source becomes a tangled mess of incompatible weavings, you face something called fractal collapse. Some of our own people have taken this path, sacrificing the purity of their true source to gain more complexity. If they raised their complexity high enough, some were able to ascend into harmonized source-bound icons with a high level of moderate complexity, but with below-average purity, or even worse, tainted purity. This path is very, very dangerous. It's the one dead things follow most often. They will devour any trace of a true source they can, because they have already accepted a predetermined death. And they will do anything to postpone it. That is why they are drawn to the infinite ravines. Any absolute complex true source of existence can nourish them. Even the wild true sources that dwell within can sustain them. But there's a terrifying drawback to devouring any source indiscriminately and weaving it into your own. True sources are too powerful. You risk corruption, existential collapse, even the complete loss of identity. When it gets truly bad, when your source becomes a tangled mess of incompatible weavings, you face something called fractal collapse. WAA, her voice trembled with memory, as if she were reliving something vile from a past too ancient to name. Fractal collapse. Even Valithra's face darkened at the mention of it. The great Beyonder continued, fractal collapse happens when a source becomes increasingly complex but is paired with dangerously corrupted purity. It leads to the formation of fractal true sources of existence. Fractal beings. Most dead things you'll encounter are either on the brink of becoming one or already are. Her voice was somber. She had just spoken in detail about one component of source devouring: evolution, complexity devouring. Noah's weavings buzzed with endless possibility. He couldn't help but ask, what's the second component of source devouring? Evolution, the other mechanic. The great Beyonder shook her head, as if it were something not even worth mentioning. Still, she answered. Even as they spoke within the span of an instant, Irmith, the maw of the unwritten, was still inching closer within that very same breath of time. The second component is purity devouring. It involves finding a complementary and similar true source of existence, then devouring its likeness, its resonance, to your own. But this is nearly impossible. Every true source is unique. To find one that matches yours exactly, it almost never happens. But if someone is lucky enough to encounter a true source similar to theirs, they can siphon its purity and rapidly increase their own, gaining a slight boost in complexity as well. Still, it's so rare, too rare. There has only ever been a single case, a true source entity who arrived in the infinite ravines and, by unimaginable chance, encountered a wild true source in a gateway domus that matched their own forged source. They were able to siphon its purity and complexity, rising to a level of power beyond even the harmonized sourcebound icon. But that was just one being, one moment of absurd luck. As Noah listened, he glanced toward the wild resources around this domus, thoughts spinning. He wanted to voice something, to ask the great Beyonder that what if someone could forge a second true source to match the wild true source around them? Wouldn't they then be able to siphon off its purity freely? But even if he asked, he knew the answer. He'd be met with skepticism. Others held only one true source. Unless they shattered their current source and began anew, rebuilding from nothing, carefully matching the wild true source in their environment, they wouldn't be able to. And even then, they would never survive the ravaging process long enough to see it through. But he could. His mind hummed with tyranny, his weavings sparked with infinite potential. He already carried the weavings of causality. It was a pathway now. Could he not continue? Could he not forge multiple, compatible true sources, each harmonized with wild true sources and even the sources of others, so that he could seamlessly ascend in both complexity and purity? The ideas buzzing in his mind made the weavings of his existence leap with anticipation, vibrating as if they were already grasping the future, nascent source-bearer complexity. Harmonized source-bound icon complexity, the mechanic of ascension, existential source trials, the mechanic of ascension, source-devouring evolution with its twin paths, complexity-devouring and purity-devouring, all of it danced through his thoughts. Plans and possibilities began to take shape, visions even the great Beyonder hadn't imagined. Chapter 3656 Adaptation 3. As the great Beyonder finished explaining the mechanics for elevating the complexity and purity of a true source, and the kinds of power one could wield at each level, she turned toward him, her voice quiet, intent. So, knowing all of this, you should at least not be caught off guard when you meet dead things. And it begs the question why your entrance here led to all of this. I could feel your complexity clearly, but purity? That's different. One's purity is always hidden, no matter their level of power. That's the only explanation circling in my mind for why the wheel of existence would do what it just did. You must have a secret. Maybe, a level of purity I can't comprehend. I don't know your limits. So, the only thing I can propose is this: test them, a test of his limits, a test of his purity. He already knew his purity was incomparable. Because he had done something none of them ever had, he had severed every single concept he had taken as a pathway 81 times, before forging it into a source, 81 severings for every single pathway. With the level of purity he had achieved, there shouldn't be another being in existence who could match him at the same level. Was that what the wheel of existence had considered when it chose to merge two gateway domus into the hollow cascade of reversed causality? My friends, Velithra's calm voice rang out. I believe our time is up. In the midst of their conversation, Velithra turned toward the distance, toward the serpentine skeletal form of Ermith diving through the wild true source of verbum, its body now weaving itself into the wild true source of causality. The white robes of the old man shifted as he sensed Ermith's elevation in power, his voice soft and haunting, like a lullaby. Ermith, the maw of the unwritten. It seems to have devoured the other source that had been assaulting me. And now, its purity is so corrupted, it's displaying the first sign of a fractal collapse of existence, echo distortion, a sign of an approaching fractal being. No one narrowed his eyes at the oncoming Ermith. The massive, skeletal serpent rippled strangely, its form fizzling at the edges as if its existence lagged in real time. One moment, it was a pristine white skeleton, and the next, its body spasmed, covered in fur and then scales, never settling down to one single thing. It couldn't hold its form, echo distortion. The purity of the devoured source was now clashing against its own, threatening to dismantle the very identity of the being it once was as its dead true source was put under scrutiny. And this was just one dead thing. Velithra exhaled a heavy breath, stepping forward until he stood between Noah and the great Beyonder. With a graceful wave of his hand, something glorious appeared. Between them and Ermith, a bloom of terrifyingly complex energy surged as Noah witnessed the rise of a massive, incandescent pillar of radiant purple light, a pillar of concordance. That one gesture confirmed what he already suspected: Velithra was a harmonized sourcebound icon. From the place where he stood, the pillar stretched outward, consuming regions heavy with the wild true sources of causality and verbum. The brilliance bloomed like violet purple petals, petals that bore the hands of time, shattered clock faces, and spinning wheels etched with the runes of chronotropy. It was breathtaking. This was the pillar of concordance of chronotropy, and its very identity was rewriting the rules of reality in front of them. But Velithra had only cast it forward. He kept it from touching the weavings of Noah and the great Beyonder. Still, the display was extraordinary. As Ermith entered the field of violet light, its skeletal form roared in anguish, pulsing with white flame. White and violet collided. The skeletal serpent surged forward through unraveling time and space, pressing toward the towering pillar, over light years tall, stretching into wonder above and below. And yet, despite swimming endlessly through this purple sea of shattered clocks and flickering timelines, it wasn't advancing. It wasn't moving at all. No matter how hard it surged, it remained in place, a terrifying distortion of existence. Noah turned sharply toward Velithra, whose expression had gone ice cold. It will keep coming, he said flatly, but it will never arrive. Coming, but never arriving, Ermith thrashed, endlessly reaching for a destination he could see, but could never reach. It howled, fury and desperation converging, as a pillar began to rise from its own corrupted source, a budding pillar of concordance. The great Beyonder's gaze sharpened, her expression darkening. She floated forward, trillions of runes gathering around her. With quiet power, she spoke. Pillar of concordance, a black pillar unfurled from her body, made of swirling runes and rippling existence, and yet it didn't overlap with the pillar of chronotropy. it did not move to reinforce the oracle of collapse. Instead, it reached toward the opposite end, where the wild true sources of causality and fear flowed freely, because from that direction she sensed something new, two more unique signatures, two more dead things. They had sensed something with a resonance like theirs, and had responded. Two more entities emerged from the direction of the wild true source of fear. These weren't known. No defenders from their origin domus had ever reached this side. Even the great Beyonder didn't recognize them. Her expression twisted with somberness as her obsidian pillar surged, casting her influence across light years of existence. And then, another tremor. Her eyes snapped toward another direction. Two more dead things. These, she knew. They were among the trio that frequently assaulted the gateway domus of causality. One became five. The eyes of the great Beyonder flickered with doubt and resolve. She turned toward Noah, her voice deadly serious. If ever there was a time to reveal something, some unique secret, some hidden power, it is now. Before our very sources are threatened. Before we stand at the edge of collapse, because these five dead things, they might just be the first volley. Chapter 3657 Adaptation. 4. Now was the time for him to reveal anything he had been hiding. And perhaps reveal whatever it was that had caused the wheel of existence to merge multiple gateway domus together. The great Beyonder uttered those words softly, as Noah's weavings pulsed in quiet resonance. Compared to others, what made him unique? The answer rested entirely in his purity. One of his bodies, currently stationed in the true frequency of the Singed, could feel the gaze of the origin Singed. And from that being's eyes, he felt something rare, caution, not hostility, but caution. As if the origin Singed could not fathom the level of purity emanating from the true source Noah had just obtained. Of course, he held the true source atlas of existence, among other things, but here the Singed remained singular in its judgment. Noah's path diverged from all others. While they ascended through lesser sources, greater sources, prime sources, and eventually the revered undeniable telos prime sources, before evolving into true source complexity entities, he had walked a different road. He didn't climb through amalgamation. He never cobbled together fragments. He severed his ordinances 81 times until they became pathways, and when he finally obtained a source from the pathway, it was already a true source. Noah's ascent was different. Profoundly so. Naturally, his purity didn't match the conventional metrics explained by the great Beyonder. Nascent source-bearer complexity entities were known to have average purity. But he could feel that his purity far exceeded those bounds. It felt as though his purity belonged among harmonized source-bound icon complexities, so he decided to test it. His weaver of existence distinction analyzed the pillars of concordance cast by both the great Beyonder and Velithrid, pillars that had turned their surrounding regions into extensions of their true source. His gaze then turned to the distant silver seas and rising waterfalls of causality, where two dead things now approached, and he spoke, softly. Pillar, Huum. The great Beyonder's eyes flew open, astonished as she heard the first word. He didn't hesitate as he completed it, of concordance. 3 simple words, but in the next breath, toward the direction from which the two dead things advanced, a dazzling pillar of white gold brilliance erupted. It wasn't just flames, this was a pillar of judgment, a white gold flaming monument that rippled across many light years, rising and descending with seeming infinitude. It spread the weavings of its true source across the domain of causality, and just in time, the two dead things were approaching. The great Beyonder turned toward Noah, her gaze unreadable. He didn't even need to look back before he spoke. The purity of my true source may have just surpassed the distinction between nascent sourcebearer and harmonized sourcebound icon. It seems. If purity is high enough, even average or low complexity can be overridden to exhibit power on par with higher-tiered beings. He said it so casually. The great Beyonder and Velithra exchanged glances. The old man offered Noah a smile. It's always good to see the young ones outpacing us. But let's not celebrate yet, this is only a portion of the dead things making their way here. I still don't see how we'll survive the rest. Yes, things were only beginning. The great Beyonder kept her sharp gaze fixed on Noah, speaking as she observed the two dead things surging toward the white gold flaming domain where his pillar of concordance had been enacted, the ones approaching your true source. I know them well. Nixel, the dreamer beneath withering stars, bearer of the dead true source of Somnial Nihilum, a collapsed source of dreams and imagination. And Grys, the archivist of hollow truths, with the dead true source of Veritas Moribundum, a fossilized source of truth that corrupts certainty itself. Both are tricky little fuckers. Will the purity of your source be enough against them? She asked a critical question, just as Nixel and Grys entered Noah's expanded pillar of concordance of the Singed. Nixel's form was a titanic humanoid of ashen gray flesh with 5 glowing eyes across his face. Grys was a woman with an obsidian trident, her lower half a mass of writhing octopus-like tentacles. The moment they breached Noah's domain, the white gold flames surged wildly. The flames latched onto the weavings of existence surrounding the two dead things, burning not with heat, but with the purity of ionic embers that could never be extinguished. OOH, roars of fury erupted from both beings. GRYS corrupted source shattered certainty in her surroundings, causing the white gold flames to flicker in and out of reality. Nixel unleashed a source of endless, recursive dreams, powerful enough to trap even true sources in endless loops, further disrupting the flames, and yet, they burned on, flickering, warping, but never fading. They returned. These were no ordinary flames. They were the true flames of the Singed, fueled by such terrifying purity that even the Origin Singed had taken notice. With proper complexity, they might one day scorch even harmonized sourcebound icons, but for now, we may not be doomed after all, the great Beyonder whispered. Noah turned to her with a raised brow. Why do you always speak too soon, just before you're proven wrong? He had to ask. Because just as the great Beyonder finished her words, another dead true source blared, this one from behind Nixel and GRYS. That brought the number to 3, and from the direction of the wild true source of fear, 2 more dead source auras erupted, bringing the total to 5 from that side. And it didn't stop there, as if every dead thing across the merged domus had been waiting for the perfect moment. BZZT, from the white halls and corridors of the pale verbum labyrinth, for more dead true source auras surged outward in a maddened burst, at Ermuth, already advancing from that direction, and that made 5 from the pale verbum labyrinth, 5 more from the domus of absolute fear. 3 from the hollow cascade of reversed causality, 12 dead true sources in total. Against the 3 of them, the great Beyonder's visage shifted, her face a mask of fury and grim realization. She cursed under her breath, what a bullshit fucking move from the wheel. Merging all these domus like this. If I finally die now after all this time because of its twisted calculations. Chapter 3658. A flame that purifies. The great Beyonder cursed under her breath at the wheel's calculations. How were the 3 of them supposed to withstand the assault of 12 dead true sources of existence? Each one held its own complex weavings, and in that moment, Velithra sighed. His eyes brimming with emotions far too tangled to describe, he lifted his left hand, subtle and hidden from the sight of the great Beyonder and Noah, who remained focused on the waves of dead things approaching. His gaze fell upon his pale hand, where a swirling obsidian singularity bloomed in and out of existence. It made his entire limb spasm, flickering in and out of reality like a being that couldn't quite hold its place, but his true source pulsed silently. He clenched his hand, stabilizing it. The echo distortion of existence faded before it could be observed by the others. He understood, at least in part, why the wheel had merged the gateway domus together, but he couldn't bring himself to speak of it. Not yet. Instead, he focused forward, preparing to unleash even more pillars of concordance, his true source ready to burn at its limits. Meanwhile, the great Beyonder's expression darkened. She took in the chaos around her and spoke, more to herself than to anyone else, her voice wrapped in solemn power. I've done this for so long. I've defended for millions of years. I thought of leaving a total of 3 times. But I stayed. I remain strong. Surely this can't be how it all ends. Half of her attention drifted toward Noah, as if she were still expectantly waiting. Noah met her gaze with a quiet smile, a flicker of calm in the storm of despair and uncertainty. You'll likely be put to work a little while longer, he said softly. So hang in there. His words carried no grandeur, just truth. There was no need for despair. The wheel of existence wasn't finished with her yet. Then, he closed his eyes. Even as the dead things closed in from every direction, he stilled his breath and listened to the true source of the Singed, its brightness, its brilliance, its complexity, its purity. It had been the first source to speak to him. Why had the wheel done what it did? The answer was always the same, the variable. He was the variable, and so, with his heart aligned to that truth, his flames began to hum, vibrating with sacred resonance as his voice echoed out to all present beings, living and dead. My flames are pure, my flames are scorching, my flames are glorious. And my flames are empowering. The instant his final word rang out, he unleashed the true flames of the Singed. The pillar of concordance of the Singed erupted in brilliance, releasing ringing waves of white gold fire that surged outward, spiraling toward the pillar of the great Beyonder, inscribed with trillions of runes, and the pillar of Velithra, etched with the unraveling strands of time itself. The flames touched the other pillars, BZZT, that ignited them. The unfathomably pure white gold fire acted as a catalyst, bonding with their constructs and causing their pillars to blaze brighter, expand, and intensify. The great Beyonder and Velithra could only look on, astonished. A true source. Was empowering the true sources of others. Is this what the wheel saw? the great beyonder's eyes gleamed as her own true source of runes surged in complexity and purity. Even if just for a moment, and Noah, he stood silent, listening, the true source of the Singed communicated with him again, just like before, speaking of its limitless possibilities, its unseen design. Not only did it sever concepts to become a pathway, but it could also empower true sources. His flames stretched far toward the regions of the Gateway Domus, toward Ermath, Nixel, and Grys, and every other incoming dead source. They came into contact with them. They touched their essence, and in doing so, they made a distinction. They declared those beings as enemies. Noah's weavings pulsed, the true severed adaptive power of existence activated, marking each hostile entity as an enemy whose complexity he now needed to match, to overcome in the battles to come. This was his starting point, and his flames, those wondrous flames of the Singed, continued to break down the corrupted weavings of the dead true sources they touched. They were unfathomably pure. Now, all they needed was complexity. As Noah's flames empowered the great Beyonder in Velithra, as he prepared to face even more dead things, one more thing demanded his focus. There were two mechanics of ascension among true sources. The first to clash with other sources, growing stronger through the impact and surviving collapse. The second source devouring evolution, the path others feared, but it was the path he wished to walk most. One path involved attaining a source similar to the wild true source in the current domus. The other was to devour the complexity and purity of other true sources without undergoing fractal collapse, and so, he called out and thought, "My dear Ruination, you have given me the affix of the severed extractor to understand even incompatible sources. Now, can you give me an affix to break down and purify understood true sources of others so I may devour them entirely? Without fracturing my existence, this body, his form bound to the true source of the Singed, had arrived in the infinite ravines, where he had met the great Beyonder and encountered beings with other true sources of existence. He directed his message to none other than Ruination, the ruined miniature wheel of existence within the grand wheel itself. One of his bodies was currently traversing frequency to frequency with her, gathering the final traces of the wheel. This body, his form bound to the true source of the Singed, had arrived in the infinite ravines, where he had met the great Beyonder and encountered beings with other true sources of existence. Another body bound to the true source of existence itself was now engaged in the most difficult battle of his life. Stretching across frequencies of reality, he was battling the dead thing known as Bob, a being so unfathomably complex, even Noah could not measure the full scope of his power. Bob's weavings had been fractured long ago, broken while being chased by the Omnifather. After he invaded the weavings of the wheel, Bob had sealed his own memories, twisted time, distorted frequency, all for the reason of going with the flow of the wheel to not be found out and treated as an enemy. He even became a disciple of the first watcher of the Wheelomachy. In this distortion of time and reality, he had sought out entanglements like Noah, the great usurper, and the peacemaker for purposes of obtaining what he wished, and he eventually did. Even the Omnifather, who had been chasing him across infinite echoes, had never truly discovered Bob's identity. He was a mess of paradox, uncertainty, and time, and Noah could not help but look forward to the day he would forge the true sources of paradox, uncertainty, relativity, and chronos. But for now, there was Bob, there were the infinite ravines, there were the true frequencies of the wheel, there was the mission to fill his last Monday of power with a system forged of all three states of existence, and to finally complete the Atlas of existence to break free of the title of administrator. There was the Infiniverse Megalos, there were his true sources, and there was Ruination. Chapter 3659, The Complexity of the Dead. As Noah looked at the many areas of focus he had to pour his attention into, weavings of existence continued to unfold. The merging of the Gateway Domus was complex and chaotic, unfolding at the same time as the hollow cascade of reversed causality. The pale verbum labyrinth and the domus of absolute fear of existence twisted and tore into each other, each wild true source striving to overpower the next in a terrifying display of supremacy. In the midst of these terrifyingly intricate reactions and interactions, in the farthest reaches where distance was nearly impossible to measure, something stirred. From the direction of the wild true sources of existence where the dead things emerged, surrounded by the wild true source of fear, a dead thing stood with its aura entirely retracted, as though it truly were lifeless. It was something called Von Ikril, the corpse lattice of memory, a dead thing born of the dead true source known as Mnemosyne Abyssum. A true source that dealt in memory, and at this moment, the very memory of his existence had been forgotten by the wild true source around him, as though he'd never been. He appeared as a massive chain skeleton formed of crumbling brains and eyes, wrapped in flickering neural filaments. Thoughts echoed around him like whispered screams in forgotten languages, and his presence was utterly horrific. And yet, in that moment, those crumbling eyes and brains focused on the figure of Noah and his dazzling white gold flames that were actively empowering the pillars of concordance of other true sources, making them blindingly stronger, to the extent that even from such an impossible distance where his own source had been erased from memory, he could still feel the looming threat. As he watched, his weavings trembled tumultuously, as though he had uncovered something unthinkable. And then, this dead thing, Von Ekrel, the corpse lattice of memory, turned in the opposite direction and shot away with solemn purpose. He moved across the wild resource of fear as if he knew how to escape a place that had no concept of measurable distance. His dead true source pulsed, contracted, and pulsed again, flickering in and out of existence. As it crossed unknowable spans in mere moments, at the same time, he seemed to manipulate his source, causing his memory to vanish from the grasp of time itself. 1 second passed, and yet, at the same time, thousands of years could have flowed by. It didn't matter, it was unfathomable and hard to explain, but the distortion of the true source was so profound that moments after he began his trajectory, he began flickering in and out of existence, depleting the authority of his true source by a terrifying amount to do one thing: escape the wild true source of fear, escape the infinite ravines of the absolute complex true source, an ancient place he and many other dead things had discovered and fed from over millions of years. None of them had truly wanted to leave. Not even the wild true sources of the Gateway Domus, for even they found nourishment in devouring what they could to sustain their decaying, dying true sources. But this dead thing left anyway because it had seen something. After leaving the infinite ravines, all that protected it from the ravages of the null vein gravewake folds was its own decaying source, but that source now pulsed like it carried a signal. And Von Ekrel burned even more of its authority, making terrifying jumps across incalculable distances, flickering through time, or rather, the absence of it, until finally, he saw it, a blinding, swirling mass of darkness, and his dead eyes were relieved. He dove in, boom, as if crashing into a sealed vault, a dead cocoon where his weary source could rest. Von Ekrel exhaled soundlessly and looked around at the wild dead true source permeating this strange refuge. He didn't linger, he could already feel it, an aura of such ancient, terrifying power that it stirred fear in what remained of him. He floated toward it, releasing his intent like a respectful knock. "O Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw. I seek your audience. I may have discovered something that matches the signs you once spoke of." His tone was reverent, like a junior addressing an impossibly powerful elder, and that's exactly what this was. A deep, ancient voice erupted from the center of this place as space distorted around it, causing Von Ekrel to be transported instantly into a storm-racked region formed from a violent true source. At its core stood a childlike humanoid floating above an existential shadow that devoured nearby weavings of existence. Its grin stretched ear to ear permanently, its eyes were pure obsidian, cold and merciless, and its voice, when it came, was terrifying in its complexity more than anything within the Gateway Domus of absolute fear, the pale verbum labyrinth, or the hollow cascade of reversed causality. "What did you find?" Von Ekrel trembled as he replied. "Many of us have been feeding from the infinite ravines of an absolute complex true source for eons. I myself have done so for several million years, though I've never breached the wheel itself." "But, get to the point." Von Ekrel flinched. The monstrous being waved its hand dismissively, its obsidian gaze granting him only a few more seconds to justify his presence or be erased. The corpse lattice of memory bowed its skeletal head deeply. "Inside a Gateway Domus, I observed an existence wielding a living true source capable of empowering other living sources and suppressing dead true sources. You said, if such a thing ever appeared, you wanted to be told that it might be a sign, one of the signs that an absolute complex true source powerful enough to create such a being could hold the KEY.TO, saving the countless dead true sources lost across the ravages of the null vein gravewake folds." The words hung heavy in the space between them. Opposite him, the childlike figure's obsidian eyes pulsed with keen interest. It nodded slowly, one finger rising and tapping in Von Ekrel's direction. Instantly, his body trembled as his dead true source of existence felt another pervading across it, a tremendously violent complex source that if he ever thought of denying, everything would end for him. Chapter 3660, The Complexity of the Dead. 2. In the next breath, the memories and coordinates of the place he had just left poured from him, ripped from his control. His dead true source of Mnemosyne Abyssum was easily overridden, even though it stood at the harmonized sourcebound icon complexity level. The memories were read, and rapidly at that. Then, good. There is potential in this. Here is the first part of your reward. You will also gain the privilege of joining us in an official capacity. Keep working hard. Return to that infinite ravine and observe. I will assemble a team to confirm. The being Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw, spoke while tossing something toward the bowing Von Ekrel, an incandescent, colorless crystal, a crystal. Von Ekrel had actually been thrown a crystal, and he caught it like it was the most treasured thing in the world, his skeletal mouth even moving as he whispered what he held, a Saroblast True Source Panacea. A crystal that every dead thing would do anything and everything to obtain. A rare relic found only in the Nullvein Gravewake Folds. The Nullvein Gravewake Folds, broken stretches of existence, non-existence, and unreality where remnants of dead wheels of existence were scattered. Where dead things roamed endlessly, hunting for even the faintest glimmer of life. Anything truly alive hid unfathomably deep in the crevices of the Nullvein Gravewake Folds. Only when something died did its weavings become clear. To find an infinite ravine of a living wheel of existence? That alone was a miracle. The Saroblast True Source Panaceas were incomparably rare and vital to dead things. They could prolong the vitality of their dead true sources, even elevate their complexity without forcing them to devour every dead and wild true source they encountered. And risk becoming fractal beings. Saroblast True Source Panaceas were remnants of collapsed true sources, final dreams. Unwitnessed paradoxes, and forgotten possibilities, they appeared in unique locations where the very identity and purpose of existence began to unravel. The Saroblast crystal glowed with a colorless hue, woven from lost purpose and fractured possibilities, the remnants of shattered wheels flickering within it. Von Ekrel, the corpse lattice of memory, felt his dead true source pulse just from holding it. Without hesitation, he devoured it. Then, with a nod toward Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw whose obsidian eyes shimmered with turbidity, he turned to leave. He didn't overstay his welcome. The rush he felt after consuming the Saroblast True Source Panacea made it all feel worth it. But he didn't know he had just acted as the bridge between forces that were never meant to be joined. He left behind an entity of terrifying complexity, floating amidst storms of swirling existence, who murmured quietly to himself, "Could this one be it? I cannot bear to see another wheel of existence shattered and broken." Veltraxis spoke those words, and yet the permanent grin carved from ear to ear across his face made the sentiment sound eerily unfathomable. The words and the expression simply didn't match. Across existence, beyond the infinite ravines of a certain absolute complex true source, inside that true source, this grandiose wheel of existence. Within the frequency of blood, a region thick with crimson strings of existence, where the air radiated the metallic taste and scent of concentrated bloodlust and power. In this place, the figures of Noah and Ruination could be seen. Noah floated in a stellar sea of blood, watching Ruination as she finished absorbing another crimson gold piece of a spoke of the wheel. They had been moving through frequency after frequency, gathering more pieces of the wheel. And with each one, her status as a ruined mini-R wheel of existence grew, her complexity rising to terrifying heights. Noah watched her closely as he had already discussed with her what he needed. A methodology in affix. One that could purify wild and dead true sources of existence. A way for him to use source-devouring evolution. Without triggering a fractal collapse of existence, without becoming a fractal being. After he proposed the task, the most important thing wasn't what she said, it was what she didn't say. She didn't say that it was impossible. Instead, she turned contemplative. And after a few long moments, her wide crimson gold eyes lifted to meet his. "I'll have to abandon all other potential affix plans except burnt weaver and severed extractor. At my current stage, I believe I can support a new affix, one capable of purifying wild and dead true sources of existence. But it would demand nearly all of my complexity. My complexity, which is now." She raised her hands and looked at herself. Noah studied her, too. His weavings told him she was truly evolving and becoming something more, something dangerously close to a wheel of existence, a wholly unique construct. And so, he nodded, "You can proceed with forging it. If it's currently viable." Ruination received the command and stepped forward, her hands resting gently against his chest as though she were touching the pristine true source atlas of existence hidden underneath itself. Her eyes shimmered with reverence. Crimson gold light surged from her body as she began to forge a terrifying affix. "I'll call this type of affix. The affix of the ruined mini-R wheel." She paused, searching for the right name. The name that would match the sacred, terrifying construct she was about to weave into her master's very existence. "It shall be named. The affix of the cradle of purity." The cradle of purity. Boom! The ruined mini-R wheel of existence began etching a terrifying wonder into Noah's weavings. He watched her quietly, his thoughts drifting even as she worked. Her path seemed clear now. She would continue scouring the frequencies, gathering more traces and spokes of the wheel, but one question loomed, a question that buzzed within Noah, and would haunt anyone who looked just a little deeper, a question about the wheel itself, because anything that had fragments of its whole scattered across creation. Pieces, traces, even segments of its spokes meant one thing: the whole was broken, or shattered. So if there were multiple fragments of the wheel across countless frequencies, what did that say about the wheel of existence itself? Chapter 3661 The Complexity of the Living Eye. Was the wheel of existence still whole, or had it shattered, yet somehow remained capable of expressing its power as a living, absolute complex true source, or was Noah missing something critical? Just because its pieces stretched across countless frequencies didn't necessarily mean it had shattered and scattered throughout existence. These thoughts permeated his consciousness, lingering deep within even as the presence of ruination flickered in and out beside him. Ruination, her hand pressed against his chest, her fingers carving into him as they began altering something intrinsic, something that felt like a part of existence itself. He could feel her gaze, piercing into him as if she were looking or something. He smiled at that. What could this girl possibly hope to find? Ruination, that was her name, and her identity. Even now, she remembered who she was. The treasure of taboo, the weapon that once brought ruin in the hands of the sages of the dark universe. She remembered the man before her. How, piece by piece, he had gathered her shattered self and made her whole. That felt like eons ago. She remembered every single thing he'd done since. And during all that time, she had done everything in her power to be useful to him, because she saw it the terrifying weight he carried on his shoulders. A burden no other existence should ever have to bear. There were moments she had helped him. And more recently, she'd reached a state of being that allowed her to lessen the crushing weight bearing down on her master. The distinction of a wheel, a ruined mini-R wheel of existence. A wheel was a wheel, no matter its state. And ruination had found her purpose. She knew exactly where she needed to go and how to give back to the man who had given her everything. Her very existence was shifting, evolving, and still, she remained irrevocably tied to him. Tied to the very concept of ruination, and yet he had elevated her core concept into something far more. Ruination itself had been made a pathway to the true source, and that meant ruination herself was walking the path to becoming a true source, and yet wasn't she already a type of wheel? Didn't that mean that she should already be a type of true source? The wonder of such a reality pulsed through her. She didn't tell him how close she was, not yet. She wanted it to be a surprise. He was stretching himself thin, doing countless things across existence as this was something she could bring him, something only she could give, because as she consumed more and more fragments of the wheel, as her signature as a wheel of existence grew stronger, and so too did the reality that she was becoming a true source. Her hand cradled his chest, and she felt the boundless weavings of the true source atlas of existence beneath her fingers. She closed her eyes. In her musings, she finished etching the third affix she was working on, meant to aid her master and to ease his burdens even just a little. The cradle of purity, an affix of the ruined mini-R wheel of existence. Ruination had poured everything into it. From the memory she had seen within her master regarding the infinite ravines he carried in his mind, she had taken every last ounce of her ruined power and woven it into this affix, and still, she felt like it wasn't enough. Opening her mouth, she finally spoke, her voice soft. The affix of the cradle of purity is designed to take in wild, dead, and living true sources of existence and break them down into something pure and viable. It separates the corruption and taint of the complexity of true sources by refining and breaking them down. To make that possible, as much as 50% of the targeted weavings will be lost. But what remains will be the pure, filtered essence of existence, known as pure natal true source weavings of existence. The moment the terrifying words left her lips, she felt a knot of frustration, as if it should have been more. The cradle of purity should have been capable of refining 100% of the weavings, of turning them all into pure natal weavings, but she knew that existence had its limits, and she was still limited as her current power couldn't bend existence that far. Not yet, so even as a storm of crimson and gold raged around them, she finished carving a massive rune into his chest and branding him with yet another affix. It resembled a fantastical cradle, a celestial construct meant to receive wild, dead, and living true sources and refine them into something not just consumable by her master, but something he could choose to share with others, though she would much prefer he keep it for himself. Still, she knew who he was. She knew that in the near future, some of the gifts that came from the cradle of purity would inevitably be given to a few others, because her master never stopped giving, and at times she wanted him to take everything for himself without worry. She lifted her hand from his chest, lost in thought, until she felt his presence glowing and warm, near hers. He tilted her chin up with his hand and smiled. You've just casually done something that multiple true sources of existence haven't achieved in millions of years. And yet, why do you look disappointed? You just created a way to devour other true sources without becoming a fractal being. You know that, right? His words pulsed with brilliance, as if trying to remind her that what she had done was no small feat, but Ruination shook her head as she responded, just give me more time, Master. I'll make the cradle of purity everything it's meant to be and more. She'd set the bar high for herself. What she wanted to create went far beyond this, her master understood. He nodded, his voice low and commanding as he rose to his feet, shaking his head with a soft laugh. You have all the time in the world. Come on, let's get you more pieces of the wheel whether it's whole or shattered. His weavings buzzed, and just like that, he moved forward once more, for her, always for others, and as he did, Ruination's resolve hardened even further. A true source was just the beginning, she would give him so much more. Chapter 3662 The Complexity of the Living 2. As she moved with her master from the frequency of blood as Ruination had obtained all the hidden pieces and spokes of the wheel. Buried within that realm. Another part of her body remained within the Infiniverse Megalos, the ever-changing construct she'd been competing with and losing to, countless times in terms of utility and advancement over the months, but still, they were together. At this moment, a crimson gold figure of Ruination floated into a small world nestled within the heart of the Infiniverse vein. A world where floating islands dangled in the skies like ornaments, the ground was blanketed in sheets of snow, while the fantastical islands above spilled cascading waterfalls, each one formed from severed concepts of dreams, Avalon, Genesis, Helios, Quantum, Prana, and many others, each unique, each vibrant in its own way. This was a world mirrored after the Beast World, the one their master had delved into from his original blue planet, the same world where he had claimed a spiritual land that had evolved into the terrifying thing now known as the Infiniverse Megalos. Amidst the many floating islands, Ruination drifted toward a simple one, a quiet island that resembled that spiritual land exactly. The same land where her master had fought against a certain prideful penguin and other spiritual beasts to gain ownership. Upon this island, a woman draped in white sat in a snowy field, her eyes shimmered like starlight, pupils swirling with countless layers of megalos themselves. Ruination appeared behind the Infiniverse Megalos body. Her voice calm as her feet touched down upon the snow. Master is battling a psychotic dead thing across realities. Another part of him is stepping into the ravines, about to face even more dead things, and we sit here. She felt ashamed just saying the words aloud. The Infiniverse Megalos body didn't even turn as she replied, you did a decent enough job creating that cradle of purity just now. You're doing something, a decent enough job. That's what she said about a construct designed to do what hadn't been done for eons, a construct that allowed true sources to be purified and absorbed without risking fractal collapse of existence, and still thought she called it a decent job. Ruination somehow agreed and nodded. What are you doing? She asked softly. How are they contributing, while their master bore the weight of countless realities, fighting, building, and protecting? What were they doing? The stellar eyes of the Infiniverse Megalos body blinked slowly. She continued gazing at the endless fields of snow, her fair fingers playing in the frost as she answered, you are becoming a ruined mini-R wheel of existence. I am trying to become an absolute complex true source of existence. Boom, shocking words left her lips, but she continued casually, as if discussing the weather, I've looked at all the avenues and possibilities. With the singed taken to the level of a true source. I already have the flame of a source burning within the heart of the Infiniverse Megalos. It can serve as the fuel for a wheel of existence. But I need something more. Something grander. The words of that dead thing. They've been echoing in my mind, the words of a dead thing. Ruination raised a brow, then settled beside the Infiniverse Megalos body in the snow. The psychotic Bob? What part of his words could possibly cause someone to reflect? She didn't like the time and energy her master had to spend on that dead thing, but the Megalos replied evenly, that which innervates the wheels of existence. I don't know what it is. I don't even know if it exists. But maybe that's what I need before I step forward to become an absolute complex true source. Or I brute force it. I devour all the possibilities and frequencies of this wheel of existence and take everything it has. WAA, her eyes gleamed with a chilling brilliance. Ruination didn't reply, she simply raised her head, watching as thousands of snowflakes began to drift around them on this floating island. Two terrifying treasures sat side by side, one already a form of a wheel of existence, the other something far more unfathomable. Both of them were thinking the same terrifying thing, how to become something greater. Something worthy of a single man, the true severed origin Osmantian. At some point, in the stillness of the snow, the Infiniverse Megalo's body finally turned toward her. My path is harder. Yours is more straightforward. I've gone ahead and used the source of that queen of matter. I'm expanding into more and more frequencies of the wheel. I've begun spreading my weavings across them, gathering every piece and trace of the wheel for you. It should accelerate your progression. So you can become a more complete wheel for Master to wield. She spoke about something terrifying, as if she were describing how she'd brewed tea or prepared a meal for their master, and yet, she was manipulating a source so rare. It had once only existed to observe fables within the states of matter. Now, she was spreading her will across frequencies with it and taking exactly what she wanted. Ruination raised a brow, then nodded, adding with a light shrug, keep that queen of matter away from Master, if you can. She seems like another brand of crazy that might distract him more than others. She remembered the woman's eyes, those mad, elated eyes when she had grabbed her throat. As if she enjoyed being choked, her master didn't need that kind of chaos in his life, but the Infiniverse Megalo's body shook her head and replied calmly, women and food are some of the few weavings of existence that Master still enjoys in these craziness of existence. Food is just a hobby for his palate. Women, though. He compliments them and they compliment him. They help him stay sane. Even if he added 100 more, I wouldn't be averse to it. And that queen of matter? She's like us. She adores Master. Don't let her eccentricities bother you. Focus on yourself and leave the rest to me. When you're ready for the pieces and traces of the wheel I'm gathering, just say the word as they might be enough to complete you. Her gaze shifted onto Ruination as she continued. How close are you to attaining your true source? Like an older sister offering advice to her younger sibling, the Infiniverse Megalos asked gently, powerfully, and with all the weight of power behind her words. Chapter 3663 The Complexity of the Living 3. How far was Ruination from achieving the true source of Ruination? Such a heavy question hung in the air as two women sat in a field of snow, atop a floating island within a world nestled inside a massive Infiniverse vein. Ruination answered simply, soon. But that's my surprise for Master. Do you have anything? She asked with flashing, competitive eyes. At that moment, the figure of the Infiniverse Megalo's body rose, her stellar eyes fixed on the snowstorm that had begun to intensify over the once tranquil land. The purity of the flame of the singed burning within me has allowed me to begin converting my vibrant complexity into refined weavings, ones nearly identical in quality to what the affix of the cradle of purity can provide. I've already started collecting these weavings, and I can direct them toward the foundational pillars of the Infiniverse Megalos to become a true source. If you don't hurry, it might be me who gifts Master a true source within the next hour. Boom, her words were outrageous. Ruination stood too with a spark of seriousness in her expression. I will take those pieces and traces of the wheel you've gathered so far starting now. She said it with a fire in her voice. The Infiniverse Megalo's body smiled lightly, then waved her hand, and in an instant, the snowy skies ruptured. From above, dazzling pieces and spokes of the wheel, drawn from multiple frequencies, began gushing down. Ruination leapt skyward to collect them all. She felt as if she were racing against time. Elsewhere, within the vast Infiniverse vein, Noah sat on the edge of a farm. Wind whipped his dark hair as he looked out over acres of thriving land, clothed in simple, loose-fitting white garments that revealed his sculpted form. All around him, countless fields shimmered with potent waves of existence, their crops nourished by the blood of pioneers and source entities he'd once discovered within the lands of Hell Terra Firma. But he had evolved so far that these weavings could no longer impact him much. His thoughts briefly drifted to Hell Terra Firma, where his satellites still roamed, seeking any lingering secrets in that mysterious land devoid of authority. If the primal flame of the wheel had been hidden there, what else could be? It was just a passing thought in his mind. He raised his head, sensing the connections of Ruination and the Infiniverse Megalos as he could distinctly feel they were up to something, but he let them be as he looked out around him. It felt almost strange, his main body sitting calmly in a farm, while other aspects of him battled dead things across frequencies or explored the infinite ravines. He was stretched across the cosmos, yet somehow still grounded always right here, within the protective folds of the Infiniverse Megalos, and now, he was about to embark on another fantastical endeavor within this land he called home. He looked down at his chest, at the true source atlas of existence embedded within him. His gaze landed on the last remaining empty mundi of power, and he murmured, "Let's go ahead and complete the atlas. Why don't we HUM?" With the quiet command of his voice, the wheel-like atlas began to hum and vibrate. In its final Monday, wondrous particles began to bloom. Noah didn't yet know what kind of system of existence would emerge, but he was only just laying its foundation, and the foundation would be grand, since the last system embraced dark matter and antimatter. This final one will include all three states of existence. WAA, the foundation sparked to life in spectacular fashion. In another Monday of power, he felt the pathway to the source of ingenieur activate buzzing with brilliance. He raised a brow. Oh, it whispered to him, ideas, designs. Why not do what others never could? It spoke of the domus of pale verbum labyrinth, absolute fear of existence, and the hollow cascade of reversed causality. Could a new system of existence be forged, one built upon verbum, fear, and causality? If so, could it birth a true source that allowed him to devour wild true sources as easily as that rare being the great beyonder once mentioned, one whose nature matched the very wild true source he was currently immersed in? The idea hovered briefly in Noah's mind. Then he nodded. Let's see where it leads. And so, the final system of existence for his atlas began, right there, with his main body, in the middle of a farm, the same farm he had once dreamed of retiring in, but retirement would have to wait, because nothing was ever so simple. Not when the memories of Bob delivered by the hands of the great usurper spoke of even more complex threats lurking beyond the infinite ravines of the wheel of existence. There was an entity that had annihilated the initial weavings of the wheel Bob came from. Now, that being was seeking the same thing Bob himself was after. If such a being existed, was it truly alone? Were there others like it? And if becoming a true source was only the beginning, as the great beyonder warned, then Noah would have to postpone his peaceful farm life indefinitely. But, I like it, WAA. He loved the journey. He had loved the fantastical weavings of existence ever since the first day he summoned a fireball into his hand. He knew the future wouldn't be easy. There would be catastrophes. There would be enemies that might even push him to fury. And then there were the words of Ashmole. The dead wandering alchemist had told him that across existence, there will always be oddities who defy all logic, who are utterly ridiculous in every way. Ashmole stated that he could not wait for the day when one of them, someone even more absurd than Noah, came to face him, to suffocate him, to overwhelm him, so that he could finally know what it feels like. Noah chuckled, because that's exactly why he moved the way he did, so that day would never come, so that no existence would ever outmatch or outpace him, and that's why, cheats. Quintessence. Paradox. You all need to get a move on, he whispered to the unique pathways within him, urging them toward true source ascension, so that he could remain a monster, a breaker of rules, a defier of the boundless weavings of complexity, because he was just getting started. Chapter 3660. For the complexity of the living, for he was simply getting started, and so he focused inward while the last and final system of existence was being forged in the ninth Monday of power. His attention remained locked on the current battle that spanned across frequencies, the battle against the dead thing, Bob. Inside the frequency of mana, a blue slime floated in an endless, azure sea of pure energy, humming to itself as its bright, circular eyes scanned the surroundings. It noticed clusters of other slimes drifting nearby. Straightening up, it aimed to approach a group of elegant female slimes to show off the purity of its mana when, all of a sudden, boom! Crack, the once stable waves of mana surrounding it exploded and shattered in a horrifying cascade, as if existence itself were being erased. Everything nearby faced decimation and collapse. The blue slime found itself fragmenting into countless shards, its weavings of existence on the verge of dispersing entirely. Just as it was about to perish, it saw them, the ones responsible. A tentacled entity with a bald, round head glowed with purple and black light. Opposite him stood a humanoid being shimmering with stellar black brilliance. Behind him, obsidian halos spun, and wings of starlit shadow unfurled in full. The halos above his head spun violently and gushed forth a terrifying weaving of existence. The breakdown and collapse that had stretched across light years in the surrounding regions began to reverse. The blue slime felt its shattered weavings reform, slowly returning to what they once were. The cracks that splintered reality began to mend. And in just a brief moment, everything was back to normal. The blue slime and countless other beings in the region glanced around in shock, their trembling eyes darting nervously. And then, the bold little slime screamed first. What the fuck was that? They had all felt the collapse of their very existence only to have it restored. But the ones responsible, gone, they had already disappeared into the weave, shattering one plane of reality to reappear in another frequency entirely. Boom, every impact was existence shattering. The terrifying true source of cows only seemed to grow stronger and more unhinged with every passing second. It was as if Bob was regaining the fullness of his power with each beat. Each breath, moving closer and closer to becoming a more complete harmonized sourcebound icon. Existence fractured faster with each clash. Noah had to keep pace, releasing his own true source of existence, letting it proliferate through the frequencies, mending what was broken and restoring what once was. The battle was a stalemate. Despite the raw power of cows, Noah's existence was actively adapting. With every passing moment, his complexity increased. Bob saw this. He shook his head, and then, after what felt like ages, spoke once again. None of this is needed. None of this has to happen. Even now, I've kept the weavings of the two wheels behind me mostly dormant. I don't want to taint anything. All I need is entry into a true frequency. You could end all of this peacefully, my friend. Boom, their weavings clashed again. Existence cracked, twisted, distorted, and then reformed as they plunged into the dark embrace of the weave once more. Noah didn't relent. His true source of existence permeated the space, spreading outward to overwhelm and collapse every remnant of cows it encountered. But as he did this, he replied to Bob with vibrant waves of tyranny surging around him. Have you heard the fable of the scorpion and the frog? Bob blinked, clearly caught off guard. He looked at Noah, trying to determine if he'd heard him correctly, then shook his head. He had never heard such a ridiculous tale. Even as their true sources continued to collide, distorting reality with each strike, Noah pressed on, his eyes radiating with cosmic brilliance that made him look like an ancient titan of stellar obsidian brilliance. A scorpion and a frog met on the banks of a raging river. It was too treacherous for the scorpion to cross, so he politely asked the frog to carry him across. Do you know what the frog did? Noah asked it casually. And when Bob heard the direction the story was going, a flash of anger crossed his face. Cows around him began to bubble with seething intensity. Still, Noah continued, the frog was suspicious as fuck. He said, how do I know you won't sting me? And the scorpion replied, completely rationally, because if I sting you, we'll both drown. It made sense. The frog hesitated but eventually agreed, letting the scorpion ride on his back as he began to cross the river. Noah's voice dropped, but halfway across, the scorpion struck. It stung the frog, poisoning him. As they began to sink, the dying frog asked, why the fuck would you do that? Now we're both going to die. And the scorpion replied. He paused in the eye of the storm, his voice calm amidst the crashing chaos. It's in my nature. Bob's expression soured. He didn't answer, only glanced behind him, toward the two massive wheels. Black and white, as though grappling with a difficult decision. Noah didn't stop. So what lesson do you take from that? Because to me, you're the scorpion. Even if it kills you. Even if it destroys everything, you'll still sting. That is just your nature, he exhaled sharply. So no. I won't carry you across the river. I won't take you to a true frequency of existence. His tone darkened. I'll learn more about you instead. Because ever since arriving in the infinite ravines, things about your nature are starting to become clearer. Boom, another clash. Their weavings collided, and the scenery shifted. They now stood within the frequency of night. Endless starlight stretched across a cosmic void. In that moment, Bob's weaving hesitated. What did you say? He hadn't cared much about the scorpion and the frog, but now, at the mention of something else, his eyes narrowed with cold calculation. His voice dropped, cautious. The infinite ravines? You arrived in the infinite ravines. Chapter 3665. The complexity of the living V. The way Bob asked the question made it clear, something that should never have been done, had been done. His gaze locked onto Noah with a stern intensity as he sought confirmation. You sent a part of yourself to the infinite ravines? He asked again, as if needing to hear it aloud. Noah met the being's stare calmly. His silence served as a direct answer. Bob shook his head slowly, as though the knowledge itself was a curse. You. Ha, fuck. I told you, every wheel of existence has its most unique entities. And you? You're like a fucking beacon. You shine too bright, too strange. In a place like the infinite ravines, where dead things roam, your mere presence draws them in. If even one of them catches a glimpse of you, senses the difference, they'll spread word. And then you'll face an onslaught of dead things, all desperate for that. The same thing I'm after. Bob's words came in a rush, tumbling one after another as his frustration mounted. Noah considered them carefully. This wasn't something he dismissed easily. Coldly. He asked, my presence alone in the infinite ravines could cause such an avalanche. Bob nodded, then reached out behind him. The illusory white will began to stir, moving closer, floating toward him until it hovered at his fingertips. Your presence is not just your presence. The dead things in the ravines, wandering the unknown null vein gravewake folds of collapsed wheels, they seek sustenance from wild true sources. Yes. But they also search for differences. For anything new. Any anomaly, a new term appeared for Noah, null vein gravewake folds of collapsed wheels in existence. These were the endless regions that stood outside of infinite ravines of absolute complex true sources? Bob paused, his voice growing graver with each word as he continued, because when they sense difference, it might mean the wheel that the infinite ravines are connected to hold something more. Something unique. That. A pathway. A gateway. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. If one of them suspects it, others will come. They'll come to confirm. And when they arrive, your very being will only solidify their suspicions. As when I looked at you, I also became more certain that this wheel might truly hold a great piece of a puzzle. And that's when things will spiral. Beings like me, or worse, will come. Man, he exhaled deeply, as if dreading what must come next. I never wanted things to reach this point. But he believed they had. It means I'll have to get serious now, get what I need before chaos spreads. I didn't want to do this, Osmont. I didn't want to do this. There was desperation in his eyes as, without warning, the illusory white wool was suddenly in his grasp. Complexity surged around him, while Noah's true source of existence crashed down in raging waves. Bob's state of chaos elevated his power even further, yet the chaos dispersed anything near him. And in his hands, the white wool radiated a strange, eerie splendor, its glow pierced with the screams of countless beings. And Bob, he did the unthinkable. He began to pull the wheel apart. He was breaking it. Tears welled in his eyes. At the same time, Noah's weavings received a transmission from the great usurper, an echo of shock and revelation. He's burning them. No, he's burning half of all the lifeforms within the white wheel of existence. And he's doing it in a way that purges even the ones I had overtaken. He's breaking the white wheel of existence. Bob was breaking the wheel, and he did so with a terrible sorrow etched into his face, using cows as a shield against Noah's furious attacks. But then, without warning, a dazzling, stellar obsidian pillar of concordance erupted above him. Brilliant, stellar, obsidian, it pierced through the violet cows like a blade through silk. Crashing into Bob. The obsidian light struck his skin, slamming into his bald head. Half of the pillar's brilliance shattered on contact. But, I didn't want to do this, Bob roared with anguish, even as fracture lines began to crawl across the surface of the white wheel. In the next moment, primal flames, drawn from hell terra firma, erupted around him. He was burning it all, even as Noah's true source bore down on him, disintegrating the top half of his head. Bob continued, his face was twisted, not with fury, but with mad sorrow. He screamed, break, a shattering. Bob was breaking a wheel of existence. The dazzling white will split in half. At its fracture point, the primal flames surged outward, releasing potent, unfamiliar waves of energy, unlike anything Noah had ever seen. The energy was too pristine, too unfathomable, and Bob, he harnessed all of it. He wrapped it in the flames and didn't hurl it at Noah. No, he directed it upward. Reality itself tore open. Existence buckled and screamed as the weave split and warped. The force of the wheel's destruction wasn't meant for annihilation, it was meant for entry. Guided by the primal flames, the force surged toward a distant shimmer of white gold light, the flames of the singed, but not from the frequency of flames. No, these were the true flames, of the true frequency of the singed. And when Bob confirmed it, he completely tore the white wheel in two, using its force to rip open a massive rift above. It was a wound in existence itself. But from it spilled the impossible. True flames, of a true frequency. With the shattered wheel in each hand, Bob howled in despair. More than half his head was gone, along with huge portions of his complexity. Yet he soared toward the wound he had carved into reality, across the path of chaos and flame. Noah roared in rage, his pillar of concordance chasing behind him. He saw Bob engulfed in the true flames of the singed, assaulted from every direction. Yet, Bob raised his left hand. He burned the broken half of the white wheel in his grip, sacrificing it to shield himself from annihilation. And with that act, after the unthinkable destruction of one of the dead absolute complex true sources of existence, Bob crossed the threshold and entered a true frequency. Chapter 3666 Ash's Eye, the true frequency of the singed. Inside it, Noah remained atop the blistering true heart of existence, the same true heart of existence that was considered the source of the scattered flames of the wheel of existence, and only a fraction of what made up the absolute complex true source that was the wheel of existence. Its gloriously pure white flames and blood continued to surge into his body as he sought to harness that unparalleled purity to elevate his other pathways, testing if they too could ascend to the level of true sources. The effectiveness had dropped significantly after he attained the true source of the singed, yet he remained here nonetheless as he did not stop. He could feel the distant gaze of the origin singed. And at that moment, his expression shifted, eyes narrowing as he turned toward a distant region within the vast true frequency of the wheel. There, the brilliant white gold space split apart and tore open as a shattered white wheel of existence pierced through, and it was carrying none other than Bob. Boom. He crashed into the true frequency of the singed. Having done the impossible, he had shattered an absolute complex true source even if it had already been dead, just to brute force his way into a true frequency of existence. Noah's body, still draining the purity of the true heart of existence, now only contained the residual power of the true source of the singed. At most, he could express a fraction of its might through his form here, but even that, magnified by the effects of the system of existence of Ordo-Abchow, wasn't enough to stop Bob, and now, Bob was in a true frequency of the wheel, exactly where he wanted to be. The moment he arrived, tears spilled from his eyes that shone like boundless singularities. Behind him, the other body of Noah followed, trailing an obsidian pillar of concordance and spinning halos of dark brilliance. Bob clutched the remnants of a shattered half of a white wheel of existence, dim, fading into glimmers of ash. He'd used it not just to find the true source of the singed, but to bypass its protective folds, a feat that would have obliterated anyone else. Half of an entire wheel of existence began to crumble into pure white ash. With its collapse came the release of countless souls, wailing entities, burning within the weavings of a dead true source for what could have been centuries now perished. Their cries ceased, as if they had been released. Towards the end, the ceasing cries of some even seemed to be those of relief, as if they were thankful they did not have to live in death any longer. A silence came, and with that silence, Bob's face twisted with grief. His bald head began to regenerate, flesh knitting back together as his eyes filled with the weight of what he had just done. For so long, he'd heard those screams. And now gone. Silenced, the absence was unbearable. He nearly screamed, but he held it in. Because what he'd sacrificed couldn't be in vain. His will surged outward across the white gold landscape of this true frequency. He saw the remnants of fallen wheels. He saw a terrifying, silver-white wheel of existence, its countless spokes gleaming like spears, and he saw the origin singed, its expression livid, its body seething with rising power. The defender placed here within this sacred frequency to ensure that this very scenario never happened, and yet Bob cast only a single glance toward the origin singed before shifting his gaze toward a distant horizon. A direction where waves of white gold brilliance stretched on endlessly, seemingly empty. But Bob felt it, an entrance, one that led directly to the absolute true source of existence, the core of the wheel itself. Boom, he surged forward, but Noah moved just as fast. His obsidian form, blazing with the splendor of the true source of existence, blinked into Bob's path. He collided with him, driving him back as a pillar of concordance sent Bob spiraling across the skies. Noah turned his gaze toward the distant origin singed, hand outstretched, voice roaring, "Don't you fucking dare bring back your true source!" His presence thundered with command. He could already feel it, that sliver of power within the origin singed was rising rapidly, nearing the nascent source-bearer level of complexity. That meant one thing: the origin singed was preparing to recall its true source from the infinite ravines and forcefully reintegrating it into the wheel of existence. It was the same blasphemous action the Omni-Father once took, an act that brought Bob, the dead thing, into being, and now, it was happening again. This ancient being, who lived for logic, purity, and precision, heard Noah's words. But his expression remained unreadable. His body launched forward, inserting itself between Bob and the distant entrance. His voice, ancient and resolute, echoed like a verdict. The most important priority is to stop the immediate threat, the one that seeks to disrupt or collapse the wheel of existence. That threat is here. It has pierced this sacred place. In its presence, all other possibilities are irrelevant. Pure logic radiated from him. From his perspective, if Bob reached the heart of the wheel, nothing else mattered. What use was it to protect the infinite ravines if a dead thing had already broken into a true frequency of the wheel itself and was about to taint its core? If the origin singed's main body remained anchored within its gateway domus, what difference would it make? What was he defending if the core was already compromised? So, in the next moment, from a nascent source-bearer complexity, a terrifying grandeur erupted. The power of harmonized source-bound icon complexity surged from the origin singed. His form warped, appearing before Bob, a massive pillar of concordance, glowing with pure white and gold. bloomed, slamming into Bob and enveloping him completely. The true origin Singed had returned, abandoning his position, bearing the weight of unspeakable consequences, but he returned with his full true source of existence. Chapter 3667 Ashes 2. A terrifying harmonized source-bound icon complexity erupted before Bob. The pillar of concordance it conjured lashed out, wrapping violently around Bob and burning everything he held as it was unfathomably heavy and seeking to purify and scorch entirely. Cows burned. The remaining half of the white wheel in his hands began to disintegrate in flickering golden flames, and Bob let out a guttural, broken howl that echoed across frequencies. I just want to save her. The shattered white wool pulsed in his grasp, unleashing the wails of countless quintillions of bound souls. It burned with terrifying brilliance. Bob took the broken wheel and swung it against the pillar raging around him. Boom, like a fissure tearing through the very layers of existence, the pillar of concordance split, flickering in and out of reality before shattering into oblivion. Without pause, Bob seized the trembling, ruined wheel like a spear. His arm swung back before he hurled it tumultuous, raw, and final dot toward the origin Singed. A cataclysm of complexity roared as Noah's own true source of existence surged forward like a tidal wave, black stellar seas howling through the void, but it was a beat too slow, just a breath too far away, because in the moment before Noah's source could sweep the battlefield, the shattered white wool struck the chest of the origin Singed. Boom. A dead absolute complex true source, shattered though it was, slammed into a freshly returned origin Singed. The impact hurled him back, his chest splitting open in a torrent of glowing, white gold blood. With a livid glare, the origin Singed tried to pull the embedded wheel from his chest, but it was like dragging the weight of endless complexity. It anchored him, it dragged him down, toward the endless white gold seas below. And Bob? He surged forward once more. A harmonized source-bound icon manifested. The origin Singed himself, only to be one-shot by Bob in passing. It wasn't to discredit the power of the origin Singed, no, he was one of the last sentinels left behind by the wheel to stand in the face of annihilation. But this enemy was obscene, far too obscene for the likes of common weavings to understand. The origin Singed had been bound by something no other enemy could conjure, a dead, half-shattered wheel of existence. All he could do was raise his gaze and watch as a dead thing neared the wheel of existence. And in that moment, the origin Singed howled, "Oh Singed! Burn all that you have for the sake of the wheel." His voice was thunder and reverence, laced with desperation. All across the void, figures of Singed in various complexities obeyed, bursting into radiant white flames that surged toward him as their expression were heavy. So heavy, all except two. Emmeline and Masara stood frozen, eyes wide, trembling, their strength nowhere near enough for this battle, but the commands they followed were not of that origin Singed, at such a time. Because if he didn't stop Bob now, Bob would reach the point of entry that led straight to the wheel of existence. Noah turned to his dwindling seeds of stellar obsidian, the essence of his true source of existence. He knew he needed more complexity, more power, because if he didn't stop Bob now, Bob would reach the point of entry that led straight to the wheel of existence. His weavings buzzed violently, urging, summoning everything he had, and from the depths of his soul, across all entangled paths, "Master, I am here." The weavings of ruination surged through him, that inseparable, unbreakable connection, and through her he felt the birth of something terrifying. As a ruined mini-R wheel of existence, I should have already been a true source. But my complexity was too low. After consuming the pieces and spokes of the wheel, I have reached the threshold. It is sufficient. My true source is yours, Master. Her voice serene and filled with adoration, as though she wanted to give him everything she possessed, and in that moment, she gifted him something wondrous, a spoonful of complexity that exploded through his being. Prompts rose from the core of his existence. The pathway to the true source of ruination has been traversed by ruination herself on your behalf. The true source of ruination is budding within your existence as your complexity reaches new heights. Ruination, wondrously crimson, fantastically destructive. Noah closed his eyes, and though he wouldn't dare speak the depths of his adoration for her, this construct that had stood by him again and again, he gave her only 2 words, "Thank you." Just 2 words were what he uttered, and across their connection, he felt it. Her entire being buzzed, as if those words were the greatest gift she had ever received. In that instant, he was gifted a true source. He felt it, he communed with it, and though time was cruel and fleeting, he understood enough in the span of an instant. He understood what ruination was. And with his eyes locked on Bob, who was already nearing the edges of his obsidian restraints of the true source of existence, Noah called out, "Endless ruin, infinite Bastille," a whisper, and yet, reality responded as if it had been screamed into its bones. Reality turned red, existence bled, and from every direction, crimson pillars of ruin bloomed, encircling Bob. And then, they were gone, but above and below him, his reality shifted. Bob was now sealed within a cylindrical crimson prison. No walls. No floor. No ceiling. Just a vertical tunnel of unending red stretching forever. Noah watched this unfold, his voice a lullaby of finality. No bars. No walls. Just a descent into endless ruination. Until you forget the very notion of rising, Bob's figure began to fall, and fall, perpetually. Around him, the weavings of cows and a spinning black wheel of existence raged in defiance, but now it wasn't all about complexity. It was about understanding ruination itself. Unless one's complexity entirely eclipsed Noah's, unless one could shatter the source of ruination itself, they would never escape. This was endless ruin, infinite Bastille, an eternal prison, a recursive tapestry of existential descent where time loops, and pain multiplies, where dread grows heavier the longer you fall, where rising is no longer a concept. Chapter 3668 Ashes 3, an endless prison. Bob was falling, physically and existentially, after reaching the true frequency of the singed through shocking means. Noah watched him, sensing the growing burst of complexity within, and then spoke aloud, "You might be able to get out if you shatter the other dead absolute complex true source of existence. Or you might not. But if you do, all the cards you have will be lost. The feasibility of even getting close to what you want will be all but gone." His voice echoed with quiet dread as Bob's form continued plummeting into the endless ruin, infinite Bastille. Bob's face twisted in anguish, his voice a raw bellow. "I just want to save her. I just want her back. Why must existence itself fight me at every turn?" His mind hovered at the brink of collapse, his mental state unraveling at the edges. Noah stared, his body wrapped in the crimson allure of ruination. Around him, a pillar of concordance of ruination bloomed as he stood like a warden over the plummeting being. Elsewhere, another of Noah's bodies that had been perched atop the true heart of existence, devouring everything it could, flashed, now wrapped in obsidian stellar light, glowing with the true source of existence. He appeared directly above the origin singed, who was smashed against a remnant spoke of the wheel, his chest liquefying in a necrotizing bloom as a shattered half of a white wheel was embedded within him and suppressing his very weavings of existence. Noah's gaze was cold. "Your return to the wheel of existence, did anything follow you? Did any dead thing slip through the gateway domus you protected?" His eyes burned with restrained fury. The origin singed roared his answer as he felt his weavings of existence collapsing. Two dead things have entered." Noah's expression turned soured, his words coming out freely. "Fucking hell, in solving one problem, they'd ushered in two more." The origin singed looked to him with a face that mingled power, pain, and a strange apathy. "The core of the wheel must be protected. Nothing, not even you, should enter. The wheel weaves as the wheel weaves. Since you've stopped that dead thing from advancing, perhaps you are now the latest weaving. Protect it." "I will." His words faltered, his existence crumbling with them. Noah's voice cut through him like a blade. "Shut the fuck up and clean up the mess you made." His hand stretched forth, tendrils of obsidian stellar light erupting as he grasped the necrotizing shard of the wheel of existence. A black pillar of concordance crashed down, engulfing the entire region, bathing the white wheel and the bloodied figure of the pierced origin singed. Echoes of the unwritten. Noah's voice held no warmth as the weavings of existence burst forth in magnificent wonder. Power surged, power to undo, to redo, spilling over the origin singed. His horrific wounds began to reverse, the embedded white wheel slowly drawing itself out, suspended in air. But as Noah rewound the attack, his weaving sensed something. A whisper of corruption nestled between the broken white wheel and the healing wound of the origin singed. As the wound sealed, a silent, creeping infection remained, the will of the great usurper. That white fragment. It held countless dead souls, their essences already fading. They had been infected, tainted by the great usurper, and when that will fragment embedded into the singed, it had carried the usurper's will straight into him. Noah did not undo this. As the wound sealed, a silent, creeping infection remained, the will of the great usurper. Noah turned to the origin singed, his tone like frozen steel. "Let's go fix your mess. Where are the two dead things you let through?" The origin singed touched his chest, then cast his gaze toward the blazing crimson prison in the distance of the true frequency of the singed, pulsing with eerie heat. "I must protect this frequency before anything else. That is my, the The very weavings of the true source of existence grew heavy around them as Noah stared, unblinking. The undone weavings that had been vented were now being rewound. The shattered white wheel of existence, suspended in a sea of obsidian light, began gravitating back toward the origin-singed chest. The wound reopened, necrotizing white bloomed again as the agony returned. Noah repeated himself, unwavering, "Let us go and fix your fucking mess." This time, it wasn't a suggestion, it was a command. The origin-singed felt it, the threat in Noah's voice, far away. Emelin of the First Flame and Misara saw this unfolding and instinctively looked away. The origin-singed's expression remained placid as his gaze shifted to the imprisoned Bob, who held within the endless folds of ruination. He closed his eyes. The wheel weaves as the wheel weaves, a reluctant acceptance. Noah began reversing events once more. The singed's chest healed fully, the white will fragment retreating further, but by doing so, Noah silently allowed the will of the usurper to dig even deeper. That being wrapped in gold and white flame cast one final look at Bob, then tore space open with his left hand, revealing a massive rift. He stepped through it. Noah followed. They were heading toward the two dead things that had passed into the wheel as consequence of the singed's return. What they left behind was a raging stellar obsidian pillar of concordance of existence, containing a shattered white will spinning in silence. What remained were Emelin and Misara, tending to the thousands of singed whose existences had been scarred by that one suicidal command to burn themselves for his cause. They moved to care for the fallen as their expressions were extremely heavy, as if they had to reflect and think back go everything they knew, while behind them, Noah's other body remained, bathed in the crimson weavings of ruination, standing as sentinel over the imprisoned Bob, and upon his chest, a wondrous affix of the cradle of purity bloomed, its light shining even as he stared down the dead thing trapped in the endless ruin. Chapter 3669 Ashes 4. Every action had an equal and opposite reaction, every choice had a consequence. Noah stared at the man, a being who had become a dead thing, someone who had made countless choices across a long life, all of them leading here, to this, a prison of Noah's making. And unless something drastic happened like shattering another dead absolute complex true source, getting out would be nearly impossible, yet Bob remained calm, surrounded by the weavings of the true source of ruination, his mind remarkably intact. He called out, his voice unwavering, "My daughter. I do all of this for my daughter. She's locked within this absolute complex true source of existence." His eyes flicked to the black wheel of existence that hovered beside him, its weavings unbearably complex. At the center, untouched, was a soul he had never dared to disturb. Others can be called out and turned into faceless life forms. But her. I've never touched her soul. I've never even spoken to her. I feared tainting her with death. But if I can find that, I should be able to reinvigorate the dead wheel of existence. Everyone within it would be saved. It's such a simple act. Harmless. This is all I seek. I'm just a father seeking a sliver of hope for his daughter. Bob's voice rang with conviction, as if he had built every ounce of his existence toward this moment. Noah's expression didn't shift. Cold. Unmoved, the fable of the scorpion and the frog echoed in his mind. This man, this thing would sting and kill them all, no matter how sweetly he spoke. But Noah still asked, "What is that? The thing you and the one who destroyed your wheel were chasing, what is it?" He needed to know the identity of this unknown force that powerful beings were chasing. The reason he hadn't believed Bob wasn't just distrust, it was because the entity who had destroyed Bob's will eons ago, they had come seeking the same thing. They hadn't intended to destroy. They had come for that, and yet, destruction followed, so how could Bob expect anything different? Still, Noah sought answers. Bob turned toward him, his eyes aglow with weary truth. It is unknown. Many call it different names. No one knows what it truly is. But we believe that unique absolute complex true sources. They act as pathways. Some call it the loom. Others call it the pyrene of existence. Everyone has their name for it, and yet no one has ever found or seen it. But I believe its pathway is here. He trailed off. All he needed was to reach the core weavings of the wheel of existence, but Noah could never allow it. The risk was too great. That, too, was a choice, and because no one ever truly knew the consequences of even the smallest decisions, Noah raised the cradle of purity high above the endless prison of ruination. He was about to make a choice of his own. He had to, because in this very moment, his body, traveling alongside the origin singed, flickered across countless frequencies of existence until they finally arrived at hell. Boom, boom, the frequency of light shook violently. Its very fabric teetered on collapse. What once brimmed with vibrant auras and silver-white brilliance had now been reduced to dust. Minutes ago, the expanse had been filled with life. The strings of existence, tense and bright, now fractured, broken, drained of light, the flow. The weavings. The very essence of the frequency of light, over half of it, was gone. Devoured, every pioneer. Every existence-severing entity. Every source, whether it be lesser or prime, gone, annihilated by the two dead things who had arrived here after Bob, and they revealed, in perfect clarity, the true nature of what dead things do. Noah sensed them from afar. One was a massive gray, crescent-shaped wheel exuding tentacles lined with razor teeth. It consumed everything. He dubbed it the gray-wheeled tentacled dead thing. The other, a humanoid woman. Her figure was barely 2 meters tall, and yet her hair, a storm of darkness, extended across light years, vast enough to match a megalo's. Her strands consumed everything they touched. Noah dubbed her the Heron Megalo's dead thing. Their harmonized sourcebound icon complexity surged higher with each ounce of life drained. White gold flames of the wheel innately washed down like a sea to try and scorch them, but they withstood these flames with their dead true sources, choices, and consequences. Noah's voice was quiet. Final, beside him, the Origin Singed stood still, watching the devastation with grim resolve. He said nothing, then he moved, a streak of burning light. He launched himself toward the two dead things, aiming to stop their annihilation of the frequency of light before they moved on to consume others, and they would devour endlessly, satisfying their true sources. And then continuing anyway. Noah turned his gaze upon the collapsing landscape and spoke softly, echoes of the unwritten. The true source of existence erupted from him again, its necessity growing with each new calamity. Stellar obsidian brilliance gushed outward, bathing light years of space. From the torn remnants of the frequency of light, something began to return. Life, weavings, form. The destroyed and decimated structures, countless quintillions, began to reform. The megalos of this frequency slowly returning to their former state. As this grand process took hold, Noah turned his head toward the two distant dead things. The Origin Singed had barely reached them. The body of the Origin Singed flared, erupting with the luminous pillar of concordance as he shouted, Mashada. Bizex. Our fight isn't over. He knew their names, he had battled them for eons. He couldn't afford to let them persist. Their presence alone, even without feeding, was causing the wheel's flow to collapse. Rapidly, they had to die. And quickly, Noah's body radiated the profound power of the true source of existence as he was undoing a cataclysm and restoring a frequency. And then, he also began to radiate with crimson ruination, calling out lightly, existential unraveling. Ruination unfurled. Instantly, crimson lines shot out from Noah, trillions of them, each one alive, lashing toward both dead things in the distance. Chapter 3670 Ashes v. Existential unraveling. Noah's body burned with the true source of ruination as he unleashed a terrifying capability. The true source of ruination could identify the foundational threads that composed a being, their memories, identities, concepts, and pull them apart with eerie precision into absolute ruin, and so, it released those crimson threads, threads capable of isolating the weak points within true sources of existence and unraveling them, leaving the target in a state of unbeing. And as they did, his chest radiated a terrifying white gold brilliance, the cradle of purity ready to receive any unraveled threads of existence and devour them whole. The two dead things roared with maddened fervor, their very beings thrumming in an excited state they hadn't felt in millions of years. Because, for the first time, they were inside the depths of the wheel of existence. Until now, they had fought only within the infinite ravines. This moment, this choice, was everything they had been dreaming of, coming true in the span of an instant. The moment the Origin Singed chose to fully return to the folds of the wheel, the two of them had been present in the gateway domus he protected at the time. They'd followed his returning weavings like a path carved just for them. They had left behind 3 other dead things in that gateway domus, unfortunate enough to not be within its folds when the Origin Singed made his return. They would forever regret it, because, by now, that gateway domus was likely being taken, merged into another, so, their entrance into the wheel of existence would not go quietly. Their dead true sources of existence erupted in full, ready to stand against the Origin Singed they once knew, and, boom, Noah's weavings arrived at that exact moment, surrounding and bombarding the two dead things with countless crimson threads of brilliance that sought to break down their weavings. But it wasn't just that. What the hell? The dead things were utterly shocked. Not by the power, the complexity felt surprisingly manageable, no. What shocked them was that the threads were unbinding and devouring trace amounts of their dead true sources. A being with a living true source of existence was devouring fragments of their dead true sources. They were stupefied. Because they knew how corrupted their dead true sources were, even if dispersed, they always returned. Parasitic weavings that never left, yet, the crimson threads of ruination did break down the fragments. And then, devoured them. Their eyes watched in disbelief as dark gray threads of death and decimation flowed through crimson lines until they were absorbed into the dazzling white gold object spinning in the chest of a distant being. They looked at him like he'd lost his mind. As if they wanted to say, "Dude, are you okay? Eating our weavings will kill you." You know, even the origin singe turned in that moment, gaze sharp, expression unreadable, as multiple pillars of concordance of the singed burst outward. A grandiose battle began. Shockingly, a cradle of purity was being wielded as a weapon. This battle, unfolding in the frequency of light, had Noah facing down two dead things alongside the origin singed. Even as the fallout of his past mistakes reverberated across existence, his gaze soured as he looked up, vision crossing countless weavings until it landed on the infinite ravines. Boom, the great Beyonder, Velithra, and Noah were unleashing their true sources of existence to withstand the arrival of the dead things. And shockingly, the situation wasn't completely dire. Thanks to Noah, his white gold flames emanating from the true source of the singed had empowered the true sources of both Velithra and the great Beyonder, allowing them to release more than double their usual complexity. Fiery pillars of concordance blazed across the battlefield, stabilizing their harmonized sourcebound icon complexities. But just as the trio might have found reason to breathe, Noah sighed. He looked up first. He had expected this. "It seems," he muttered, "that things are about to get a little more dreadful." Because of someone's stupid mistake, Velithra and the great Beyonder followed his gaze, stunned. A space equivalent to an entire omniverse away fractured, collapsing, as if something else was being layered atop it. Another domus was being merged. The great Beyonder gawked, shaking her head in disbelief. "You absolutely cannot be serious, right?" It wasn't even directed at Noah. It was like she was asking the wheel of existence itself, "Really? Really?" Because what was happening was utterly maddening. Noah looked on, voicing it calmly. "The origin singed left his post to protect the true frequency of the singed even after I told him not to. His return to the wheel has pulled in two more dead things. In addition to Bob." His words only brought worse news. The other's expressions darkened. But Noah continued, "Bob is contained. The other two are being held off too. The merging domus is likely what the origin singed left behind. But to withstand it and the dead things within, it's going to take far more complexity." His eyes burned with quiet brilliance, contemplating countless possibilities. His true source of the singed had incredible empowering potential, but the way he was using it barely tapped even 5% of its capabilities. His thoughts raced. How much change could he unleash in a span of an instant? He turned to the great Beyonder as many possibilities came together at once, and he came to a decision. "I may have a method to boost your current complexity by a tremendous degree in a short time. The environment here isn't ideal, so I'll do it through your trace weavings of existence in the Amaranto's dream under the wheel of existence." He said it like it was simple. The great Beyonder looked at him, utterly dumbfounded. "But Noah?" He was already continuing the conversation somewhere else entirely, all of it contained in the span of a moment, the span of an instant, within an Amaranto's dream, atop a surreal landscape of obsidian gold mountains and floating clouds. Noah stood, eyes fixed on Azza, now hosting the fully assimilated consciousness of the great Beyonder as his voice echoed out to her. "You mentioned two methods of increasing complexity: the mechanic of ascension via existential source trials, and the mechanic of ascension via source devouring evolution. I am creating a third mechanic of ascension right now." As if it were that simple. Right now, the great Beyonder just stared at him, completely incredulous. Chapter 3671, Ashes 6, a different mechanic of ascension, one unlike the existential source trials or the mechanism of ascension via source devouring evolution. Noah said this with utter seriousness. The great Beyonder could already guess what he meant by his earlier words about the Gateway Domus not being a suitable place to use this new method. But here, in this Amaranto's dream, it was possible. She had a suspicion about what it could be as she asked with sharp eyes just to make sure. "You aren't a fractal being with a tendency toward things like this, right?" Noah didn't even bother responding. Around his body, multiple sources flared to life, traces of the singed, vibrant waves of the true source of existence. Ecstatic pulses of the true source of ruination, but the singed was the critical one. The other two only amplified it, empowering what had been locked down in the infinite ravines. The great Beyonder stared at the radiant true sources with marvel, confirming Noah's earlier claim he truly held multiple true sources. and then he spoke, white gold flames of the singed dancing across his skin. One can either undergo trials and battering to gradually strengthen their true source, or devour the purity and complexity of others at the cost of becoming a fractal being. But the mechanism I'm about to forge, I call it eclipse merging dual evolution, WAA, eclipse merging dual evolution. Noah spoke the term aloud as his body radiated an overwhelming purity without a hint of complexity, only purity. The singed, brimming with purity, seemed to isolate that essence from all the other sources within him. Pioneered by the true source of the singed, all of the purity of my existence is brought to the forefront. Eclipse merging resonates with another true source, not merely empowering it, but merging and sharing the purity of its existence. This merging allows for potential evolution in both true sources. The greatest requirement is absolute trust, as the flames of the singed must be allowed to flow into another's true source. As he finished, he extended his hand. The great Beyonder rolled her eyes as she placed hers into his. She wanted to say this was just dual cultivation with extra steps, but she went along with it. White gold brilliance surged around them, clothes falling away in a flare of light. A veil descended around them. Bodies entwined. Pure flames of the singed bloomed around them, dazzling and heavy, and the great Beyonder closed her eyes and felt it. Her true source, still bound within the infinite ravines, sparked to life, more than when the singed had once washed her in Velithra in its power as this time. It wasn't just empowering her. This time, the singed flowed into her true source. She hesitated. It was dangerous, deadly. Even to let someone into your true source was to hand them your existence. If she didn't resist, if she didn't defend it, he could shatter her very foundation if he so chose. She hesitated, and as if sensing her fear, Noah pulled her closer. She bit her lip, and her eyes glimmered with unshakable resolve. And then, she allowed her true source to fully open. Countless trillions of swirling obsidian runes became bathed in the flames of the singed, those flames now flowing into every rune, altering them to gold resonance. Then, for a moment, true merging. It was otherwise impossible to merge two true sources, but the terrifying purity of the singed allowed it. It could merge with another source seamlessly, refining and purifying it to terrifying levels temporarily anyways. The great Beyonder trembled as her purity shot upward rapidly, and then, the singed took in the purity of both the true sources of ruination and existence, channeling crimson and obsidian flames into her very essence as, boom, her body erupted with dozens of glimmering pillars of concordance. Glimmering pillars that represented her skyrocketing purity. Her very existence elevated as waves of complexity fed back into her main body in the infinite ravines. Noah's voice came softly like a law written into existence, not just an empowerment or resonance stock, but an evolution of the true source as it's influenced by the purity of another. The purity of the great Beyonder's true source surged, her eyes snapping open in disbelief. She could feel her harmonized source-bound icon complexity brushing up against a wall, one she'd never thought she could cross so soon. Her complexity remained at the same stage, but her purity, spurred by Noah's method, began to exceed it, and then it happened. She felt it. She felt her purity eclipse the harmonized source-bound icon complexity as she spoke, dazed, past the harmonized source-bound icon complexity. Once complexity and purity begin to form their mythic true signature. From there, they become one of two things: a converged architect with high complexity and moderate purity, or a resplendent monad with moderate complexity and high purity. The stages of power among true source entities: nascent source-bearer complexity, harmonized source-bound icon complexity, and then the divergence. If one had high purity and moderate complexity, they became a resplendent monad. If they had high complexity and moderate purity, they became a converged architect. And at this very moment, the great Beyonder's purity rose so fast that her mythic true signature began to form, genuinely. Slowly, I should barely qualify as a quasi-resplendent monad with this much purity. She stared at the surreal truth. Noah listened, the flames of the singed rising higher around them both. He asked, his voice calm but curious, any changes to the nature of your true source? His weavings moved through her true source of runes, swimming in them. She had trusted him fully, and as his singed weavings permeated through her true source of runes, his pathway to the true source of runes rapidly took shape as the road was built seamlessly with him, very soon attaining this true source himself, while the purity of the singed became even grander. His flames were everywhere inside her. He could feel it. He could sense the forming of the so-called mythic true signature the great Beyonder had spoken of. Her voice came to him softly as she tried to understand the purity surging within her. My runes are purer, their existence deeper, and they now carry heat. A scorching, unfathomable heat. As a quasi-resplendent monad.my mythic true signature will be capable of suppressing any harmonized sourcebound icon, HUUM, she said it with awe and barely veiled hunger. Her terrifying purity flowed back to her main body in the infinite ravines. She didn't just want to stabilize the current chaos, she wanted to burn away the dead things, she wanted to kill. Chapter 3672, Ashes 7, Nascent Sourcebearer Complexity, Harmonized Sourcebound Icon Complexity. And then, converged architect or resplendent monad, levels that correlated low to average degrees of complexity and purity. To moderate levels. And then to heights of high purity and complexity. The great Beyonder had just taken her first steps into the realm of a resplendent monad, forming what she now called a mythic true signature. But what did that truly mean when observing the true sources of the living and the dead, in the infinite ravines, inside a gateway domus that held 10 wild true sources of existence? 10 wild true sources, that meant 9 other gateway domus had collapsed and been merged into this single one. Such a place should have been impossible to hold and terrifying in its complexity and power. It begged the question, who could possibly be standing at its forefront to defend it? Across the inestimable waves of warped distance, the auras of more than 20 dead things sprawl throughout the chaotic domus, this entire structure swirling with fractured color and brilliance as the wild true sources seethed, ebbed, and flowed all around. There were crystal mountains in one direction, layers of fiery, hellish landscapes in another, seas of silver and gold shimmered to one side. The skies in another blazed with purple flames. The mere expression of 10 wild true sources would be enough to cause any nascent sourcebearer to falter and collapse, even. But here, in these volatile weavings of existence, every single entity present was a harmonized sourcebound icon. Well, almost every entity. One would expect countless defenders stationed at a gateway domus holding 10 wild true sources, but there was only one, a single figure who stood alone against more than 20 dead things. At this moment, a middle-aged man with dark hair and sun-warmed skin hovered above a gray sea of ash. His figure was wrapped in a billowing robe of smoke and shadow, his entire presence emanating a serene, unshakable grace. He appeared relaxed, as if the chaos didn't exist. He floated lazily in the sea of gray ash brilliance, utterly absorbed in the Senate board before him. He didn't even glance toward the monstrous dead things moving slowly, devouring and surviving within this terrifyingly converged domus. Above this man, seated calmly upon the gray ash sea, were over 100 glowing pillars of concordance, shimmering structures designated to various points across the domus. Each pillar released waves of unending gray ash, carrying a sense of absolute finality, a memory of what once was. It felt like if even a single fleck of that ash touched one's true source, that source would begin to collapse, transformed into nothing more than what the ash represented: untold ruin. Irrevocable destruction. The many gray ash pillars stretched in every direction, creating a stabilizing force that hindered the dead thing's movements, but even they weren't the true reason for the terrifying stability of this space. Above the ash-draped man playing Senate, an illusory figure shimmered brilliantly in the skies. An enormous figure, gray and luminous, hovered high above, and it looked exactly like the man seated in the sea below. But this illusion was colossal, larger than even 10 omniverse combined. Compared to his true 2-meter frame floating calmly on the ashen tide, the contrast was almost absurd. And yet, the massive being projected above wasn't just a visual trick, it was his mythic true signature of existence, so vibrant, so vastly complex. Its eyes alone were the size of entire omniverses, and they gazed coldly and unforgivingly at every single dead thing present. The moment any of them dared to move, that would be their death. There would be collapse. There would be ash. This was the terrifying true source of Asha, and it wrapped itself around a single man, still focused on his board. He smiled faintly and spoke, seemingly to no one, "Hey. I'm hearing a different tune of existence after all these millions of years. Sounds like something's coming." He spoke, but there was nobody around him, and yet, right after, he nodded, as though receiving a reply from someone or something only he could hear. His head tilted toward a shifting reflection forming in the gray sea. It showed a different gateway domus, one from elsewhere in the infinite ravines. Multiple such reflections rippled around him, screens showing other domus, many of them trembling, merging with one another in real time. The man bearing the true source of Asha gazed into them all, then sighed, "Take it easy on these kids. If any more doors need merging, just bring them here." And oh, he paused. One of the reflections caught his attention, the fourth door he recognized clearly. His brows lifted. That's the door of the little singed. Why did he abandon it? And you're merging it into. His eyes lit with sharp brilliance. He leaned closer, he muttered, entranced as he watched an obsidian gold signature bloom above a certain great beyonder. What a pleasant surprise! Another mythic true signature on the rise. That'll ease a few burdens. He paused, but much more will be needed if the tune I'm hearing turns out to be real. I'll need to step in just a bit more. As he said it, his seated form began to rise slowly from the grayish sea. Immediately, the dead things stirred, their auras flared. Their dead true sources of existence surged outward in response, but before they could act, the man wrapped in the true source of Asha tapped a single finger toward one of them, a creature shaped like a million-legged insect, its body jagged and grotesque, shrieked and flew backward in terror, and yet, with that one tap, a signature, an identity of a very profound existence flickered, and the ash came. A wave of swirling gray, final and unfathomable, wrapped the creature in a sea of ruin, even as its dead true source screamed in defiance, its body, and being destabilized, breaking down, until it became ash. Within a second, a harmonized sourcebound icon complexity level dead thing was reduced to flickering dust. All other dead things paused mid-devouring. They roared, not in triumph, but in dread, and the one bearing the true source of Asha narrowed his gaze, his voice cutting through the chaos. You've eaten up so much. Stay behind for me, WAA. He had killed more dead things than he could remember over the eons. And now, he was simply adding to his tally. Chapter 3673, Point of No Return. Inside a gateway domus swirling with 10 wild true sources. The holder of the true source of Asha began wiping out the dead things he had drawn in over the years. They arrived at the doorways and would see his figure, knowing he was too powerful for them to attack and overcome. But since he never attacked, and they could remain inside the domus to devour wild true sources constantly, they stayed and did so, carefully, or so they believed. But their time was limited. They were simply lambs being led to slaughter. And now, the slaughter had begun as seas of ash swirled around the dead things, breaking down their true sources in terrifying ways because even that which was dead turned to ash, as this occurred in one gateway domus, in another. A wild true source of oxidation descended from above, coming to layer itself upon the wild true sources of verbum, fear, and causality. Wherever this true source passed, existence degraded. Corrosion swept through anything that was or could be, as if any weak true source of existence came close, it would rust and decay unfathomably fast. It was a terrifying true source to encounter, and it made its descent into the same gateway domus that Noah, the great beyonder, and Velithra occupied. Its arrival drew the raging auras of 3 dead things, howling with the kind of baleful fury only those who missed something vital could emit. They had missed their chance to enter the genuine wheel of existence. Because the protector of the previous domus had returned to the folds of the wheel itself, and 2 lucky dead things had managed to follow the origin singed down that path, but these 3 had not, so they came now late, furious, and full of spite as Noah and the great beyonder looked at each other, in a distant place, their weavings intertwined as Noah continued eclipse merging dual evolution. Their purity surged, and the great beyonder pushed herself to stabilize at the threshold of a quasi-resplendent monad. And at that moment she chose to reveal it. She asked herself, what does it mean to step into the stage of a quasi-resplendent monad? The answer was purity. When the purity of one's true source reached a certain threshold, it shone with terrifying radiance. Deep within her, her identity crystallized into a singular emblem, a mythic true signature formed entirely from her true source of runes. It was as if she had crafted a second self, born of incomprehensible purity. And though it remained within her, "Come out," she spoke with quiet command, her eyes flashing. From the depths of her being, a dazzling, illusory obsidian gold form erupted. It was massive, so immense that its conceptual size dwarfed understanding. A manifestation of her identity, an illusory titan made of black gold light hovered above her, expanding to the length of an entire omniverse. Next to it, her physical body seemed insignificant. But her mythic true signature was everything, and perhaps the most astonishing part, she barely needed to exert any authority to manifest it. Her signature was no different than a human smiling or waving. Just a natural expression of who she was, so the great beyonder let it shine. The massive signature towered above her, taking the form of a dark-haired woman whose presence radiated unfathomable beauty and power. She gazed down upon the 3 oncoming dead things, who raged and roared, throwing out their true sources in blind fury. But the great beyonder's mythic true signature opened its mouth and dominance rolled out like a storm. Quintillions of runes erupted like a beam of reality-shattering light, slamming toward all 3 dead things. Boom! The dead things recoiled. The mythic signature had formed so quickly, they couldn't dodge it. The obsidian pillar of brilliance consumed them near instantly. Their dead true sources screamed like fresh flesh sizzling in boiling oil. Collapse surged through them. Quintillions of runes pierced their true sources, unraveling everything that made them them. And within those runes was heat. the heat of flames, eclipse merging, dual evolution. The design of the true severed origin osmantion wasn't just a dual cultivation method. It was a way to evolve true sources and to transform their very essence. To evolve them, and now, the Beyonder's true source of runes displayed a new quality. It roared with a penetrating glare, cutting through all three dead things simultaneously. It was about to cleave them in half. Until a voice stopped it, leave a shred of their source intact. I have uses for them, Noah's voice rang out with calm finality. The great Beyonder's eyes flashed as she commanded her mythic signature to obey. It cleaved their bodies, leaving them split in half, just enough of their true sources still pulsing in the distance. The terrifying pillar of runes remained as from within it. A single rune pulsed white gold and ignited, shaping into the figure of Noah. He had warped across the span of an entire omniverse to appear beside the three decimated dead things. His chest radiated as three white gold tendrils burst out, wrapping around their crumbling forms and dragging them into his chest. Their dead true sources had no resistance left. They'd been shredded by the storm of runes, nearly collapsing into oblivion, so from Noah, the cradle of purity emerged, its tendrils searing with light. They coiled around the dead things like celestial chains and yanked them into his chest, then they vanished. It took a while to describe, but in reality, everything had occurred in a single second, from the great Beyonder's signature unveiling that released a magnificent mythic true signature, to Noah's sudden appearance near the decimated dead things. To the moment the three dead things were dragged into his chest, into the cradle of purity. 1 second, and the collapse of three dead things was complete. Silence followed, a crushing, awe-filled stillness blanketed the gateway domus as Velithra and even the other dead things still exerting their power around the wild true sources froze and stared. Chapter 3674, Point of No Return 2. Three dead things cleared in a second, and these particular three weren't just any dead things. They came from a new gateway, seething with rage that stemmed from missing their chance to enter the folds of the wheel of existence. But all of that fury, it meant absolutely nothing when their dead true sources collapsed instantly. Velithra stared up, stunned, eyes locked on the impossibly massive mythic true signature swirling above them. How did you manage to achieve that? His voice was dazed. So were his weavings. He knew the kind of power the great Beyonder commanded, but he had no explanation for how she had gone from releasing pillars of concordance to a mythic true signature. The great Beyonder's face didn't so much as flinch. Her gaze was fixed on Noah, the distant figure who had just absorbed three dead things into his chest like it was the most natural thing in the world. She couldn't explain exactly what she had done or what she was still doing, hidden within the privacy of an Amaranto's dream deep in the weavings of the wheel. But her eyes carried a sharpness. A caution, a message pulsed outward to Noah. You've revealed so many different things in such a short time that maybe I don't even need to ask. But did you really just draw on the remnants of the dead true sources of those three? Her voice was calm, but edged in disbelief. Life and death don't mix. I've heard of many who faced fractal collapse just for trying to devour incompatible wild true sources, much less dead things. But you already know that. She said it because she had to. Because no matter how much she believed in the power of the one who had opened up new pathways of power, what he was doing defied reason, and if he didn't speak up before doing things like this, it could come off as nothing short of absurd. She didn't wait for his reply. After all they'd shared, she already knew the answer. You're not going to tell me that what happens to others, collapse, corruption, taint, won't apply to you, even though you just devoured the remnants of three dead true sources of existence, right? She said it anyway, and from the distance, Noah's only reply was a smile. The great Beyonder sighed as silence hung between them. Then, her mythic true signature turned toward the other dead things still prowling their gateway domus. Since someone unfathomable and impossible to understand has arrived, it's time this gateway was cleared of all dead things that have been plaguing it for far too long. Her mythic true signature glared down with glacial resolve and brilliant cold fury. No matter what their dead true sources represented, no matter how many millions of years they had wandered across infinite ravines or what lay beyond them, in that moment, the great Beyonder, newly ascended, struck to annihilate. Meanwhile, the one who had set all of this in motion was facing wonders of his own. Deep within the weavings of existence, his main body was etching the final and most powerful system of existence within the ninth mundi of power. Something else hadn't been planned, but it was happening as thanks to his design of a third mechanic of ascension through eclipse merging dual evolution. He achieved something even faster. The pathway to the true source of runes has been thoroughly walked and understood through the merging of true flames into the definition of runes within the great Beyonder. Your own definition of runes has been completed. The true source of runes blooms to fruition. Who said dual cultivation held no power, who said one couldn't attain a true source through it. Well, there were many prerequisites. But Noah had met them. And in this moment, through a new companionship, he attained another true source of existence. His weavings burned anew, stepping forward in complexity once more. And that wasn't all, a newly born affix began to bloom. 3 dead true sources of existence have been pulled into the cradle of purity. The dead true sources are deemed moderate in complexity, and below average in purity. Refinement and purification of the 3 dead true sources has begun, the cradle of purity lit up with fantastical brilliance. And while this process unfolded, Noah was also devouring 2 more dead true sources, those he'd battled alongside the origin singed. But there was one more his weavings were reaching for, a being far stronger than any harmonized sourcebound icon Noah had faced. This one was returning to power. He was healing, regaining strength, and edging closer and closer past harmonized sourcebound icon. His name was Bob, trapped in the true frequency of the singed, his body bound inside an endless prison of ruination. Noah's tendrils had already pierced the prison's walls, nibbling at the brilliance of cows. Bob's cold eyes turned toward them. He wasn't like other enemies, ones that could be overpowered and discarded easily in a single fight. Bob held the true source of cows and, horrifyingly, an absolute complex true source, even if it was a dead one. A black wheel of existence floated behind him, his final card. His last move, and if he used it to break free from this prison, he knew. Even Bob knew he would forfeit his right to fight for the depths of the wheel of existence where he believed an answer to where the loom was existed. His journey would end. The realization cut through him like truth. And Bob spoke. Many dangerous things happen. When someone's pushed to desperation, his voice always had weight. Even now, he made the norm feel unnatural and dangerous. And as he spoke, obsidian stellar seas of the true source of existence intruded upon the prison of ruination. Alongside them, a new true source bloomed as billions of golden runes exploded into reality. Runes, gold and glorious, gold and resplendent. Bob's eyes widened as the runes crashed down around him. He understood once more that Noah was coming for everything, to devour and take everything he held, all paths, all exits. And that drove him to the edge of true desperation. You're pulling out true sources from your arse like it's the easiest thing in the world, Bob voiced out. More and more signs that this wheel of existence might actually be the one that holds that piece of the puzzle. And since I can't reach it, since you've pushed me this far, I can only say that whatever comes next, you engineered it. You made it possible. 3 true sources of existence clashed around him, and at that moment, Bob's black wheel of existence materialized. His body overlapped with it, settling in its very core, tentacle-like limbs gripping the outer rims of the dead absolute complex true source. He closed his eyes. Tears fell, and in a voice cracked with time and longing, he called out to a soul nestled within the wheel, "Wait just a little bit longer for Dad to get you, okay?" A small soul stirred at the center of the wheel, hearing a voice for the first time in millions of years, and after that, incandescent brilliance erupted all around him. Chapter 3675, Point of No Return 3. With tears streaming from his eyes, Bob became transfused onto the black wheel of existence, the dead absolute complex true source. He sensed the terrifying complexity radiating from all around the bindings of the crimson prison. Apart from this true source, he felt the stellar obsidian black true source that could revert existence. And now, a third true source that displayed billions of golden runes. With every passing second, you grow stronger and stronger. A new true source seems to bud from you as easily as breathing. My fate is likely to face imprisonment and the gradual breakdown of my existence with your increasing complexity. So let me take myself out of the equation. Bob uttered these words as Noah moved even faster. All of his true sources held average complexity, with only his purity surging at the moderate level, against Bob, who had likely once surpassed the level of a harmonized sourcebound icon complexity before the collapse of his weavings. It wasn't enough to bring him down quickly. Not against someone whose true source of cows burned with a high level of complexity, not against someone who held a genuine dead absolute complex true source. A black wheel, which he currently grasped by its rims, erupted with black brilliance that covered him entirely in its light. That same light pushed away Noah's billions of runes, seas of dark brilliance, and the crimson of ruination. You have made me a desperate man, Noah Osmont. Bob's voice held no emotion or friendliness, and with desperation comes pain on both sides. I know pain. I understand pain. I hope you are ready for it too. Friend. I will be back with the means necessary to obtain what I need. Friend, when he had said it before, multiple times, it carried a trace of weavings that it might have been true, that he had considered it a possibility, but at this moment, the word was unfathomably cold and filled with apathy. From the black wheel of existence, Bob's figure became entirely bathed in black brilliance as he disappeared from the endless prison of ruination. Cows vanished, leaving behind faint remnants. The glimmer of the black wheel of existence remained as it flashed. Noah looked upon it with heaviness as he bellowed out, echoes of the unwritten, HUM. His seas of the true source of existence pulsed and seethed as he sought to undo an event, but DZZT, the black wheel of existence, still present, spun heavily as it released waves of complexity that resisted the reversal of this event. Echoes of the unwritten. Noah's eyes shone with brilliance as he bellowed again, his true source of existence burning brightly, but the result was the same. The first event he could not undo stood before him, with Bob having left behind a glimmer of the black wheel of existence to prevent it, and he called it a glimmer because with every passing second, the dead absolute complex true source of existence became more and more illusory, as if it might fade at any moment. Noah gazed at it with utter coldness. He despised the idea of an enemy escaping and prolonging conflict. He sought closure at every turn. But when it came to Bob and the literal absolute complex true source he wielded, what could be done? He had come infinitely close to the core of the wheel of existence, closer than ever before. But even then, he couldn't reach it, not while Noah continued to display increasingly greater complexity. Unlike other maddened entities who would despair and go all out, Bob had done the rational thing. He left, and he didn't just leave the true frequency of the singed, he left the wheel of existence entirely. Noah could confirm this with his current complexity. When he tried to undo the event, he felt the push and pull leading toward the infinite ravines themselves. He floated gloriously in the white gold brilliance of the true frequency of the singed, his expression heavy. True sources swirled around him, but he felt no joy. This result could be considered both a success and a failure. The threat of Bob was eliminated, but only temporarily. What would a man driven to desperation do to ensure that, when he returned, things would play out differently, especially one who understood Noah's rapid rate of progression, and knew the more time that passed, the stronger Noah would become, and the harder it would be to face him. What would such an entity do to achieve his goals? The possibilities were many, and none of them were good. Noah remained floating in the true frequency of the singed, his weavings continuing to press down on the illusory black wheel of existence. Remnant tendrils of cows moved to devour anything they could, the cradle of purity buzzing softly at his chest, but at this moment, only remnant weavings of Bob remained. Everything else about him was gone. This meant that now, only two dead things remained within the weavings of the wheel. Noah's weavings, burning with frustration, turned fully upon them. In the frequency of light, the gray-wheeled tentacled dead thing and the heron megalos dead thing were still facing the pillars of concordance of the origin singed, alongside countless tendrils of ruination conducting existential unraveling. But now, Noah's gaze carried a weight of livid determination as he called out coldly, existential engraving, WAA. Billions of golden runes unfurled from him, rushing toward the two dead things already surrounded by multiple true sources, and unlike Bob, these two dead things lacked the backing of an absolute complex true source of existence. So when the golden runes descended, they couldn't push them away so easily. One golden rune after another became bound to their bodies while the tendrils of ruination ran rampant, dividing their attention further. Slowly, thousands of golden runes became branded into their bodies, their weavings of existence as they became engraved. Existential engraving. At that moment, Noah was beginning to understand that runes were not just a language, but living codes, living, breathing codes of existence itself, and of what it could become. Chapter 3676, Point of No Return 4, Codes of Existence, Living, Breathing Weavings of Existence. That was how he saw runes. And if he engraved his runes of existence onto the true source of another, he could rewrite their living code, he could alter their living record, or, in the case of the dead things, their dead records. When the dead things had thousands of runes engraved across their bodies, they realized too late that the output of their true sources was gradually being cut off. Their bodies could no longer express it freely, which gave the tendrils of ruination more freedom to unravel their existence, as even more golden runes latched onto their dead true sources. When 1,000,000 runes were branded into their forms, more than half of their true source output was severed. OOH, they roared in maddened defiance, while opposite them, the figure of the origin singed watched Noah, his expression carved from stone. Once over half of their true sources were bound and suppressed, the unraveling through ruination intensified. Their bodies were consumed, wrapped in countless crimson tendrils, and then, hundreds of millions of golden runes locked into their essence. Soon after, their dead true sources ceased all expression. What they could express was no longer their own, the codes of existence themselves bound to their essence, rewriting their very function, sealing their ability to even spread their weavings. It was a horrifying act, and as it took form, Noah floated toward the two bound dead things. Their forms shimmered, incandescent golden runes glowing across their surfaces, engraved deep into the framework of their existence. He stood before them, ice cold, hands clenched. The runes binding them flickered and began to tear them apart. Noah was literally ripping them to pieces. He was furious, he was livid. Give me your memories, HUUM, give me your records, WAA, give me everything. He hadn't gotten what he needed from Bob, so he took it out on these two, and in doing so, he scattered their remnants into the cradle of purity, officially and personally destroying two dead things almost entirely by his own power as the wary origin singed floated nearby. Gaze sharp, even then, his eyes flickered again. Changed and altered, he looked inward, and what he sensed stopped his weavings cold. Something was devouring his true source, a sensation so vast and terrible that it should have been impossible not to notice, yet here it was, eclipsing over half his true source before he even felt it. This had been happening for some time, likely ever since his weavings of existence had been rewound. Healed, when, his eyes flared with light. He looked at the back of the entity tearing the dead things apart, one man. Against a half-shattered white wheel of existence sunk into his chest, nearly collapsed, had managed to reverse the unraveling. But in that act of reversal, he had done something. What did you do to me? The origin singed size burned as he shouted the question across the space between them. What had Noah done? Noah didn't turn. Didn't glance back at the flaming white gold body of the being whose weavings he disapproved of. His reply came low and sharp, I did nothing. I simply didn't move to correct anything. He had seen the great usurper's weavings within the wheel, had seen him use Bob's necrotizing strike, the one that shattered an absolute complex true source of existence. A strike that should have ended someone like the origin singed, and Noah had simply let it happen. He might have even helped. Because, you don't seem to be using the true source of the singed well enough. Let someone else do it on your behalf. His words, cold as the abyss, landed like blades. The origin singed's face twisted, knowing over half of his weavings were no longer his own, commandeered by something else. The wheel weaves as the wheel weaves, he said stiffly, maintaining a hold on his composure. But the wheel will not stand for this, a threat. Thinly veiled, the wheel would not allow one of its protectors to be usurped, but Noah never looked back. He kept ripping apart the weavings of two dead things. His reply, what could you possibly know of what the wheel wants? And doesn't want? HUUM. With that, the body of the origin singed began to tremble. Behind him, the illusion of a flickering white wheel of existence pulsed, then blinked in and out of view. A moment passed, then his body went completely still. Seconds later, his head rose, his expression shifted, and then, a wide grin bloomed on his face. Holy shit, the voice was not the origin singed's, it belonged to someone else, to the great usurper. He lifted his hands, staring at them, at the vibrant true source bubbling inside him. Then turned toward the shattered illusion of the white wheel behind him, and grinned wider. Even if it's broken, he said, awed, the remnants of an absolute complex true source are fantastic. I used a shred of their last authority to conduct the quickest and most thorough subjugation of a source. His voice surged with power. In mere moments, he had seized one of the mightiest true source entities born of the wheel and made it his. A radiant true source, flickering with corruption and purity alike, danced across his fingertips. Remnants of a dead absolute complex true source still burned within his soul. Noah finally turned, looking at his old friend. His voice came calm, the living and the dead don't mix. So how do your weavings feel? The great usurper stood within the body of the origin singed, cloaked in dead souls from Bob's weavings, bathed in the true source of another. He smiled, my existence remains living. And with these pure flames of the origin singed, I can purge all traces of dead sources. But, he tilted his head slightly, eyes distant, all weavings of dead things are calling to me now. I'm getting faster. More precise at usurping the souls of the dead. It's like they're missing something vital, something that makes it easier for my weavings to spread. I think, he paused, then nodded, I think I'll chase more dead things. Head to the infinite ravines, where this guy just was. You good down here? The great usurper's path shimmered into existence before him, and as Noah finished clearing the wheel of existence of all remaining dead things, the only ones that remained were already waiting. In the Infinite Ravines, Chapter 3677, Point of No Return v. The living and the dead did not mix. This statement seemed to be an absolute truth that remained staunch, and yet, as always exceptions existed, that which used to be the origin singed was struck by a half-shattered dead absolute complex true source, nearly causing his existence to collapse. But at that critical moment, the intervention of Noah and the weavings of the great usurper striking at the same time allowed something fantastical to be born. The old origin Singed, who had lived for millions of years, was no more. His pure flames were now under the control of the great usurper, who found a surprising connection in calling to the dead things. The living was being drawn toward the dead, and for reasons unknown, it was unfathomably easier for him to expand his efforts of usurpation upon them than anyone else. Noah looked at the figure of the great usurper as he acclimated to his new body and gave a light nod. No other dead things exist in these weavings of the wheel. At this moment, the only possible source of trouble remains the infinite ravines. Be careful there, he offered the warning to his old friend, who smiled toward him and gave a light nod as his body began to burn with white gold flames. To this day, I can never quite get a handle on the progression of power. When I took over the body of an existence-severing entity, I looked at the very concept of existence they severed and thought to myself, wow, this is absolutely incredible. Then I took over a pioneer, then a lesser source, a greater source, a prime source. Every single one made me feel and see more. Now, I've got my hands on a true source, someone at the harmonized sourcebound icon complexity stage, apparently. And who knows what lies beyond this? The great usurper spoke with a smile full of melancholy, as if he was both expectant and cautious of what the future held. Noah looked toward him, his calm weaving settling, as he replied, true sources are the apex of complexity in existence, yet they are also stages filled with countless wonders. They rely on both the purity and complexity of existence. You'll gain complexity fairly easily, the main issue is purity. But you did take over the body of the origin Singed, one of the purest existences due to his concept. So maybe you'll be okay in that field as well. For the infinite ravines, do you want to come to the same region where I am with a few others? Or, Noah posed the question, but the great usurper shook his head vehemently, the same gateway domus as you? Not in a million years. I assume you'll clear it fairly soon, it might be empty of dead things right after. Ashmole had a point when he spoke about you and your flow. It's far too massive. You absorb everything around you. Your flow is bigger than mine, as you're the one person I never wanted to compete against when it comes to resources. When there's an overabundance of them, I'll be there. And with the memories of the origin Singed, what lies beyond the infinite ravines may be even more confounding, with countless opportunities waiting. But, one step at a time. One step at a time, the great usurper made his decision. Noah nodded, watching as his old friend returned the gesture. His body began to flicker with a terrifying array of complexity as he took a step and disappeared. I'll keep in touch. And I'll keep looking for Bob. He completely isolated me in the white wheel of existence, which he then destroyed, as if he knew that someday he would need to do that to deal with me and multiple other issues. Among all the enemies we've faced, this one is different. He feels like us, like someone supported by the very weavings of reality and existence. The words of the great usurper resonated across the restoring frequency of light as Noah gave a light nod, watching as the weaving of his old friend vanished into the weave and headed toward the infinite ravines. Bob was like them. This became more and more true over time. Of all the beings in his entire wheel law of existence, Bob was the only one whose flow exceeded all others, a singular product of an entire absolute complex true source. Their first clash had ended. But he would return. When he did, Noah wanted to eliminate the sense of competition completely, to become so advanced in both purity and complexity of existence that even if Bob was 10 or 100 times stronger than before, there would be ultimate closure by the time they met again. He affirmed this silently as he examined his own existence. The true sources of the Singed existence, ruination, and runes burned within him. For true sources of existence, within his cradle of purity, he was drawing in multiple dead things, as they offered immense purity and complexity resources he would soon allocate with purpose, and his last Monday of power was nearly finished forming a new system of existence. Once complete, his true source atlas of existence would be whole. There was much left to do, but he progressed steadily, ensuring the very weavings of existence around him didn't collapse. Ruination would continue journeying across multiple frequencies of the wheel to obtain whatever shattered remnants and pieces remained, moving toward becoming a full ruined mini-R wheel of existence. If she could become an absolute complex true source, it would mean another burst of complexity, ensuring Noah could handle any future battles effortlessly. And then, there was the infiniverse megalos, a wonder with complexity larger than any frequency he had experienced so far, perhaps rivaled only by the true frequency of the singed. Within this construct resided his family and his people. Whenever he made tremendous leaps in complexity and power, they followed. At this moment, they had entire frequencies of existence as their playground. It would be a time of preparation and of savoring the wonders that came with the complexity of existence as they readied themselves for whatever Bob or any other dead thing dared to throw their way. Chapter 3678, Point of No Return 6, one body of his finished up in the frequency of light. Another body of his remained in the true frequency of the singed. He looked at the necrotizing, shattered piece of a white wheel of existence that floated within his constraints and bindings as he surveyed this frequency. It no longer had its origin singed. He looked at the many singed who were gravely injured, as well as the figures of Emmeline and Masara. They no longer had an origin singed to rely on at this moment, and Noah was all they had left. Did that make him the true origin singed? His gaze sharpened at such a weaving of an idea as he turned and looked toward the direction Bob had been trying so hard to reach. Toward where the very core weavings of the wheel of existence should be, as one man gazed over the endless weavings of the wheel and what could possibly lie at their very center, across the endless weave, where one could cross to enter countless frequencies or step into the infinite ravines. Within the infinite ravines themselves, inside a gateway domus filled with shattered mirrors reflecting absolutely nothing, and here, the Omnifather could be seen sitting atop a fractured mirror, his form brilliantly massive and so vast that his sunken head alone had once been mistaken for a dying star. His body was etched with ever-changing glyphs, ancient symbols of possible existences long collapsed. His flesh gleamed with multicolored brilliance, not like a rainbow, but like refracted stardust from a billion different parallel weavings of existence, constantly shifting in hue, tone, and density as if he were made from every plane of existence stitched together. Yet he looked truly worn. Tired, sunken eyes, vast enough to hold the reflections of galaxies, stared downward, weighed by the burden of eons. His face was aged, wrinkled by gravity itself, time folding over it like paper too long exposed to the elements. His back was hunched, shoulders curled inward, as if the pressure of existence still rested upon them. The Omnifather was the singular wielder of the true source of versality. Was the origin of variation, a source of infinite possibility and adaptation. Versality was the power to embody, merge, or reinterpret every other possibility out there. It had limitless fluidity. However, this blessing was also a curse. Versality never ceases. It shifts endlessly, pulling on him, draining him, never allowing rest, as even his existence must change. Thus, he appeared fractured and weary of being endlessly rewriting himself, bearing the totality of all the possible forms he could be. It was why, when he failed existence severing, he did not perish. There were countless other possibilities of him that did not fail, so he simply pulled upon them. He made his mistakes, a great deal of them. In fact, his sunken eyes thought about the dead thing he had led in countless years ago, because he simply wanted to return into the weavings of the will. The dead thing, HUUM, in his thoughts, the massive figure of the Omnifather was forced to raise his head as he felt the terrifying glow of a dead thing's complexity erupting across the gateway domus he protected. And when he looked, he found this dead thing looking back at him, shooting across the domus as if it were coming from the direction of the wheel of existence itself, as if it was leaving the wheel of existence, crossing the gateway domus, and heading out toward the null vein gravewake folds. The Omnifather looked at the dead thing, his eyes trembling in incredulity and shock. The dead thing, Bob, surrounded by a dazzling dead absolute complex true source of existence, looked back at him. Their gazes locked briefly before Bob's cold, apathetic eyes turned away from the Omnifather, as if he had merely observed someone inconsequential, but the Omnifather was shaken. That was Bob, a watcher of the Wheelomachy, the disciple of the first watcher, but he was a dead thing, and as the Omnifather looked at the black wheel of existence around Bob, he went ashen as he recognized that wheel. It was the same one that had wrapped around a tentacled creature, a dead thing he had once let into the wheel and hunted down himself to kill and eradicate, as it had ruined his tremendous purity and prevented him from becoming a resplendent monad. But they were one and the same, and now it was leaving the wheel of existence. The more the Omnifather thought about it, the more ashen he became as he imagined disastrous consequences. Stop, he roared, his billowing true source of versality erupting. But the blinding black brilliance covering Bob was far too intricate and complex. Bob did not even glance behind him as he continued to tear across the gateway domus until he flickered out of existence. The Omnifather breathed heavily as he stared at the scene, his eyes pulsed with lividity and rage as he roared, his body splitting apart as one of him surged ahead, following where Bob had vanished into the null vein gravewake folds, where rare were the entities of the wheel of existence who dared to go. Unless they had abandoned their posts, past a gateway domus. And into the null vein gravewake folds, boom, the unmaking of existence thundered out as the figure of Bob crossed a doorway and made a clean exit, appearing in an area filled with overlapping folds of existence and non-existence stretching out endlessly in all directions. From where he came, one could barely make out a flicker of life amid all the death. It looked like a shattered mirror barely discernible amidst the obsidian folds of collapse, paradox, and fragmented existence hidden between the folds of the null vein gravewake folds, where the entrance to the gateway domus he had just exited lay. The moment he arrived in the null vein gravewake folds, his body began to brim with a terrifying sense of complexity as if unshackled. Black and white brilliance erupted from the absolute complex true source of existence that bathed over Bob, and in the next moment, whap, black and white separated, in the null vein gravewake folds, two Bobs, one white. One black appeared, the white Bob looked weary and tired, while the black Bob met his eyes with a cold gaze, his voice echoing out, "You tried things your way for millions of years, and look where that brought us." The black Bob shone with interminable luminosity, his complexity was rising ever higher, while his purity remained constant. His voice echoed, resonating with the weavings of collapse all around. "I'll take it from here." WAA, Chapter 3679, Point of No Return 7, he would take it from here. The version of Bob that shone with an obsidian luster spoke, his voice low and final, as a terrifying level of complexity radiated from his body in waves. The other Bob, bathed in white light and brilliance, said nothing. His silence felt ancient, as if it carried the weight of millions of years spent drifting through the null vein gravewake folds and the wheel of existence. He simply floated, silent, as the obsidian Bob reached out and grasped the black absolute complex true source of existence. With a slow breath, he clutched it tightly. Then, using his left hand now transformed into a crescent-shaped blade, he cleaved open his own chest in one swift strike. No blood spilled. There was none left to give. Bob pushed the black wheel of existence into the gaping wound, inch by agonizing inch, until the entirety of the dead absolute complex true source of existence was sealed inside him. Into his being. It was a choice with no return. Even if he found what he was searching for, the one thing whose presence was rumored to be hidden deep in the wheel of existence, even if he discovered the loom, this act made certain he could never reclaim the status of the living. "I will ensure her weavings remain untouched. I will find that at all costs, and I will bring her back from the fate of a dead thing. I will see her smile again. No matter what, for her, he would give up everything for her, even this, the irreversible union with a dead absolute complex true source of existence." He had passed the threshold, a point of no return. There would be no going back. But this was only the beginning. The obsidian Bob turned to the white Bob, his complexity rising in terrifying bursts of light as he spoke, his voice cold and resolute. "Rest, WAA, you've worked hard all these years," he added, softer now. "You can rest." The expression on the white Bob was heavy, worn. He closed his eyes like a soldier laying down his sword, and in the next breath, his body dissolved into radiant light, disappearing into the obsidian form of the other Bob. His form now shimmered with layers of radiant waves, and as he exhaled, he turned his gaze toward a far-off direction, speaking aloud, though more to himself than anyone else. "You shattered my home looking for answers about the loom, the pyrene of existence. You know more about it than anyone I've ever encountered. But what would you do if you knew where its weavings might be hidden?" His words carried the weight of choices his other self would have never made, because the one he spoke of, that entity, was something else entirely. A being that had laid waste to entire frequencies with nothing but a thought in his wheel of existence, a creature that, when disappointed by what lay at the core of an absolute complex true source of existence, had simply devoured its carescence and shattered it. What if that being entered the scene, another irreversible point, and, stop, a booming roar thundered from a shimmering doorway buried within the null vein gravewake folds. The Omnifather emerged, a furious giant, his multicolored brilliance flared with rage, harmonized sourcebound icon complexity blazing from his form as he stared down. "Bob, have you been active in the wheel all these years? What have you done? What have you done?" Boom, versality exploded into existence, a brilliance of infinite possibilities and cascading variations, and still, Bob stared back coldly. And tapped, a single tap, as if the very folds themselves, the paradox, the collapse, the unknown, answered to him. A wave of terrifying complexity surged forward, wrapping around the Omnifather's radiant power. In a blink, possibilities vanished, variations shattered. The weavings of the null vein gravewake folds crushed the Omnifather's might, until all that remained was a glimmering crystallized true source. The obsidian Bob raised his hand, drew the crystal in and swallowed it. Then, his gaze turned to the shattered, mirror-like doorway that led into the infinite ravines of the Wheel of Existence, a place where the weavings of Noah Osmont lingered. He spoke coldly, his words laced with time-worn gravity. Existence is but a stage. All the living and the dead are merely players. Each has their entrance, and each an exit. Each has a role before they fade. It's not a matter of if. Only when, heavy. Ancient, his form flickered, and then he vanished. A streak of light swallowed by the immeasurable depth of the null-vein gravewake folds. He had just decimated a true source that had reached the height of harmonized sourcebound icon complexity. Even if it was merely half a body conjured through the hands of the Omnifather, it had still fallen. The reasons were layered, partly because of the terrifying transformation Bob had undergone, partly because the folds themselves favored the dead. In this realm of collapse and paradox, the weavings of dead things surged with twice, even thrice the power compared to the living. So yes, extinguishing a true source happened in an instant, and moments after the Omnifather fell, whap! A new burst of multicolored brilliance lit the air. A weakened, worn visage of the Omnifather emerged, trembling. He had less than a tenth of his original complexity and purity. Still, he lived. He inhaled ragged breaths, his body trembling from death's touch, and stared at the shattered entrance of his domus. Without a word, he flew back into it. Silence reigned, only the eerie howls of complexity echoed across the region of the null-vein gravewake folds, until, bzzzt, from the darkness, an illusory nine-pointed star bloomed, and a man stepped forth. His face was peaceful but troubled. He had waited here, guided by the whisper of his own weavings, believing he would find peace. Instead, he had witnessed a force he could not comprehend. He had watched a being he could not see through. Walk away after speaking utterly ominous words. Chapter 3680, Point of No Return 8. Existence is but a stage. All the living and the dead are merely players on this stage. Every single one will have their entrance and their exit. Those words echoed in the peacemaker's mind as he sighed, eyes drifting down to the enneagram pulsing on his chest. This was supposed to bring me peace? I don't like it. Where are the last remnants that'll complete you? A full absolute complex true source, that's the only thing that'll give me peace when facing someone like him. And he's leaving. Probably to return with reinforcements. We need to get you ready. Fast, he spoke to the enneagram as it began to hum, glowing with brilliance that poured across his form before his illusory image vanished, swallowed by the folds of the null-vein gravewake. Within the weavings of the wheel's flow, in the prime frequency of the end, the infiniverse megalos. The infiniverse megalos could shrink to the size of a grain of sand, yet span across uncharted light years. There, in a far-flung corner, the Queen of Matter hovered, studying the massive vein in the shape of an infinity symbol. Books spun excitedly around her, each one alive with pulsing light as she floated in a white dress that shimmered like the remnants of forgotten stars. Where to start? Where to start? The lost harem members? The only son of the true emperor of quintessence? The left-behind primogenitors? The hot beach boy, Erickson? I am? Ugh, I can't choose, she smiled, twirling. So many fables she'd only read about, and now, she could finally meet them. But then, her laughter faded into a sigh. I know the fate of existence is kind of hanging by a thread. Is now really the time to meet my heroes? What she wanted to do and what she should do clashed inside her, and yet her resolve hardened. The true emperor of quintessence will handle Bob and any other existential messes. I'll help in my own way. I don't need to change who I am, do I? Especially since I have this. She turned, glancing over her shoulder. Behind her dress stretched illusory strings, vast, radiant threads connecting her to the very infiniverse megalos. Her source had been altered permanently by its power. Her complexity and purity surged upward. She was rising into the realm of those she'd once called legends. Eventually, anyways, and if that was the case, I'll meet all those I only read about before. And I'll start with. She opened a glowing book. Her hand pressed a name that lit up in starlit gold. Shadowguard, Knight, Ho-Hu. Ho-Hu. She must have written volumes on Queen Adelaide and the others. You're first. She shot forward like a comet, her source guiding her straight to the fable she longed to meet. A short distance away, still within the megalos, an illusory figure, the infiniverse megalos body, watched it all with calm poise. Her expression thoughtful, her eyes shifted to a distant corner of reality before she spoke aloud. Master, I wish to come with you. To see what you are about to see, her voice sent a message across existence. To Noah, what he was about to witness, it was located within the true frequency of the singed, the absolute complex true source, the wheel of existence. She didn't have to wait long. Noah replied simply, "Come," then, existence buzzed, complexity pulsed, and then, she disappeared, in the true frequency of the singed. Noah flew forward, streaking across seas of flames, waves growing more intense and more concentrated with every mile. White gold gave way to pure white. The color of the heart of existence itself. The further he went, the more condensed and pure the flames became, until a rift appeared in the distance. Nothing grand, just a simple white tear in space, exuding terrifying purity. Just as he neared, space warped, and the Infiniverse Megalo's body appeared beside him. The Infiniverse Megalo's body was akin to an embodiment of boundless reality as she stood like an existential empress woven from the threads of existence itself. She wore a flowing dress of radiant white and gold. Its fabric seemingly spun from the starlight of collapsed megalos. Inlaid across the dress were countless gems shaped like endless loops, symbols of infinity that shimmered with shifting hues, each gem echoing a different pantheonic megalos within the Infiniverse. Her hair, a cascading waterfall of white brilliance, fell past her shoulders like the remnants of forgotten manna. Her gaze was ageless as her eyes exuded wisdom, command, and unshakable poise. She had come entirely ready to see the core of the absolute complex true source. Noah smiled, extending his hand. She took it, serene and steady. Together, they walked forward, past waves of roaring complexity, and into the white rift that only revealed itself in the deepest core of the true frequency of the singed. Together, they stepped through, their very weavings trembled and vibrated as purity and complexity slammed against them like tidal waves. Had they come without the protection of a true source, they would have perished instantly. As the barrage settled, Noah opened his eyes. Before him lay an endless sea of white and gold, glowing with impossible brilliance and larger than many frequencies of existence combined. And within this sea floated fragments, remnants of a shattered wheel, white spokes, gold spokes, silver spokes. Scattered traces in ancient pieces drifting, suspended, across the existential tide, yet in the far distance, he saw it, a smidge of something enormous. Something whole, not shattered, not fractured, a corner, just a glimpse of an intact white gold wheel. A genuine wheel of existence, but even that was not what held his gaze. At the very center of the white gold sea between them and the wheel, stood a man, an old man, with wisps of white hair. He wore a simple robe of white. A golden blindfold veiled his face, his wrinkled skin glowing faintly with serenity and age, a blindfolded elder, standing where the core of the wheel of existence should be. Noah's eyes narrowed, because the purity radiating from this being, it surpassed anyone he had ever encountered so far. Chapter 3681, The Breaking of the Wheel. An old man with white hair and a white robe, with a golden blindfold on his face. Noah looked at such a being as they floated serenely in a sea of white gold brilliance. Everything around seemed filled with waves of radiant purity, and this being himself seemed to account for more than half of all that purity. It was an existence that stood in an area which contained the core weavings of the very wheel of existence. So what exactly could such a being represent? Noah was not a fan of riddles as he and the Infiniverse Megalo's body moved closer across the vast white gold sea while Noah's voice echoed out, "An old man with a blindfold where the very core of the weavings of the wheel is. Who might Sir be?" His tone was that of calm, regal dignity blooming as he asked such a question, and opposite them, the old man did not raise his gaze or look toward them, as if he were truly blind. He simply remained in his current position, floating while standing within an endless sea of purity. His lips moved as he replied with an ancient voice, and if one heard it, they could distinctly notice the fact that such a voice had not been used frequently, as if the speaker had not opened his mouth for millions or billions of years. It carried that sense of age and profundity. "I am the witness, a grandiose distinction for any entity that would be in a place deeper than even the origin singed had been." Noah was focused on this being, as his own distinction as the weaver of existence sought to unravel and understand the identity of everything before him. Meanwhile, the figure of the Infiniverse Megalo's body wasn't even looking at the old man, as her gaze was on the distant, massive section of the white gold wheel of existence swimming in this vast and endless sea of purity. This was her main focus, as she was here to see and understand what it meant to be an absolute complex true source of existence, the witness. Noah said these words with care as he proceeded to continue, "And what exactly does the witness witness? I deal with a great deal of mysteries and complexities every single day lately. I find myself liking simplicity and answers to mysteries more than anything." His words echoed out as he affirmed that the being he was looking at had a level of purity that exceeded the quasi-resplendent monad that was the great beyonder at this moment. If their power was so high, were they the actual final defender of the wheel of existence? If Bob had managed to get through, would this be the final safeguard the wheel of existence had to stop everything? After the old man was asked such a question, his lips formed a wizened, crescent smile as he waved his hands. I see histories old and young. I see weavings of existence that occur, and countless others that do not occur. I witnessed the flow of the wheel of existence, as well as the entities swimming within this flow, making up an interconnected web of existence. I witnessed the feats of men and women across countless frequencies of the wheel. I witnessed the feats of Noah Osmont and all the possibilities he could be. I witnessed the feats of the Infiniverse Megalos and all that she could be. Would you like to see all the possibilities that I witness? Grandiose words that caused Noah's mind to buzz echoed out from this being as he asked whether Noah would like to see the countless possibilities he witnessed, and at such a question, Noah became stern as he replied calmly, "Humor me, the old man who could not see." The witness nodded as he waved his hands, causing the eruption of countless illusory screens to fill everything around him. The illusory screens showed a great deal of things, but at this moment, the face of the Infiniverse Megalo's body filled the screens. One screen showed her in the expanses, as she alone stood against watchers of the Wheelomachy while devouring everything around her. One screen showed her in the Megalos beyond, standing before a massive pantheon that swallowed everything. Countless outer versal morphons standing against her. Another screen showed the Infiniverse Megalo's body radiating a terrifying level of power, her mouth wide open, akin to an existential vacuum. As she swallowed an entire frequency of existence, in many of the illusory screens displaying variations of the Infiniverse Megalos, she was conducting different versions of actions, but for the most part, the vast majority showed her devouring the very weavings of existence themselves into her being. I witnessed the echoes of existence of the one you brought here. The witness spoke as he waved his hand and the illusory screens changed. I witnessed the echoes of existence of the one you walk with across frequencies, right now devouring shattered remnants of the wheel. The many illusory screens shifted to now display Ruination. Now they displayed her figure in multiple forms. In one screen, she was waving her hands toward an entire frequency of existence as it was painted red and began to descend into ruin. In another illusory screen, she sat upon a crimson throne inside Megalos Nihilus, as legions of creatures born of antimatter swirled around her. In many other screens, she was shown within the lands of hell terra firma, her figure crossing through while followed by countless races of beings. In one screen, she was a primordial cosmic treasure that remained floating inside the universe, imposing cycles of ruin again and again. And again, it showed countless possibilities and variations, as Noah looked at all of them with a cold gaze and spoke out. Echoes of existence, the witness had called them echoes of existence, and he nodded at Noah's question as he replied, yes. Echoes. Possibilities of what was, or what could be. For some, they are parallel versions of the existence they are. You might even possibly see or observe them within the veiled frequencies of existence. In the unstable frequencies of possibilities. Would you like to see your own possibilities? Your own echoes of existence? The witness asked such a question as Noah's gaze became unfathomably stern, and yet he still nodded. Chapter 3682, The Breaking of the Wheel 2. The old man with the blindfold waved his hands again, as the screens proceeded to change one more time. Countless screens, by the thousands, flickered and changed from displaying variations of ruination. And yet when they changed to display Noah's variations, the countless screens were actually blank. They showed nothing. There was only a single screen reflecting the same image of him at this very moment. All of the other screens had absolutely nothing. The scene was heart-shaking. The witness held an impassive gaze as he revealed a singular screen of variation, a singular screen of possibility. Out there, across the endless threads of reality, there are countless possibilities and parallel weavings of existence. And yet for you, your possibilities seem to be dragged in and contained within a single weaving of existence. Why is that? The witness asked that question. Out there, across the parallel weavings of existence, across the frequencies of existence, one might find different versions of Barbados, Adelaide, Athena. Even echoes of existence for the Infiniverse Megalos and Ruination, reflections of what they could be, based on their current weavings of complexity, but they wouldn't be able to find Noah. And as the question settled like thunder in the silence, Noah's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance, his words slicing through the moment like a tyrannical blade. Should the witness not be the one to tell me why and explain these mysteries? You stand at the very core of the wheel of existence. The things you see and know should be innumerable, right? So tell me, what theories do you have? What possibilities can I ponder myself? He asked with a cold gaze, and the old man in the blindfold simply shook his head. I do not know, the wheel of existence does not know. You rose and entered the flow of the wheel in a way that forced even the wheel to look at you, recognize you. To accept you. I believe you were always there. You were born of its weavings. And yet somehow, your possibilities and variations were nowhere to be found. I do not know. And neither does the wheel. There was a time I worked very, very hard to witness where those possibilities might have been as you began to encompass a dense flow of existence. As he spoke, the old man with the golden blindfold waved his hand, and 3 of the once empty screens filled with life. They showed Noah on his blue planet. One screen showed him living peacefully with his mother and father. A harmonious, happy family. It showed him growing up, becoming a doctor. No apocalypse, no beasts or demons. Another screen showed him burying his parents while still very young. The weight of loss forging him into a tyrant and underground boss who lived for control. A third screen revealed him with a family of his own. A woman with golden hair. A pet eagle. 3 children gathered around a dining table, laughing, eating, living. The witness displayed these as he slowly shook his head. The amount of weavings required just to pull up these 3 could birth 1,000 frequencies, and these possibilities. They only existed before you ever touched mana. After that, not even the wheel could find a single echo of your existence. Even those of immense power leave variants, trails of echoes. Look around you. They all do. But you don't. Are you? Now the old man hesitated, as if unsure how to ask the question that weighed down his chest. Noah remained still, and after a pause that echoed across existence, the question finally fell, are you alive? Boom, the witness, who stood at the core of the wheel of existence, was asking Noah if he was alive. Bzzzt. The figure of the infiniverse megalo's body turned cold at the question. A terrifying complexity radiated from her, pressing down on the witness like a storm. Her energy whispered one simple thing: how dare you? And still, the witness bore it, shaking his head slowly. Don't misunderstand me. It's a genuine question. Look at the living. And the dead. The dead have fewer possibilities, just faint echoes. But before they were dead, they brimmed with potential. Because all dead things were once alive. All broken wheels of existence were once whole. Do you know why they died? Do you know the true nature of the wheels of existence? The true nature of the wheels of existence. Noah's mind buzzed with the weight of it. His thoughts vibrating as he answered coldly, then enlighten me. The old man smiled. His golden blindfold flickered as he waved his hand once more, causing the countless screens to vanish, replacing them with what had always surrounded them: the endless white gold sea and the shattered remnants of the wheel, the spokes, the traces, the pieces, and far away, the distant white gold wheel, only a single section of it visible. The witness extended a hand to all of it, speaking with a voice carved from utter majesty. For there to be remnants, something must have broken. For there to be shattered pieces of the wheel of existence, the wheel itself must have fractured. The wheel of existence had to be shattered. For traces and pieces to drift across frequencies, Noah's weavings pulsed. His very distinction as the weaver of existence whispered that these words were truth, and yet, he turned his head to stare at the distant white gold wheel, still so pristine, still so whole. And the blindfold on the witness shimmered as he spoke again, serene and powerful. Shall I show you? The first breaking of the wheel, as those words rang out, a colossal screen of brilliance bloomed behind him, stretching the length of an entire omniverse. Lesser minds would have shattered just trying to comprehend it, but for Noah and the infiniverse megalos, it was but a glance that held everything. And on that screen, he spanning stars and systems and the spaces between, he saw a radiant, verdant wheel of existence, unfathomably vast, floating serenely in an endless emerald sea. Its colossal spokes blazed with quintillions of ancient runes, and towering waves of complexity rippled around it, each surge humming with dense concentrations of impossibly pure existence. It pulsed with life, with serenity, with transcendence, with power that defied all reason, a green wheel of existence. And the witness simply said, this Was the first breaking of the wheel, chapter 3683, the breaking of the wheel 3, the first breaking of the wheel. The witness uttered those words just as. Behind him, a massive screen the size of an omniverse bloomed into existence, but it didn't feel like any random screen, it felt real. It felt like they were looking at a grand record etched into the very fabric of existence, and as if to confirm it, Noah and the Infiniverse Megalo's body locked eyes with the golden blindfolded figure of the witness. In his ancient voice, he called out to them, green gold tendrils emanating from his hands, floating mere inches away, if you allow me. You can experience the record of the first breaking of the wheel yourself, as the witness. I have seen it. I have preserved it. And at this moment, I can show it in a true sense by allowing you to experience it yourselves. To experience the first breaking of the wheel, even the idea was terrifying. Noah's weavings of existence burned brilliantly, his true sources analyzing the green gold tendril before him as he coldly reached for it. The tendril radiated a terrifying purity and complexity far beyond the mythic signature of the great Beyonder. It held a true source Noah hadn't yet fully understood, but he recognized it with a sense of familiarity. He gave a light nod to his construct beside him. As he grabbed the tendril, an incandescent green gold brilliance bathed everything nearby, and then, part of his consciousness was pulled elsewhere, to another weaving of existence entirely, to the flow of an age lost to eons. To the record of the first breaking of the wheel. Ha, little witness, are you really dozing off right now? Shouldn't you act out your name and title and be here to witness this grandiose event? The voice stirred Noah from what felt like a deep reverie, an impossibly long dream. In the depths of his existence, the stellar obsidian radiance of his true source of existence buzzed, anchoring him. He knew who he was. This was a record. This was the dream. He spread his senses outward. He was in a small body, young, maybe a teenager. But his eyes couldn't see. A green blindfold wrapped around them, tied neatly at the back of his head. His robe was simple white and green, covering him from top to bottom. Even when he looked inward, he found a calm, silent true source at the nascent sourcebearer complexity level. It was the true source of continuity. This was the true source of the witness, but the real shock was his surroundings. An endless green sea, scattered across it like radiant archipelagos were frequency havens, self-contained microfrequencies tethered to the sea's flow, all converging toward a resplendent, green wheel of existence. The frequency havens pulsed with their own unique source structures. One was a floating citadel of harmonic crystal and firelight. Another, a storm reef of volatile plasma and temporal sand. Some shimmered with lunar ice that sang waves of complexity. Others swirled through labyrinths of compressed gravity and spectral flora of existence, and they were guarded not by ordinary entities, but by those who burned with the light of true sources. The most powerful of them were resplendent monads and converged architects. Monads and architects. Though Noah's eyes were blind, his senses, his true source, saw clearly. He could feel the presence and expressions of dozens of these entities, an overwhelming intensity of purity. A staggering depth of complexity. Some sat calmly atop their frequency havens. Others talked among themselves or with those of lower standing. On many havens, Noah sensed resplendent monads smiling and conversing with harmonized sourcebound icons and nascent sourcebearers, who gazed at them with respect. This was a different age, a different record, a different weaving of existence, one where beings of average, moderate, and high purity and complexity existed in breathtaking abundance. Even the frequency haven he stood upon spanned the size of a standard omniverse, its complexity exponentially greater. Waves of verdant gold light shimmered around him. Complexity was everywhere, even the one who woke him. Noah turned to find a burly, muscular man in a loose, stellar green robe. His body burned with green flames, vibrant with life and vitality. When he clapped Noah on the back lightly, the tremors threatened to fracture his source if it had been any harder. Profundity radiated from him. His eyes, expectant and vibrant, glowed with high purity and complexity. He was both a resplendent monad and a converged architect. All who wanted to be here to witness the wheel's change are here, he said. Many came from the infinite ravines trading places to witness this moment themselves. What do you think, little witness? What are we about to witness with the wheel of existence? The terrifying existence posed the question, and Noah found his lips moving as though this young body were playing out a perfect record. How should I know? We're all just watching the first of existence. And Monad Romulus. I know you know exactly what level of purity and complexity your source has reached. If you keep hitting me like that, you'll shatter my weavings next time. His voice was laced with annoyance and grumbling, completely unlike the deep, ancient tone of the witness he and the Infiniverse Megalo's body had observed not long ago, and still, despite the grumblings, Monad Romulus only laughed and beckoned to others gathered in the distance. Hey, Monad Gideon, Architect Reyna. Come give this kid a few more smacks. He doesn't seem to know what's good for him. I was helping his true source grow stronger with every slap and he complains about it. Laughter rippled through the resplendent monads and converged architects as the witness turned toward them with a mixture of fondness and frustration. They were his mentors. His teachers. The ones who had guided him across existence. He knew they meant well. And now, he had to take this moment seriously. He had to witness. Time passed as those terrifyingly complex entities communicated, a display of harmony and wonder in this forgotten age. Until finally, it begins, chapter 3684, the breaking of the wheel 4, the voice of resplendent Monad Romulus rang out from this frequency haven, echoing across the vibrant, stellar green sea. His gaze and the gaze of many others turned toward the distant, verdant wheel of existence that had begun to radiate a terrifying brilliance, the transformation of the wheel of existence. With their level of power, they all felt the shift coming, but none of them knew what it truly meant, or what would come next. They only knew that the wheel of existence, the very force that had shouldered and sheltered them since their youth like an umbrella woven from stars as they grew in power and complexity, had to transform. It wasn't even a matter of choice. This change, whatever it was, had to happen. It was bound to happen, and they were here to witness it. To support it. Would it hold the answer to the infinite ravines and the unending assaults of the living and the dead? None of them knew, so they watched, and then, everything began to tremble. The wheel of existence became suffused with a terrifying magnitude of complexity. The wheel seemed to gather all that it had been as it surged with a brilliance far greater than anything it had shown before. Beside him, resplendent Monad Romulus chuckled softly, casting his gaze toward a distant point where a lone entity floated unaccompanied, untouchable. Even that guy couldn't stay away. He spoke casually, but his words held weight. Noah turned to look, his eyes pulsing, because even though this figure didn't radiate outward light or display overwhelming power, when one's gaze truly landed on him, the purity and complexity that being held exceeded that of any living resplendent monad or converged architect, a man in a stellar green robe. His face was mostly obscured, yet from this far distance, Noah could see his eyes holding a deep, ancient sadness, as if he already knew what was coming. His deeply green eyes pulsed with an intensity Noah couldn't withstand for long. The transformation had begun, the wheel was changing. A storm of complexity bloomed and converged from every direction as the booming sound of the wheel turning echoed out. The wheel of existence was turning, and even the resplendent monads and converged architects fell silent. All watched as the verdant wheel completed a full turn. The spokes, the surface, every intricate rune etched onto it glowed, each one alive with a level of complexity unattainable by any entity. A complexity that only an absolute complex true source could reach, and then, the wheel overflowing with unimaginable complexity could no longer hold it in. In a brief, breathless moment, it flashed, a wave of blinding brilliance burst outward, revealing quintillions upon quintillions of green threads extending from the wheel, threads that touched every true source in this place, and countless more across frequencies and realities. As if it was borrowing the blessing and complexity of all those it once shielded, and those still seeking shelter beneath it. Noah watched as a pillar of verdant light erupted around the wheel. Its surface began to change. Thick green lines formed, intricate and deliberate, as if the wheel was forging something grander than itself. Every observer felt it. Their complexities buzzed. Their souls stirred. The gains they could draw from this moment, they would ponder for eons. Then, in the next moment, the brilliant green pillar of light distorted and fizzled. Something was missing. The complexity wasn't enough. Something hadn't been achieved. And then, everything turned. It happened far too fast for anyone to stop it. The pillar fizzled out, and a massive fissure split the wheel of existence from top to bottom. Crack, as if his soul had been split. Noah whispered in the body of the witness, "Ah-no." Beside him, Romulus and the others roared in horror. Their bodies ignited with power as they surged toward the wheel. But it was too late. The crack became an unraveling, and in the next instant, the verdant wheel of existence shattered, splintering into countless fragments. It was the breaking of the wheel. Noah saw it all. The witness stood frozen, anchored atop the frequency haven, watching as the impossible unfolded. No one had expected this. They had all anticipated a transformation, a rebirth, something greater. But never this, the full breaking of the wheel was too immense. It unleashed a blinding brilliance, raw complexity surging outward with a light that blinded even the witness. He felt it, the existence around him vanished. He couldn't see. Couldn't feel. Even the blindfold over his eyes, he couldn't sense it. Seconds. Minutes. Days. Eons, time lost all meaning, and then, sensation returned. The witness inhaled foreign air filling his lungs. His chest burned, his true source strained under the weight of new, unfamiliar changes, familiar, yet not, and when his senses returned fully, his body trembled. He looked around, nothing, no one, he was alone, even the green sea. No, it was no longer green. Before his very eyes, the sea shifted from verdant purity to a crimson hue of brilliance. He turned, and where the great wheel had once stood majestic and glorious, a new crimson wheel bloomed, a newborn wheel, glowing faintly. Its complexity was far less than the one before. A fraction of the verdant titan that came before it, but none of that mattered. The witness wept, tears streamed down his face as his senses reached across the sea, over shattered pieces of the wheel, broken remnants of frequency havens, and wild pulses of incomplete true sources. Monad Romulus? Monad Gideon, the witness cried out with all the complexity of his true source of continuity, but there was no answer. He had seen the breaking of the wheel, and now every person he'd ever known was gone. He could still sense the echoes of their lives. He, who had never seen since the day he was born, felt the truth. He instinctively knew. They weren't dead, their true sources hadn't collapsed, so where were they, and why was he the only one left? Monad Romulus, a deep, broken cry tore from his soul, but no answer came, only a blooming, crimson wheel of existence remained. The prior form had undergone the breaking. Chapter 3685, the breaking of the wheel. The green turned to crimson. Vast stretches of sea adopted that crimson allure of brilliance as the hum of a silent, glowing will stretched out across existence. Everything looked altered and yet, somehow, not. Inside the witness, Noah felt it all. He felt the breaking of the wheel with his very existence as his mind surged with static and wonder. The scene replaying over his existence again and again as it was both horrific and beautiful at the same time. A failed transformation, but a transformation into what, and if it failed, how many times had this happened before? Because in this moment, there wasn't just a crimson wheel of existence, but a white gold one. So just how many breakings had there been, how many failures, and where had all the powerful resplendent monads and converged architects gone? Where had those beneath them in power gone? The breaking didn't destroy them, but it was as if the strongest beings tied to the wheel were displaced, flung to unknown realms every time a breaking occurred. As these questions churned, Noah felt the same desolation and quiet grief the witness carried. The green blindfold, shaped by the surrounding sources, slowly changed, its verdant hue bleeding into the crimson shade of the sea around them. The witness was completely blind, relying only on his source. His head turned in the direction of the slowly spinning crimson wheel as he wondered, as he grieved, as he cried, and from then on, he continued to witness. Other weavings of existence thrummed in the moments that followed as the surrounding weavings fractured and broke. The record of an age, one far older than comprehension, came to an end. It showed glimpses of beings who had existed before the first breaking of the wheel. Beings far more powerful than anything currently within the flow of the wheel of existence, and because he had witnessed this, Noah's weavings of existence began to spark with grand possibilities. As the ancient record shattered, his essence snapped back into the present, and even as it did, he could still feel the changes and wonder from what he'd just experienced. The true source of continuity has been understood under a different definition from the true source of the witness. He had lived the first breaking of the wheel by merging with the body of the witness, and the burning true source of this being was open to him, his to explore, because for that brief span of time, it felt like his own body. He'd understood the very definition of continuity from someone else's eyes. Noah's continuity stemmed from the very pillars that held up the foundation of the infiniverse megalos, pillars like entropy, relativity, mana dynamics, and more. And now, his pathway toward the true source of continuity absorbed a new definition, reshaping itself. But that wasn't all. You witnessed the weavings of the resplendent Monad Romulus and gazed upon his true source of entropy, a possible definition of entropy tracing back to the first breaking of the wheel has been obtained by your weavings of existence. His essence thrummed with new potential. His gains weren't singular, but still contained, because in the next moment, his weavings awoke once more, this time in the radiant, white gold seas of brilliance. Beside him, the infiniverse megalo's body released a slight tremble. Her eyes shimmered with returning light, her weavings reigniting with terrifying brilliance. Noah had no clue what truths she'd faced in the vision of the first breaking, but then his mind buzzed again as she began to share her knowledge and memory of it. Noah had taken over the witness to observe, but where had she been? That question lingered until the unthinkable happened. The witness had layered the weavings of the infiniverse megalo's body onto the first wheel of existence. The verdant wheel, unlike Noah, who only observed, she had lived the first breaking. Her weavings trembled. Noah's expression turned grim as his gaze shifted to the distant witness. Even with his golden blindfold, the ravines of sadness surrounding him were palpable. His power was immense. He had chosen Noah to descend into his younger body to observe that cataclysmic moment. And somehow, he had also allowed the infiniverse megalo's body's weavings to be projected onto the wheel that broke, and whatever repercussions or catastrophes might result from this were completely unknown. Because in that moment, the infiniverse megalo's body stood frozen, as if observing and feeling the breaking had done something unexplainable to her. Amid it all, the witness spoke again. That was the first breaking of the wheel. Back then, none of us knew what the change would bring or what the transformation would birth. All those who were there to witness it vanished except me. Where they went, I can only theorize. But after watching a brand new wheel spin and turn, I believe the failure to evolve released a surge of unfathomable complexity that wiped the slate clean. Yet the breaking didn't decimate those tied to the former wheel. It didn't kill. It sent them to other signatures of life. I told myself they had been scattered across different weavings, different wheels of existence. I cannot say if it is true, but it comforted me back then. Since that day, I have witnessed. After the first breaking, I stayed. I watched the wheel turn and weave. I witnessed new true sources bloom under the threads of an absolute complex source, and during all that time, my greatest fear remained the infinite ravines. But when I visited their many gateway domus, I found no living, no dead. For years, for countless years, when the witness said that Noah's weavings pulsed violently, he remembered something crucial mentioned in the record of the first breaking, that there were beings left behind in the ravines to defend, and they were even capable of easily switching their position with those inside the wheel of existence and going back and forth. Since there were many of them to defend against both the living and the dead, entities tied to living true sources. And those bound to dead ones had all been attacking the infinite ravines. Chapter 3686, The Breaking of the Wheel 6. After the first breaking of the wheel, there was a disappearance of everything within the infinite ravines, and nothing appeared again for countless years that followed. When it seemed like the witness was about to continue speaking on his own accord, Noah stopped him gently with a question. In the previous records I observed, he said softly, it was mentioned that there was a defense against both the living and the dead in the infinite ravines. Why is that? It was a critical question. The witness smiled before responding. Even we did not understand it then. We would battle harmonized source-bound icons and occasionally converged architects and monads, brimming with life, who had crossed the null vein gravewake folds. They seemed drawn to our infinite ravines. Many of them fought with everything they had, saying they simply sought entry into the weavings of the wheel. But we allowed neither the living nor the dead. For even the dead could mimic the living and corrupt all they touched. Yet the reason both were drawn into the ravines was due to the brilliant complexity the first wheel of existence emanated. The null vein gravewake folds, scattered memories of that place, collapsed weavings and folded threads of existence had already begun budding within Noah, even as he shredded records and purified dead true sources in the present, and the witness's voice pressed on, before its first breaking. It drew every entity toward it simply because of the immense purity it held. Before the breaking. Before the failed transformation. Afterward. There were no more visitors in the infinite ravines. It was as if the light from the wheel was no longer strong enough to draw in anything from the folds. Only after millions of years, when the wheel's complexity and purity began rising again, did dead things start appearing. No living ones. And even the dead were weaker. This, along with my witnessing of the second and third breakings of the wheel, allowed me to form a few undeniable conclusions. Noah's expression shifted at the mention of the second and third breakings. It hadn't happened just once. It had happened again and again, the witness continued. by the time the dead began being pulled into the infinite ravines, new true sources had begun to bud and rise. They kept the dead at bay. And because I knew so little at the time, I even descended into the infinite ravines myself to ensure all remained as it should. After the first breaking, the number of beings who could attain the level of monad or converged architect was pitifully small compared to those who existed before the first breaking. Then came a time I sensed a change. Others sensed it too. They came to the core weavings of the wheel to observe, curious, but unaware of what was coming. The witness's blindfold seemed to grow heavier, his burden too great to name, and I was there when the second breaking of the wheel occurred. And again I was the only one left. All others were scattered and sent away. The defenders and dead things within the ravines were also expelled. The crimson wheel cracked and broke. And in its place, a violet wheel of existence bloomed. It was less pure, less complex than the first verdant wheel. This time, it took many more millions of years for its purity to rise again. And again, weaker dead things came. Even fewer entities could rise to the level of monad or converged architect. None, not a single one, came close to that being who exceeded even monads before the first breaking. Noah remembered, the green-haired man, the one monad Romulus had pointed to. A man whose gaze carried the weight of sadness and inevitability, as if he knew what would happen to the wheel of existence. No entity like him had ever risen again. The witness's blindfold buzzed softly as he spoke. The third breaking. The fourth. The fifth. Sixth. Seventh. Eighth. They all occurred, one after the other. And each time, the wheel of existence lost more of the purity and complexity it had once held during the era of the first verdant wheel. Every transformation it attempted afterward failed. I came to understand something: the transformation had to succeed the first time. If the wheel undergoes a breaking, then the chances of transformation succeeding after that are nearly non-existent. And the more it breaks, the more impossible it becomes. Until, he swept his arms across the golden sea around them, and Noah's eyes widened as he looked out at the countless shattered pieces of the wheel floating across the horizon. And the distant, white-gold brilliance of the current wheel of existence. We never knew what the transformation would have brought. But it had to succeed the first time. Since it didn't, I understood that the wheel was doomed to repeat breakings. Again and again. And not long ago, I felt it again. The level of complexity and purity of the wheel behind us has once more reached a threshold. One that is calling transformation. It could occur in 1,000,000 years. 1,000. A year. A month. I don't know. The words he said next nearly made Noah curse aloud. I do not know when it will happen. But I do know this: after all the breakings I have witnessed, one truth has become clear. This coming ninth transformation of the wheel is the final one. If this transformation is not passed successfully, and I say again, it is nearly impossible, then the wheel of existence will break for the ninth time. And when that happens, it will no longer be a living absolute complex true source. It will finally and irrevocably become a dead absolute complex true source. No more chances. No more transformations. No more living. Boom. The words were horrific even to hear, and yet, they were spoken. Noah's eyes gleamed with a fierce, terrifying light as a question surfaced again in his mind, the question of the living and the dead. Where did the dead come from? They were the same, they were all the products of the breakings of the Wheel of Existence. Chapter 3687, Infiniversi. A wheel of existence actually undergoes a series of transformations, again and again, across its infinite weavings. The first transformation was meant to succeed, but when it failed, the wheel shattered like a shell far too intricate to remain whole. In shedding that immense complexity, another version of itself bloomed, but it was a dim echo. Less pure. Less vast. Logically, if the transformation couldn't succeed when the wheel held its peak brilliance and complexity, how could it possibly succeed in a lesser state? The second time. The third. The eighth, and now, it stood on the edge of a ninth transformation, its final one. Failure was almost written into its fate. The ninth breaking of the wheel was bound to happen, and this time with finality. Noah's eyes simmered, lit with the terrible glow of existence as he thought through it all. Before the first breaking, the wheel radiated such complexity, such purity, that it gave rise to resplendent monads and converged architects. And when that happened, both the living and the dead from the null-vein grave-wake folds came for it. Now, only a scattered handful of dead things drifted toward this fading, depleted golden wheel, its luster dulled, its complexity diminished, even its protectors now mirrored that decay as they weren't that powerful compared to before. Everything was connected, every action met an equal and opposite reaction, and Noah now stood before the reality that the ninth breaking of the wheel wasn't spoken of as a transformation anymore. No. The transformation had become a myth, a laughable impossibility. What remained was collapse, the collapse of the wheel of existence. And with it, everything it held. Every life. Every source. Doomed to fall under the weavings of a dead absolute complex true source, he would not allow it, his gaze lifted sharp, burning, unyielding toward the witness, that ancient figure who had been there from the very beginning. From the first breaking, the one who had watched it all, so Noah asked, voice steady, across thousands, millions, and billions of years through every breaking you've just watched. The ninth and final one is coming. Did you try to stop any of it? Did he try? Such a question cracked the silence. The being in the golden blindfold trembled, ever so slightly. He took a slow, heavy breath and answered with aching calm. I have tried more than you can imagine. I've experimented with dead things, their memories, their echoes, all in search of the origin, trying to learn what went wrong. I ventured to the perilous, collapsed weavings of the null-vein grave-wake folds. Searching, begging for an answer. Over the eons, I've asked myself endlessly, how could the impossible be overcome? And always, the answer circled back to one truth: something must change. A new variable must rise. Whether from within or from outside the wheel, as those words hung in the air, his sightless eyes, seeing so much even though they were blind, locked on Noah, and the old man continued, in the third breaking. I observed hopeful possibilities. Entities with curious complexities. I asked myself, could they be the variable? But no. They weren't. The fourth breaking came. I waited. I watched. And again, nothing. The fifth. The sixth. The seventh. No true change. No spark. His voice softened, distant with memory, not until the eighth. Then one appeared. A holder of a true source of Asha. He reached the resplendent monad level. He wasn't cast away like the others, just like me. But even he, in the end, wasn't enough. He took a moment, then looked into the present, and now? This final weaving. This last desperate chance. I asked again, is there any hope? Or will the wheel perish into obscurity? While I become the witness of its final fall. Just another dead thing, I asked. I pondered. I witnessed. Waiting for anything. For anyone. His voice faltered. Then grew strong, and out of nowhere, they appeared, a dead thing carrying two dead absolute complex true sources, a living native. With a budding false absolute complex true source, and then two constructs capable of becoming wheels themselves. Behind him, illusory screens lit up, massive and otherworldly, revealing the images of Bob, the peacemaker, ruination, and the Infiniverse Megalo's body, variables. The witness whispered, his voice reverent, they came from nowhere. The first two were easier to understand. The other two were not of this weaving. Not even bound to their own paths. They were controlled by something else. Something even the wheel itself could not comprehend. An anomaly that had no echoes. No probabilities. Just impossibility. His blind gaze fixed fully on Noah, but Noah remained calm. Cold. Watching, variables. Possibilities. The witness had watched across eons, and he looked at Bob or the peacemaker as possibilities. He stood, wondering if Infiniverse Megalos or ruination were the answer, but then, Noah's gaze sharpened. You thought Bob might be the variable? Just because he carried two dead absolute complex true sources? You continued to watch all he did because of that? Silence fell. The witness could feel the disdain bleeding from Noah's words. He looked down at his hands as he spoke again, softly. I have witnessed quintillions of deaths across these breakings. You and I see the world differently. We act differently. I don't expect you to agree with my choices. But they are my weavings, just as your actions are yours. I may not approve of them. But I would never hold them against you. Differences. Viewpoints. Actions. Weavings. Noah's eyes glinted. And what actions of mine do you not approve of? WAA. It was a knife sharp question, and the witness paused before answering with that same calm, ancient tone. It's not a single action. It's your very existence. Your state of being. You are incomprehensible. As an anomaly, you add chaos when we need clarity. You birth paradoxes. And binding yourself to the brightest variables only deepens the uncertainty. When the final breaking nears, I believe what is needed is certainty, not anomalies. But again, I don't hold it against why. You've talked enough. A new voice rang out, cutting cleanly through the moment. It wasn't Noah, and it wasn't the witness. The Infiniverse Megalo's body stepped forward, standing tall beside Noah. Her eyes shimmered, glorious and unfathomable, brimming with the cold, unrelenting brilliance of Megalos, and they were locked entirely on the witness. Chapter 3688, Infiniverse 2. The character of entities that had lived for an unfathomably long time always carried a certain apathy, especially when gazing across the weavings of existence, because when you've witnessed quintillions of deaths, the birth and end of weavings across eons, watching a few trillion or even more quintillions fade becomes nothing more than a flicker. A process that once unfolded over millennia now happens in seconds, and so they could watch Megalos collapse, they could witness frequencies of existence, intricate expanses laced with matter, antimatter, and dark matter burst into ruin, their inhabitants screaming silently into oblivion, and still feel nothing. But if Noah stood there, watching as a frequency began to fall, its Megalos imploding, quintillions about to die, what would he do? The answer wasn't theoretical. It had already happened. When Bob shattered an entire frequency by manipulating its node. What did Noah do? He restored it. Even as the echoes of the unwritten unfolded, Noah reached through and pulled that frequency back, reviving the quintillions of beings within it. Every time their battle spilled into another frequency, he did the same, just because he was powerful. Just because he'd seen endless death. Didn't mean he would stand idle when it stared him in the face, but not everyone was like him. The witness was something else entirely, a being shaped by a complexity that saw the weavings of existence through a colder lens, and now, here he was speaking of variables. Of things that could shift the impossible fate of the wheel. But all he saw in Noah was an anomaly. A being he couldn't understand. A being tied to the very variables the witness prayed would appear. It was then the Infiniverse Megalo's body stirred. She rose, her expression sharp as steel, her voice slicing through the silence like a drawn blade. Just because your weavings can't understand something doesn't make it an anomaly. It simply means you're lesser. WAA, her voice cracked through the dazzling seas. You watched the wheel break again and again, and did nothing. You had countless years, and still, you never became a variable, only waited for one. Now, on the eve of the ninth breaking, you sulk in solemnity, bemoaning fate. And when one variable finally arises, one you can't grasp, this is your response. Pathetic. Boom, her words cut deep, her complexity surged like a storm, rising with her fury. She turned toward the one she called Master. Her presence quieted. And she dropped to her knees. Master, this variable has been preparing something for you. Noah moved to raise her gently, smiling. You never need to kneel to me. You know that. I know, she replied softly. And I still choose to. What others don't understand is never an anomaly to me. What they fear, I've always been connected to. And now, I wish to give back, to offer even a fraction of what's been given to me. I want to present you with an absolute complex true source. A wheel of existence unlike any other. As she spoke, her form radiated with a brilliance that pulsed with unspoken power. Noah felt it in his chest, and through their grand connection something calm, something pure. He nodded, then, lifting her hand in his, he looked toward the distant wheel of existence and asked, what of the wheel? What of the witness, the one who'd shown them the breaking? The one who claimed he was waiting for variables to alter the impossible. The Infiniverse Megalo's body turned her gaze to him, voice cold as glass. He can continue to witness. As for the wheel, I benefited from its first breaking. And so, I will repay it by saving it from annihilation. Boom, words spoken with staggering simplicity. and devastating weight. She had just declared she would save the wheel, and the certainty in her voice made the witness tremble, but then her gaze drifted from the wheel. To Noah, it no longer holds meaning for us. I will not touch its frequencies or its weavings. I will construct my own on my own foundation, ensuring a purity untainted by any flaw. Complexity will follow. Come, Master. Let me show you. They were still within the sacred region of the pristine wheel of existence. A vast white gold sea surrounded them, endless and silent. And the witness, who had been there since the first breaking, still waited, still searching for a variable, but the infiniverse megalo's body. She turned away from it all. As though it no longer mattered, Noah nodded, then he looked at the distant wheel, motionless and yet spinning, a contradiction etched in golden fractals. Bob had come here, searching for something connected to what he called the loom. Was it hidden within this dying wheel, now on the brink of its ninth and final breaking? Noah held that question for only a moment. Then he took her hand, and together, they vanished, leaving the witness standing alone. Again, the white gold sea stretched in all directions. The shattered fragments of the wheel drifted endlessly, orbiting a still center. The witness stood, blind yet somehow dazed. They just left. He had waited. Waited to see what would happen if the infiniverse megalo's body touched the wheel, and yet she hadn't. She refused it. Rejected it. Said she'd make her own, and now, even without a breaking, the witness was once again alone, in the prime frequency of the end. Noah and the infiniverse megalo's body returned, hovering before the radiant, multicolored infinity-shaped infiniverse vein. The skies rippled with celestial light, havens floating in the distance, her form pulsed, complexity bleeding from every fiber of her being. Since Master is about to comprehend continuity and entropy, drawing from the definitions of the witness and Romulus and forging our own from their definitions, I will begin my advancement with them. Without external interference. Without impurities. I will construct the true frequency of continuity and the true frequency of entropy from the foundation of their true sources. Her decision ignited something. A storm of purpose built on everything she had become, and from that moment, the infiniverse megalo's body began forging true frequencies of existence. Not borrowed, not inherited, but born from her own making, unfathomably grand, unfathomably pure, unfathomably magisterial. Chapter 3689, Infiniverse 3. Within the infiniverse megalos, unique waves of wonder spread outward, the sensations rippling through existence and causing the most perceptive ones to quickly look up, as if sensing the coming changes. The Queen of Matter, who had been excitedly speaking to a shadow guard, froze. Around her, chains connected to golden books foretelling the grandest fables came to a halt, even the one in the hands of the shadow guard, Knight, who was reading them as if judging and evaluating. The Queen of Matter raised her head in shock. The one she was communicating to did the same. Inside the intricate vein that held the tremendous weavings of existence, the main bodies of multiple important personages also looked up, smiles touched their faces. Some shook their heads, amused. They stood atop a small haven of obsidian gold dreams, shimmering with dark matter and matter. Above them, golden auroras painted the skies. Beneath their feet, brilliant black and gold mountains rolled across the land. In such a place, Kazuhiko stopped in front of Henry, pausing their spar. He sheathed his katana, the blade glimmering with the light of Omniverse, and asked lightly, "Which advancement do we think he's making now? It's happening just as we can't find any more faceless lifeforms across frequencies." Kazuhiko's words hung in the air. Henry steadied his waves and complexity, shimmering blue and gold, the silent flame of the singed flickering near him. He shook his head and answered, "Your guess is as good as mine. But whatever change is coming, feels too significant. Too widespread," others heard. Across the haven, beings who were comparing their weavings through sparring looked up, pausing their matches. Erickson, adorned in blue beach attire, gold flippers clutched in his hands as weapons, spoke out boisterously, "A transformation of the infiniverse itself? Maybe he'll take my idea and make a whole frequency of beaches. Endless waves of the sea, white sandy beaches stretching forever." A few rolled their eyes. Nearby, I am shimmered gold and added wistfully, "I wish we could see it happening on the grander scale. I'd love to know." Space distorted. Her words cut off as the figure of the infiniverse megalo's body appeared. Her weavings buzzed with immense complexity and purity. She cast her gaze over those who had gathered here, those using the space to compare their existence through battle. A blinding illusory scream then erupted above her. It will be good for you all, she said, to observe the emergence of true frequencies based on the true sources of existence. It will make it easier for you to grasp your own true sources, or to follow the path of the true severed origin osmantion. It would be a positive thing for them to watch the emergence of true frequencies of existence, fantastical words. Yet real enough that the screen above them shifted, displaying a scale few could fathom, a view that stretched across countless light years. Vast enough to cover multiple omniverses, and still, it was only a zoomed-out image of the massive infiniverse vein and the havens surrounding it, and at that moment, a violet-purple river of brilliance bloomed from the infiniverse vein, stretching outward. At its base, countless tendrils of complexity and purity intertwined. Growth, happening on a conceptual scale the size of multiple omniverse, it contained the budding, terrifying musings of the true source of entropy. The first ever true frequency of existence to be built within the infiniverse was entropy, chaos, and wonder, woven together. Maybe it had meaning. Maybe it didn't, but as many watched, they could not help but ask questions. Dr. Hall stepped forward, his voice cutting through the odd silence. You said true frequencies of existence. We've gone into and observed normal frequencies and prime frequencies. How are they different from true frequencies? A question that caused minds to buzz, thoughts racing. The infiniverse megalo's body, shining with stellar white brilliance, answered calmly, everything is based on purity and complexity. In this age of the wheel of existence, there are many average frequencies of existence and a few prime frequencies. But the number of true frequencies is very low, she continued. Normal frequencies of existence are the foundational oceans of weavings that make up the flow of the wheel. Vast fields containing countless megalos domains, matter, dark matter, and antimatter alongside endless seas of the expanse, acting as the fulcrum of their complexity and purity. A normal frequency holds average purity and layered complexity, but often in a chaotic, unstable, and weak form. Within them, life evolves, decays, and cycles endlessly. Those born within will find it arduous to elevate their existence. The number of existence severing, pioneers, or source entities that could emerge is abysmally low. The frequency barely expresses what it stands for. Having a true source emerge from such a place is rare. She lifted her hand, pointing outward beyond the haven, toward the grander scale. The megalos anear they were within was contained in the prime frequency of the end. Prime frequencies of existence, she said, are rarer. They are weavings born from the convergence and refinement of multiple nodes of normal frequencies into singular, higher states. Here, purity increases sharply as they hold moderate purity and complexity. Contradictions are resolved. Structures of existence grow more resilient and organized. Complexity deepens, forming multi-layered domains that are self-sustaining and potent. The identity of the frequency becomes actualized. Inhabitants aligned with a prime frequency can attain a true source in time. Her gaze hardened. The prime frequency of the end, its inhabitants experience constant apocalypses, dangers, and catastrophes. They must overcome them. And through that struggle, their complexity and purity grow stronger. They heard such words as they thought back to their own lives and records, a history of apocalypses, catastrophes. They thought of everything they had gone through as their expressions could not help but change. All of that was simply because they were based inside a frequency geared toward expressing itself. And its expression was what allowed the many life forms within it to increase in power, as through a constant grinding and waves of catastrophe, powerful entities would be born. Chapter 3690, Infiniverse 4. The gaze of the infiniverse megalo's body was calm as she continued. The prime frequency of flames bathes everything in a terrifying essence of fire. Only unique life forms capable of withstanding the heat of suns are born there. They live their records based on this, and eventually, they too hold the chance of becoming entities capable of obtaining a true source. Frequencies of moderate purity and complexity, even within them, there are few true sources capable of being born. But above prime frequencies, there are frequencies born of an established and brilliant true source of existence itself. She paused, her eyes drifting toward the budding true frequency of entropy. All eyes turned upward. The violet-purple river had begun to take on the form of a massive pillar, but truly, it was a spoke, stretching outward from the infiniverse vein, and a spoke could only belong to a budding wheel of existence. True frequencies of existence are creations birthed directly from a true source of existence, she said, making them incomparably pure and harmoniously complex. High in complexity. High in purity. Unlike prime or normal frequencies, Every atom within a true frequency embodies the fundamental principle of its source, such as entropy, continuity, or mana dynamics. Those born and living within a true frequency are truly blessed. They gain unique boons, including existential transcendence, existential immunity, and limited absolute evolution based on the source's concept. True frequencies allow for complex beings to rise. From them, powerful true sources can emerge, giving birth to nascent source-bearer complexity entities, harmonized source-bound icon entities, even resplendent monads and converged architects. She spoke at length. And as she did, the massive pillar. The spoke grew larger, it jutted across light years of distance, stretching the conceptual size of 1,000 omniverse, and still expanding. From it, waves of violet brilliance gushed outward, washing across the surrounding space, even bathing the infiniverse vein itself. Moments later, boom, an incandescent violet brilliance washed over them all. The true source of entropy. Had it been a wild true source, even the strongest among them would have broken down and collapsed instantly. But this one had an owner, it was controlled, it nurtured rather then destroyed. They felt it, their weavings of existence reacting, the distant calling of chaos and disorder resonating through their cores. True frequencies, the infiniverse megalo's body said, were abundant before the first breaking of the wheel of existence. Terrifying words, words none of them knew yet. The first breaking of the wheel broke, shock rippled through them. The infiniverse megalo's body simply continued. There were even frequency havens filled with isolated true sources. Back then, the true frequencies of existence exceeded even the high parameters of purity and complexity. Their nature approached limited absolute levels of purity and complexity. From these frequencies, many resplendent monads and converged architects were born, beings of tremendously high purity and complexity. Among them, a single being even exceeded those stages, born from the true frequency of life fire. But after the first breaking of the wheel, progressively lesser true frequencies bloomed. They lost the luster of limited absolute purity and complexity. After the second breaking, the third, even the eighth, very few true frequencies emerged. Even those that did were mere fractions of what once existed. She smiled faintly. Can you guess what level of purity and complexity we seek for the first true frequency built under the banner of the true severed origin Osmantian? Could they guess? The question hung over them, heavy and profound. Raa, an emperor penguin thumped its chest with its flippers. A sharp voice rang out, limited absolute. What else could it be under the banner of the true emperor of quintessence but this? Its golden eyes radiated pride, fierce and overwhelming. The infiniverse megalo's body turned her gaze to it, and the penguin's pride wavered slightly under her stare, yet she smiled, a rare and brilliant thing to see on her who was serious 99% of the time. She turned back toward the massive forming spoke, her first spoke, the backbone of a new wheel, yes, and she gave the affirmation. We will forge something unforged since before the first breaking of the wheel. A limited absolute purity and complexity true frequency of existence. It will not only shape itself but spread across the infiniverse. It will be the first dot of many. She paused, voice like existential thunder layered beneath weavings of silk. In this infiniverse, there will no longer be normal or prime frequencies, there will only be true, HUUM. Her words resonated profoundly through existence. They watched as the massive spoke continued to grow, extending over 5,000 omniverse in conceptual size, and inwardly, it was even vaster. The true frequency of entropy, born from the true source of entropy, embodies the elegant dissolution and disorder of existence, she said. It is not chaos, it is a return to the zero state. The absolute foundation of potential. The infiniverse megalo's body waved her hand, summoning a swirling vortex of violet brilliance, a serpent coiling around her fingers. HUUM. The moment the true source of entropy appeared in her hands, the world around her shuddered. Even the obsidian gold sandy mountains of dreams were painted violet. Beings aligned with this true frequency can gain the ability to unravel constructs, existence, even memories, she said. The unique boon of this true frequency, the one that will be potent inside of it, but still prevalent across the infiniverse megalos as a whole, is existential reset. Her words struck like a hammer. The capacity to deconstruct oneself entirely and reforge from pure zero state, without losing their existence. Within this frequency, destruction and chaos will become sacred rites. Nothing false will endure the presence of one who undergoes cycles of chaotic unraveling and reformation. Until they become pure and complex enough to seize the true source of entropy itself, or even evolve into new meanings of entropy, chaos, disorder, and more. She smiled, her aura crackling violet with magisterial radiance. And mind you, this is just the first true frequency of the infiniverse, just the first. Entropy bloomed as a true source and as a spoke of a wheel, And yet, as this occurred, silent and unseen waves that represented the birth of an unfathomable wheel of existence. With its first spoke spread, setting into motion echoes that even the infiniverse megalos could not yet predict the eventual outcomes of. Chapter 3691, Infiniverse v. Echoes of Existence. Some were echoes that stretched across frequencies, others were of a different kind, types that many couldn't even begin to fathom. But as the first spoke representing a true frequency of entropy bloomed within the infiniverse megalos and caused unknown echoes to spread, previously scattered echoes that had bloomed from a domus were about to make their return at this moment. Old echoes, not the new echoes spreading out right now. What? The new echoes that were now spreading would bring. Remained unknown, outside the umbrella of the wheel of existence, past its infinite ravines and the gateway domus, beyond a silver rift flickering within the endless layers of the null vein gravewake folds. The folds of collapse, existence, and non-existence quaked as terrifying auras emerged, one after another, each more dreadful than the last. At the forefront stood a childlike humanoid, its weavings actively devouring the surrounding strands of existence, a grin stretched permanently from ear to ear. Its eyes were pure obsidian. Cold. Merciless as Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw. He had been alerted by Von Ikrel, the harmonized sourcebound icon who had watched Noah empower the great Beyonder in Velithra within a certain gateway domus. As Veltraxis appeared, his eerie smile sharpened with purpose. His body grew dead, skin tearing and expanding as waves of obsidian death and wonder rippled across him. Now, he stood as a towering skeletal silhouette cloaked in shadow-threaded robes that flowed like liquefied void. Spiked bone protrusions crowned his head like a twisted halo, and his maw stretched unnaturally wide, filled with serrated, smiling teeth. His limbs tapered into tendrils, swaying as if whispering secrets to the null vein gravewake folds. His complexity was high, not average. Not moderate, high. Around him, massive dead things of similar complexity manifested one after another, each more unstable than the last. Their weavings barely held together by sorrowglass true source panaceas without which they would become fractal beings. Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw, stood before the gateway, its infinite edges flickering with threads of decayed stars and devoured timelines. His hollow smile widened as his voice rang out a paradox of elegance and entropy. For cycles uncounted, we have wandered, half-things, hollow, converged into this mockery of form. And why? Because we believed. Because we hoped. Because we hunted the loom. Each wheel whispered fragments, echoes of a pattern, but never the whole. Some gave us strands. Others? Silence. Absolutely fucking nothing. But this one, this wheel of existence, it sings of vibrant true sources. It might hold a melody. And if it hides a piece of the loom within its spokes, then we shall strip it bare. Burn its frequencies. Shatter its weavings until it bleeds the truth we were denied. We are tired of being dead things pretending to live. I want my true source alive again, bright, burning, unforgotten. The rest of you feel the same, yes. His weavings buzzed as monstrous forms of beings with below average purity but high complexity seated behind him. One stepped forward, a hunchback giant composed entirely of writhing worms. O 77th Mawbearer of recursive hunger, shall I alert nearby Mawbearers of this possibility? The worm entity asked as Veltraxis turned his cold gaze upon it. He, Veltraxis, was the 77th Mawbearer of the 100 Mawbearers of the Hollow Concord of Nullity. A legion of beings. Of dead things. United under a singular cause in this region of the null vein gravewake folds, the Concord of Hollow Nullity was a dreadful pantheon of dead things, forgotten champions, broken architects, and failed monads, bound by an agonizing purpose, to become alive again. Scattered across the null vein gravewake folds, these entities once held true sources now lost to collapse and death. They clawed through shattered timelines in search of the loom. At their heart stood the 100 Mawbearers, horrors of vast intellect and warped might. They sought not salvation, they sought reclamation of essence, of memory, of meaning. They were not born to be hollow. They would not remain so. Veltraxis shook his head. It is merely a single wheel of existence, one that already bears the stench of multiple breakings. At best, there will be a resplendent monad or two. If it were a wheel yet untouched, unbroken, it would be teeming with monads and converged architects, and more of the 100 would be summoned. But this? This will be our feast. Let us go. Their bodies pulsed with heavy dead true sources. Without delay, they dove into the gateway domus, now an overlap of 4 wild true sources, causality, fear, verbum, and oxidation, the hollow cascade of reversed causality, the pale verbum labyrinth, and the domus of absolute fear of existence twisted and collided with the fourth, once guarded by the origin singed, the domus of oxidation. In that moment, Veltraxis, a converged architect, and 14 other dead things of similar power stepped through the veiled domus doorway and into the infinite ravines. Among the 14, Von Ekrel, who had reported to him, could also be seen. Within a certain gateway domus, the mythic signature of the great Beyonder brought down her hand. Upon impact, 81 pillars of concordance bloomed all at once, converging upon a single dead thing whose true source nearly shattered, almost, but a sliver remained. From nowhere, tendrils of gold wrapped around it, dragging its weavings toward the chest of none other than Noah, into his cradle of purity. There, its complexity would be dismantled and consumed. Ah, that's the last of the dead things. We actually cleared all the gateway domus. The expression on the great Beyonder's vast mythic signature radiated triumph, the power of a quasi-resplendent monad alive in her gaze, swirling with trillions of runes. With the efforts of Noah and Velithra beside her, every dead thing in the region, each only harmonized source-bound icons of moderate complexity and below-average purity, had either fled or perished. Some, like this one, were preserved. Noah had gathered a total of 9 dead things and their true sources into his cradle of purity. The rest were erased beneath the relentless force of the great Beyonder's mythic signature. She was becoming more and more familiar with her power as she turned towards Noah at this moment with shining eyes, her voice firm and filled with power. It seems like your arrival has changed many things. More and more dead things will keep falling as the dire situation of the infinite ravines will soon be turned. Chapter 3692, Infiniverse 6. The great Beyonder once again spoke with positivity, and Noah heard it, and instantly, alarm bells rang in his mind. Because the last time she had spoken with such optimism, it was right before another gateway domus had emerged, forcing itself upon the others already present, followed by a downpour of dead things, and now she spoke in a similarly hopeful tone. Even going so far as to mention that the dire nature of the infinite ravines had shifted because of him. Noah glanced around as he heard this, his expression stern, as if bracing for an imminent shift the moment her words ended. She noticed and harumphed, rolling her eyes. Do you think I'm some kind of jinx? That every time I talk about things getting better, something comes crashing down to prove me wrong? The weavings of existence don't work like that. There are coincidences, and then there are dash. She stopped. Velithra, who had been watching them both, suddenly froze. His smile faded into something quiet, something sorrowful. The face of the great Beyonder turned pale. Her eyes trembled with a mixture of shock and fury as both her gaze and the gaze of her mythic signature snapped toward the distance, and Noah sighed. He knew it had nothing to do with her words, he knew, but still, every time she made a positive comment, existence itself seemed determined to prove her wrong. At that moment, all of them turned toward a distant region of the twisting, overlapping gateway domus. From there, a pressure surged, terrifying and heavy, eclipsing even the quasi-resplendent monad aura of the great Beyonder, and there was more than one violence saturated with the weavings of the dead. Sensing it, Velithra's sorrow deepened. He shook his head solemnly, and then his body flickered and distorted, as if his very existence were lagging or shifting into something else. Noah caught this anomaly with his current perception just as his attention shifted toward the approaching auras now becoming visible. The veiled threshold of the gateway domus tore open with a thunderous hum. A dead thing of horrifying complexity stepped through first. Noah's eyes flared with a blinding light, bursting with complex, exceedingly pure power as his distinction as the weaver of existence surged forth. And above this newcomer, a name appeared, Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw, converged architect, clear and undeniable, and it only made Noah's expression harden further. Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw, strode forward like death incarnate clothed in splendor. His skeletal frame loomed tall, draped in shadow-threaded robes that rippled like liquefied void. A twisted halo of bone spires crowned his head, and his grinning maw revealed serrated teeth in an unending smile. Behind him came the 14 dead things, monstrosities of ruin, from titanic wormhives to void-armored husks, each pulsing with raw, unstable dead true sources. They stood in a perfect, menacing semicircle, the air bent and bled around them, their presence rupturing the wild weavings of true sources across the domus. Noah, Velithra, and the great Beyonder grew even more somber. Their eyes narrowing, collapse itself had entered the battlefield heralded by Veltraxis, whose cold, endless grin stretched as he calmly uttered, "Hello." Boom. The sound echoed like a divine decree. The gateway domus trembled violently. And then suddenly, it surged upward, folding and unraveling across countless layers of existence. It wasn't that another region was being drawn into theirs, it was their gateway domus. Being forcibly merged into another. A judgment had been made. The three of them alone weren't enough to face what was coming, and truly, when faced with 14 converged architects, failed resplendent monads, and even a harmonized sourcebound icon, what could the wheel do but yield? Noah kept his gaze fixed on the other dead things accompanying Veltraxis. Though their power was slightly less than his, it was still far too complex for even a harmonized sourcebound icon level being to stand against. Even with his current complexity, Noah knew he could not harm their true sources for now, but that might not remain true even an hour from now. As the Infiniverse Megalos underwent a terrifying ascension, the reality split apart. The domus shattered and reformed with a loud, jarring bang, and when it reassembled, it was no longer in the same place. Now, they were somewhere else entirely, a place dominated by a single, terrifying aura. Structures of fractured brilliance swirled around them. 10 wild true sources flowed freely, clashing and weaving in chaotic majesty. Crystal mountains glittered in one direction. Fiery hellscapes churned in another. Colors and wonder bled through every crevice of the air, and yet, most striking of all was an endless gray sea, its waters thick with ash. There were no dead things here, only this ash-covered expanse, surrounded by hundreds of radiant gray pillars. Floating above the gray sea was a solitary figure, a middle-aged man with dark hair and tan skin. A robe of smoke and shadow billowed around him, and he radiated nothing but calm and quiet awe. Noah locked eyes with him, and he remembered the words of the witness about a resplendent monad who had survived since the 8th breaking of the wheel. The holder of the true source of Asha. At that moment, their gateway domus had fully merged into his, bringing along 15 dead things, most of them on par with resplendent monads. Noah breathed through the chaos and turned inward, to his own power, because no matter what the outer weavings did, he could count on himself, on his weavings, and now, with monstrosities arriving from every corner, he focused inwards, on the Infiniverse Megalos, on his true source atlas of existence. On ruination, and the complex dead things of the cradle of purity that he would one day devour. From deep within, the Infiniverse Megalos spoke to him, through any weavings of existence. I will be here, Master, Huum. Her voice rang with serenity and solemn resolve. She could see what he saw, she understood what now stood before them, and so, she accelerated her transformation. Her voice echoed again, reassuring him, Master, others will gain their own boons from the true frequencies of the Infiniverse Megalos. But you will have something else entirely. For you, the entire true frequency of entropy newly constructed is available to grasp and wield. It will allow you to channel its intricate weavings and the full complexity of the Infiniverse into a single, focused point, expressed through the true source of entropy through the spoke of entropy. I will begin working on continuity next, followed by mana dynamics, and all the rest. Until the Infiniverse Megalos takes its final step, becoming the Infiniverse Wheel of Existence. Chapter 3693, One After Another. The Infiniverse Wheel of Existence, that was the end goal. The destination. The apex the Infiniverse strained toward, and it had to be enough, because Noah couldn't fail, not now, and not ever. Others could stumble. Others could break. But him? Even his worst mistakes were victories in disguise. He thought of Bob, and how things had played out. A failure, maybe. But only by his impossible standards. Anyone else would have seen it for what it was, a successful stand against a monstrous dead thing, denying him at every turn until he was finally forced to withdraw. Now, another challenge had risen. This time, it was multiple dead things. Entities on the level of resplendent monads and converged architects. They towered in complexity, vastly beyond him. But they were far inferior in purity. Noah's mind raced, turning over the dynamic interplay between power, purity, and complexity. What happens when someone of extreme purity collides with someone of massive complexity? Which would prevail? If his current purity was at the moderate level, could the presence of multiple pure true sources tip the scale even against something like a dead thing converged architect? He hadn't known the answer. Not before, but now. Now, he had test subjects. If he survived the clash with them, that is, at that moment, within the Infiniverse Megalos, a radiant violet spoke surged from the Infiniverse vein and stretched outward farther and farther until it reached the very edge of what was visible, and there, from the tip, a ring began to form. It curved, arcing outward, until it wrapped the Infiniverse itself in a luminous outline, the outer ring of a wheel of existence, unfathomable. Impossible, and yet it was happening right here before his eyes. The true source of entropy has bloomed within your weavings of existence. The true source of entropy is connected to the true frequency of entropy, holding limited absolute purity at its core. The true source itself has been forged with moderate complexity and quasi-high purity. He hadn't even moved yet, and answers were already arriving. Others climbed slowly. They chose a path, forged a single true source, and walked a careful line. But Noah? His path was never meant to be like anyone else's. He didn't forge a true source, he forged multiple, and the infiniverse. It didn't just help him create more of them, it linked them to true frequencies of existence. It gave him access to forces no other existence could ever hope to touch, like now, entropy. A freshly forged true source, and because it was connected to a true frequency of limited absolute purity. His own true source of entropy emerged with quasi-high purity and moderate complexity. Moderate alone could crown someone a harmonized sourcebound icon, high could elevate them to a resplendent monad or a converged architect, but quasi-high, that placed him right in between, exactly like the great beyonder. And this? This was just the first true source the infiniverse had birthed. More were coming, each tethered to its own true frequency and each adding its own quasi-high purity to him. How many would he need? How long until he reached a state to rival or even surpass a resplendent monad? He didn't have that answer yet, but soon, he would. As violet flames of entropy raged in his weavings of existence. Noah stood motionless, absorbing it all. Entropy, entropy, through the weavings of the true source of entropy, echoes of finality may now be utilized. Fractured echoes obtained from your records will be randomly unleashed, granting them fractured echo forms imbued with the unraveling chaos of entropy. Their presence alone can slowly deteriorate the true source of any opposition. When a mythic true signature is used to channel the echoes of finality, their potency escalates exponentially. Existential reset is also now possible, allowing your weavings to revert to a zero state. However, this is not recommended as your current state is the most optimal, and it is not guaranteed you will return to it should you reset. This was what the others in his infiniverse could wield, and while he could, technically, he didn't need to. His outcome was already the best one possible. Even as he adjusted to the burning weight of entropy, something new was also beginning as the infiniverse moved relentlessly. The true frequency of continuity has begun to be forged. From a point on the opposite end of the infiniverse vein, a white-green brilliance sparked to life. Another spoke was forming, another true source was on its way. And in the middle of it all, let me wield your first spoke of entropy in this newly merging domus. I want to see if I can smack a converged architect around with it. Noah's eyes glowed with the quiet light of tyranny of a man who had already decided the outcome, and the answer, as always, yes, master, affirmation, obedience. The violet spoke of the infiniverse will shimmered, its weaving surged across dimensions, connecting to his construct through an unshakable bond. It would cross countless realities to arrive in the depths of the infinite ravines. Inside a gateway domus where over a dozen wild true sources converged and flared, their weavings of existence thrashing violently. Any harmonized sourcebound icon would struggle here. There were too many forces. Too much pressure. It was almost too much for Velithra, his face pale. His true source wrapped tight around him just to survive. The great beyonder stood steady. Her purity, on its way to becoming truly high, insulated her from the worst of it. Noah, he stood still, his body bubbling with power. He matched the great beyonder now, purity for purity, complexity for complexity, and as he stared across the expanse, his gaze found the source of the rising dread. A congregation of dead things loomed, watching, their attention turned sharply toward a single figure, the holder of the true source of Asha, a man with gray hair and a beard of the same. His robes, billowing shadow ash gray, flowed as he sat atop a sea of gray ash. Everything around him whispered with the same color. The same finality. Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw, had fixed his monstrous gaze on this man, believing him the only threat, but he was wrong, because while the great beyonder and Velithra were frozen, tense and uncertain, Noah stepped forward, calm and composed, his voice sliced through the stillness like a quintessential blade. Before all the craziness kicks off, would you all mind introducing yourselves? Maybe tell me why, exactly, you've chosen now to enter the infinite ravines? Because this doesn't look like a random appearance, this looks coordinated. So tell me, what brings you all to our home? His voice was calm, measured, but behind it throbbed power. Unapologetic. Unrelenting. Tyrannical. Quintessential, and suddenly, every eye, alive and not, turned to him. Chapter 3694, one after another too. What brings you all to our home? he asked it plainly at a moment soaked in tension, when most would have struggled to breathe, let alone speak. But Noah, even with the storm of destruction and chaos looming over them all, stood there fearless and unshaken, as if making small talk over the weavings of existence. Far ahead, just beyond a row of 14 dead things, Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw, turned his attention from the ashen horizon and grinned. Edge to edge. That smile deepened as he looked between Noah and the holder of the true source of Asha. And then, he spoke. If you were any other harmonized sourcebound icon, I might have glanced at that resplendent monad standing beside you and asked why he let something so fragile speak for him. But since you are directly responsible for our arrival here, I'll indulge your disrespectful little question. It was you, it was him. Noah blinked, disbelieving. What the fuck did he mean it was him? The great Beyonder's gaze sharpened, her eyes narrowing as Veltraxis's grin widened further, so wide now it seemed his entire face was a smile carved into dead flesh. He lifted a dead hand, motioning to the side toward the only harmonized sourcebound icon among his monstrous entourage. This one here saw you. In your gateway. From a distance. He witnessed you ignite a white gold flame that could actually empower and fortify other true sources. You see, the alteration of any true source, whether it's one's own or someone else's, is nearly impossible. When it does occur, it's the result of something singular. A presence standing beyond conventional power. Something tied to a special kind of wheel of existence. That's why I came. To confirm whether what you wield is that kind of wheel. In truth, us being here? It's your fault. Your existence, the uniqueness of it, called us. Isn't it beautiful? Heavy words, but the words weren't admiration, they were psychotic. Laced with manic glee, spoken by something that didn't just want to watch the existence burn, but wanted to dance in the ashes. Noah's gaze sharpened, glowing brighter with each breath. They came because of him, because of the singed. He wanted to call it bullshit, but at the same time, looking at his long history, was he actually the thing that invited apocalypses, catastrophes, and destruction? Before he could speak, another voice rose, ancient, amused, and unmistakably alive. Oh. Come on. A white gold flame that empowers true sources? Is that all it takes to make dead things giddy these days? The voice of the holder of the true source of Asha echoed like a song from the grave, timeless and unbothered. Even here, in the maw of chaos, a slow smile tugged at his ageless face. Veltraxis turned toward the sea of ash, answering curtly, these days? Everything makes dead things jumpy. Every day, we inch closer to true death. I am the 77th maw-bearer of recursive hunger, part of the Concord of hollow nullity. There are others like us, dead things searching for the same answer. For the same thing. Even living things clawing to stop the last breaking of their wheels are looking for it. Tell me. Can you blame our desperation? He dropped words that could unhinge a harmonized sourcebound icon, the 77th maw-bearer, that meant there were at least 76 more like him, and more. If the number wasn't symbolic, the Concord of hollow nullity wasn't alone. There were other factions of dead things like it, other nightmares moving across existence like cancer through stars, and, fucking hell, Noah cursed aloud, his eyes burning with tyranny as his thoughts snapped into focus. These monsters could not be allowed to leave, not one. Somehow, someway, they all had to die. A strange light began to rise from within him, a bloom of power so complex it seemed to bend the space around him. Without a word, he stepped forward, flames already flickering across his skin. The great Beyonder moved, almost reached for him, but Noah brushed her hand aside with a small, reassuring pat. He didn't stop from his right hand. Violet flames ignited, layered with the familiar brilliance of white gold, the signature of the singed. To the outside world, it looked like a crystallized pillar of white gold light was forming, a spear wrapped in entropy, impossibly dense. He was summoning the spoke of entropy, hidden behind the veil of his white gold flame. He couldn't reveal his weavings too freely, after all. Then, he turned back to Veltraxis and the others, nodding casually. So, you all came here with grand intentions. Trying to break through to the wheel of existence, right? Anyone feel like a quick warm-up? Just me, a humble little harmonized sourcebound icon. Versus, let's say, not your weakest, but your only harmonized sourcebound icon. That'd be you, right? Von Ekrel, the weaver of existence, made names clear. The pillar in his hand, sleek and razor-edged, snapped into position, the point aimed directly at the dead thing who had once observed him in silence. The skeletal being's eyes flared in rage at being called the weakest. Noah didn't even acknowledge it. He kept going, actually. No. Let's skip that. I'll fight a converged architect instead. His smile returned, calm and filled with tyranny, the weakest among them, and then, the spoke moved, it pointed, dead silence followed, it landed on a towering, hunchbacked dead thing. A grotesque creature made entirely of sleek, writhing worms, each one twitching in unison, like a hive that wore a corpse's armor. A ripple of recognition passed through Noah's eyes as the distinction of the weaver of existence worked freely. Ngorl, the crawling colossus. Holder of the dead, true source of infestation, think you can handle someone as tiny as me? Noah's voice dripped with majesty now, each syllable stabbing at the pride of the dead things across from him. Ngorl trembled, not in fear, but in hunger, barely holding himself back, and then, Veltraxis raised a hand, silent and fluid, and gave the command, go. The crawling colossus moved. Towering. Slouching. Writhing, the battlefield shifted with each thunderous step, a 1v1, a harmonized sourcebound icon versus a converged architect. On paper, the result should have been clear, but none of them, not even Veltraxis, understood what Noah held. In his hand wasn't just a true source, it was a spoke, a fragment of a wheel, a weight of existence itself. And now, the outcome was unknown. Chapter 3695. One after another. 3. Ngorl, the crawling colossus. Holder of the dead, true source of infestation, this was his title, a distinction that, in this moment, stood as he faced the singular figure of Noah. It was as if every other source of existence, dead or living, had vanished, and beneath the weave of their existences, only the two of them remained. Even though the great Beyonder and Velithra warred behind Noah, their gazes were solemn and turbulent as they tried desperately to find a way out. Even in the far distance, the figure holding the true source of Asha watched in silence, his face carved with a smile that barely veiled the intensity and seriousness behind his eyes. Even farther, across from them, near the grotesque creature that held the dead, true source of infestation, Veltraxis hovered in a manner that inspired dread. The surrounding weavings of existence were passively drawn and devoured by him, including the many wild true sources. But all of that faded, only the two of them seemed to exist now. And Noah, you're one ugly fucker, aren't you? What exactly were you when you were alive? Do you even remember? His words caused Ngorl to pulse violently, his true source of infestation flaring. The dead thing didn't answer, not immediately. It simply stared at Noah with a bottomless hunger, drawn to his purity as if it carried a divine aroma. The millions of worms writhing across its face wiggled, salivating, as its ancient, dead voice echoed out, the blooming womb of rot, HUUM. The surroundings pulsed, their colors rotting into a diseased green and ashen gray. The true source of infestation bloomed wildly. And above Ngorl, a dead mythic true signature materialized with virulent malice. It appeared as a dead, skeletal worm composed of trillions of lesser worms. Its height towered over 100 omnivores, crowned with serrated bony jaws and a grotesquely pulsing, stomach-like core that split open like a wound, spewing verdant gray tides of madness. The true source of infestation had fully unfolded. The blooming womb of rot bloomed. This plague-forged biome pulsed like living flesh, birthing bioorganic spires, twitching tendrils, and eyeless larvae that exhaled pestilence into the air. Noah read its nature clearly as he gripped the spoke in his hand tighter. Once this source was activated, every wound, pore, and orifice in any living or dead thing within range could become a potential birthing point for parasitic infestlings, limb-wrapped horrors that gestated at an accelerated rate of existence. They would spread across the opposing true sources and devour their hosts from within. Unless purged, only cleansing from a true source of high purity or high complexity could counter them. That was the only real path to resistance, the only way one could hope to overcome such infestation. The eyeless larvae and virulencies surged toward Noah like a pestilent tide, and opposite him, Ngorl's deep, guttural voice echoed again, "You daughter mighty, WAA, you daughter tasty. Let me feed." A living true source filled with purity, its voice radiated authority, and the festering sea beneath it seemed to salivate, drawn toward Noah's terrifyingly radiant essence. But Noah only gripped the spear-shaped spoke and thrust it forward as he spoke. Echoes of finality, echoes of finality. He invoked them. Fractured echoes gathered from his records surged outward, manifesting in echo forms imbued with entropy's unraveling chaos. And at that instant, Noah's eyes flared with violet light. Echoes of finality have scoured your records and randomly selected the fractured echo form of quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique. First form, the descent of the ascendant severing soul star. An old weaving. A piece of him, part of his record, the echo of finality, shattered entropic wheel is blooming. Behind and above him, a violet star bloomed, though it wasn't truly a star. And it was covered by the flames of the singed. It was the true source of entropy, transformed into a mythic true signature, shattered wheel, its soul spoke stretching the size of 1,000 omnivores. bloomed with violent grace, yet it burned with white gold flames. The wheel appeared as a broken celestial structure, its lone spoke pointed directly at the onrushing tide of infestation, but it didn't move, it didn't need to. Because the original record of the ascendant severing soul star was deceptively simple. Quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique, first form, the assassin Emperor of Severance becomes a multi-target effect against all who gaze upon the star of illumination. It can only chain once under multi-target status, a forgotten power, yet under the influence of entropy, it became something far more magnificent, reforged into a white gold wheel of severing judgment, and when the trillions of eyes making up Ngorl gazed upon the wheel, from the broken wheel, unfathomable flashes of existence surged toward the grotesque gray-green tide. Toward the very seed birthed from a dead true source of infestation, these radiant severing lights carried more than entropy. Disguised as white gold, they bore the force of the spoke itself, they bore the weight of the infiniverse megalos. Entropy alone, quasi-high purity and moderate complexity, was staggering, but now it merged with the spoke, a literal anchor of the true frequency of entropy, and the heavy burden of the infiniverse complexity. It was weighty, it was overwhelming. His own purity, the spoke, the very framework of complexity, merged into a singular, fantastical strike against the mythic true signature of a converged architect with high complexity. Noah's severing lights of existence flashed, and the horrid tide of pestilence that spread so widely was cut, shredded apart as if it had never been. The corruption disintegrated in white gold fire, there one instant, gone the next. Only Ngorl remained. Above him, the massive skeletal worm writhed, then shattered beneath the brilliance of purity and complexity. Ngorl himself, cut, split down the center, cut. Cut, more pieces followed, his high complexity flaring wildly, his end nearing true death as space warped, and the final severing strike dragged what was left of his body before Noah. Golden tendrils erupted from Noah's chest and devoured everything that remained of the dead thing. Instantly, too fast, the weakest converged architect among the dead things had been erased, but that wasn't all. The shattered entropic wheel, which drew from the quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique, first form, was multi-target, and behind Ngorl, there were many more targets. Chapter 3696, one after another. 4. The weakest converged architect among those who entered was decimated as his true source of infestation was overwhelmed by something it didn't even understand, and above Noah, the massive mythic true signature of a shattered entropic wheel with a single spoke remained. Its tremendously fast attacks, based on the record of the quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique, first form, swept out at this moment on all enemies that gazed upon it. The weavings of existence where only Noah and the holder of the true source of infestation were contained seemingly broke down, as everyone in the surroundings became visible once more. And the effects of the shattered entropic wheel spread as they seemed like unfathomably fast blades of existence, seeking to cut down every dead thing in sight. But the figure of Veltraxus, the smiling empty maw, stepped forward. He stood before all of the dead things as the attacks surging toward them and those hurtling toward him converged in his direction. His smile deepened, and in the next instant, existence itself began to fold, constrict, and collapse around them. Near them all, the possible weavings of the living true sources of existence ceased to exert their effects. In his hands, Noah felt the terrifying true source of entropy he held, his spoke vibrate as he received a horrific backlash. The weavings, wild true sources, and existence around him began to fold and collapse in a terrifying manner, threatening to bring down all complexity. For the first time in a while, he felt a threat. He felt his moderate complexity and quasi-high purity here in danger. He prepared to exert even more power and even call his other true sources here, when in the next moment, whoosh, ash began to spread around him as a man surrounded by endless ash appeared. WAA. The mythic true signature of the great Beyonder released trillions of obsidian gold runes around him. Velithra radiated a wonder of white as his left hand trembled, and around him, the terrific collapse seeking to pressure his existence itself was forcefully paused, with an erupting gray sea of ash even pushing it away. And here I thought there was still honor in dead things. The voice of the holder of the true source of Asha rang out as he stood before Noah, the great Beyonder, and Velithra. The scene cleared. In the region where Veltraxus was, the entire domus had changed, as if everything nearby had collapsed and filled with paradoxes. Extreme obsidian foldings spread out, resembling the null vein gravewake folds. Within them, the figures of the dead things became even more empowered. The power they radiated seemed twice as potent. In front of all this, Veltraxus stood, his smiling expression never fading. He floated toward the spot where Ngorl, the crawling colossus, once stood. His obsidian-clawed hand reached out and tapped the area, as if struck by remembrance, and his aged voice echoed out, he returns to the everlasting silence between pulses, where no weavings dare shimmer and all hungers are finally still. Let his rot sing with glory, for even decay remembers greatness, was he. Honoring the decimation of Mboril, afterward, he turned to look toward the direction of Noah, his gaze bypassed even the ancient figures surrounded by gray ash. Honor? Honor? Is that tasty? Can I wipe my arse with it? You see, when you are a dead thing, you have to be adaptable. You have to be like. What was that saying? Ah, yes, you have to be like water, my friend. And I am a very constantly changing stream of water at this moment. I have to adapt. His complexity was terrifying, even though it was deemed. It was terrifyingly so. He alone had done something unfathomable, as this gateway domus was no longer simply filled with wild true sources. But the weavings of the null vein gravewake folds themselves had been inserted here by Veltraxis. The smiling empty maw shook his head as he looked toward Noah with eyes pulsing with obsidian death and continued, the one whose true source you just collapsed. Do you know what he was asking me just moments ago before we arrived? He was asking me whether we should alert and let the other maw-bearers of the Hollow Concord of Nullity know what we were doing and whether we needed support. I told him no. Because if there was a clue to that which so many of us seek, I wanted it for myself. And if there was no clue, I would have simply feasted on the weavings of a living wheel of existence. But now, to honor him, my mind has changed. Noah's expression became stern. The holder of the true source of Asha's calm smile faded away entirely as he began to move, a massive mythic true signature of himself blooming above him. I've already done it. I've alerted all 100 maw-bearers of the Hollow Concord of Nullity about a possible wheel of existence I may want support on. Your location, unalterable across the null vein gravewake folds, is now known to all. And I do this not because I believe I cannot wipe you all here, but out of an overabundance of caution and efficiency. I am old. Truly old, and I have seen many things. Did you expect fairness? Did you expect that after asking for a 1 versus 1 battle and then destroying a converged architect, I'd be dismayed, have my pride hurt, and send another converged architect one after another? No. No. His eyes and weavings brimmed with death and madness. No, around him, the terrifying weavings of the null vein gravewake folds continued to spread. No, this is not a fairy tale. This is not some fantasy. This is real. Too many things are at stake, and you don't even have the capacity to understand what existence for dead things is like. Today, you'll get a glimpse of how that feels. A glimpse of pain. A glimpse of death. Boom, countless weavings collapsed all around as this entire gateway domus became filled with the weavings of the null vein gravewake folds, and Veltraxis looked coldly at the 4 of them. The great Beyonder was ashen, her eyes trembling with rage and horror. Velithra sighed, his gaze one of desolation, and the holder of the true source of Asha sighed with ageless solemnity. Things seemed utterly dire. The smiling empty maw's outstretched smile became even more jagged as he continued. It seems all available maw-bearers of the Hollow Concord of Nullity who aren't tied up by other wheels will be here soon. Tell me, has your wheel of existence not undergone multiple breakings already? How many resplendent monads and converged architects does it have? Because unless you've dozens, things do not look well for you. Its words were taunting. Oh, and speaking of which, and as if things couldn't possibly get worse, it seems the first one has arrived. Veltraxis looked behind him, and in the next moment, the folded, collapsed weavings of paradoxes, existence, and non-existence erupted as brand new auras of 26 dead things bloomed, half-converged architects, half-harmonized sourcebound icons, and in the lead, my brother, the 63rd maw-bearer of Endless Paradox, is the first to arrive. It seems, at the forefront, a terrifying entity led the group of 26 newly arriving dead things. It radiated a level of complexity eclipsing even the 77th maw-bearer of recursive hunger, Veltraxis. It was an unfolding of existence that spelled doom and decimation, weavings that caused Noah's eyes to burn with tyrannical lividity. Chapter 3697. Everything at a certain point in time, one simply wanted to be left alone, to do what they wished and accomplish what they wanted, without having to worry about large-scale events. At this moment, that was what Noah desired. He wanted to complete his atlas of existence, to let ruination consume as many shattered pieces of the wheel as she pleased, and for his Infiniverse Megalos to smoothly continue its transformation, becoming the Infiniverse Wheel of Existence. He wanted all of this, but as always, there was the factor of time, and it seemed that with every passing moment, time only spelled complexity and catastrophe, the catastrophe right now? It stemmed from the arrival of a terrifying group of dead things, drawn here by a single being Bonicral, who had observed Noah while the white flames of the true source of the singed empowered others. Because of this, a monstrous entity had been alerted. Veltraxis, the smiling empty maw, the 77th maw-bearer of recursive hunger, and such a being, already beyond unfathomable, had called upon more like it. Others even more powerful had already begun to arrive. And they would keep arriving, one after another, one after another. At a time like this, when tyrannical lividity coursed through him, Noah instead found himself calm. Unfathomably calm. Eyes closed, calculating, he took a breath, closed his eyes for a heartbeat. When he opened them again, they pulsed with clarity, as he sent a thought to the infiniverse megalos: the future that may unfold from here will be a difficult one. I need you to begin preparations just in case. He saw several possibilities. He examined the complexity of the enemies before him and those to come, and compared them to his own evolving complexity and purity. He measured his potential once the atlas was complete, and as the infiniverse megalos continued forming spokes of the wheel, he calculated. He judged. And the conclusions were not ideal. Because of this, he had to prepare. What do you need me to do, Master? The infiniverse megalos responded with her usual calm, measured tone. Noah answered succinctly, even as the form of the 63rd maw-bearer of endless paradox began to materialize: other parts of me will move with you. Start the process, traverse from frequency to frequency. Convert all channelers to connect with you. The goal is all frequencies and all possibilities, a heavy step, and if one considered why Noah would begin such a process, they would dread the future he must have foreseen. The infiniverse megalos didn't speak for a moment. Then, firmly, understood, Master, a command given. A command followed. Noah turned his gaze to the newly emerging figure, a thing of death, like all the others, but this one drew the attention of even Veltraxis, the 63rd maw-bearer of endless paradox. Veltraxis looked toward them as the new maw-bearer arrived, its form a massive obsidian bone cross, an X-shaped skeleton of ruin with a crimsonite glaring at its center. It was a vile thing to behold. And behind it, even more monstrosities appeared, each having reached the terrifying stage of converged architect. O 77th. This is the wheel you found? Its taste already seems exquisite. Ha, 63rd, Zerl. The wheel itself will be interesting, yes. But the purity of a certain creature within this wheel? That may be even more appetizing. As he said this, Veltraxis turned a grim, ravenous smile toward Noah, and even as they spoke, the surrounding weavings, still connected to the infinite ravines, trembled. They had to tremble, because at this moment, Noah and everyone else could feel it, the descent of a few dozen wild true sources of existence, a few dozen, enough to overwhelm even harmonized sourcebound icons. Yet, it was understandable. Before Noah, the figure of the holder of the true source of Asha sighed as he looked up. I didn't expect this day to come. All this time, I lingered, waited, did all that I could, hoping for a miracle. But like all things, it all turns to ash. Endless, unfathomable ash. His voice carried the weight of helplessness, even from one as powerful as a resplendent monad. Noah looked up and confirmed it as well. Multiple gateway domes were merging into theirs, continuously, without pause, as if the wheel of existence had deemed it necessary to converge its defenses. Across many fractured doorways, a singular gateway domus was forming, a unified infinite ravines, one doorway for the entire wheel of existence, and that brought both wonder and dread, because from those fused gates, auras of power surged as defenders began to descend. Their faces shocked. They were numerous, dozens of beings at the level of harmonized sourcebound icon complexity, and the less complex nascent sourcebearer entities appeared from above, below, and behind. Among them, Noah saw the figure of the Omnifather, his expression grave. Apart from him, he also saw a woman. He saw someone he had only glimpsed in the weavings of records, in dreams tied to Bob. She stepped forth, the Watcher of the Wheelomachy, the first Watcher. A radiant woman with flowing red hair that shimmered like molten dusk, she stood beyond time's grasp, her eyes pulsing with a power close to that of a resplendent monad, her presence reflecting every revolution of the infinite wheel. Noah squinted, but as the weaver of existence, clarity came to him faster than to most as he was able to glimpse her true source, the true source of chronohedra, the very axis of temporal balance, a fearsome true source. One that anchored reality while preserving the sequence of all positive time. Among the defenders, she was among the purest, most intricate, and yet even she was not a true resplendent monad, Yemen. Women. Entities with no clear race or gender. Noah counted 77 legends, protectors only spoken of in whispers across frequencies. Some remembered. Most forgotten, the great Beyonder studied them all and confirmed what they already feared: all of the gateway domus are merging here. Yes, one of the worst possible scenarios was unfolding. All defenders were gathered in one place. At the same time, more dead things emerged, some from the very same gateways the defenders had guarded all this time, and those dead things, arriving one by one, looked in awe at the blazing auras of Veltraxis and the 63rd Maw-bearer of Endless Paradox. At the same time, behind those two beings, within the folds of Null-Vein Gravewake that Veltraxis conjured, a tremor ran through, and 18 more dead things appeared, led by yet another Maw-bearer of the hollow concord of nullity. It felt like an endless incursion, and despair began rising like a flood. Chapter 3698, Everything 2, Despair was rising like a flood, and this wasn't happening to just some weak entities with lesser complexity who did not have the capability to shift the scale of power. This was happening to beings who had lived for millions of years, because the scene they were witnessing was utterly horrendous to behold. Just now, in this moment, there were quite literally dozens of converged architects who were dead things, even without mentioning or acknowledging the harmonized sourcebound icon complexity dead things. The converged architects alone were equivalent to resplendent monads, and on the side of the living, they had a single one so far. A few with extremely pure or uniquely complex weavings were somewhat close to resplendent monads, but they could be counted on a single hand. What in fresh hell is this, my friend? From above the merging gateway domus, the figure of none other than the Origin Singed appeared, of course controlled by the mind of the great usurper. He had just recently delved into the infinite ravines, and in this moment, he was already drawn into a singular, unified doorway, where he now stared at a number of terrifying entities. The only one he recognized was Noah. And so he moved toward him, while the other arriving legends also gathered near the holder of the true source of Asha, near the only resplendent monad here. Noah gave the great usurper a glance and shook his head as if even words could not explain this. Continuing to survey the gathering legends, his gaze landed on a woman clad in weavings of antimatter and dark matter. Her eyes serpentine. Was this the Stellar Weaver? The question lingered only a moment before another familiar presence stepped forward. The Omni-Father, though ashen, recognized Noah and came forward to ask, You were in the weavings of the wheel. Do you know what Bob did within? Are these dead things his doing, invited by him after he left for the Null-Vein Gravewake folds? The Omni-Father looked injured as he echoed the question. Noah gave him a glance and calmly replied, The chaos Bob caused has been dealt with, as these dead things have nothing to do with him. They had nothing to do with him. But they were here. They had caused the entire wheel of existence to exert its effort, merging every single doorway within the infinite ravines. The entire will could now only be accessed through a singular, central focus point. All defenders were present, and any living things that still existed would arrive here too. The positives and negatives swirled. Even as the descent of a few dozen true sources continued, the arrival of dead things never ceased. After the appearance of 3 Maw-bearers, boom, another shattered the folds of collapse and complexity as they appeared. The 71st Maw-bearer, the 50th Maw-bearer, the 47th Maw-bearer, the 88th Maw-bearer. Noah looked from one to the next, watching them appear in seconds, each leading groups with at least 12 dead things, some as many as 27. As his distinction as the Weaver of Existence continued to go crazy, the more that appeared, the heavier the despair settled into the hearts of the living who stood opposite them, and all the while, Veltraxis stood at the forefront, his demonic grin, already stretched from ear to ear, somehow growing wider. He was looking at Noah and the holder of the true source of Asha as if waiting for that face of despair, that face of rage and pain. And yet, even as the expressions of the living legends behind Noah became ashen, Noah remained calm. His eyes did not so much as flutter. Veltraxis took that as a challenge, from the side of the living. Ha ha. Just ha. Velithra, the old man, was laughing madly. His left hand flickered, trembling as it began to phase in and out of existence, as if it were lagging, his fractal collapse now visible. Everyone around him stepped back slightly. Some didn't care. Their eyes showed only tiredness and waves of hopelessness as they looked up, not at the dead things, but beyond them, an entity in the form of a massive white spider, seas of antimatter surging around her, the true source of Nihilus itself pulsing at her core, looked toward the distant dead with a despotic tone. We defended for eons. We left everything behind to battle dead things that at least matched us in strength or were weaker. Through them, we grew stronger. We hoped for a distant future where none of this would be needed. And yet, the final result, she didn't finish, holding only nascent source-bearer complexity, her voice still carried a hopeless weight. Even existing in this chaotic space, layered with multiple wild true sources, took everything she had. And still, ash was spreading, forming a sea around them. It was the only bastion protecting the weaker defenders here, preventing their weavings from collapsing entirely under the pressure. No one answered the hopelessness in the white spider's voice. Because what was there to say? Beside Noah, the great Beyonder had tears streaming down her face, not because she was weak. She was strong. And because she would keep fighting, that was why she cried. She wept, wondering if it would all end like this, if all of it had ever truly meant something, and then, boom, behind them, an illusion of a radiant white gold will bloom to life. From it, an entity with a golden blindfold stepped out, an entity that could not see. The witness, even with the blindfold, desolation and sadness emanated from him. His very presence stabilized the wild true sources, their terrifying effects suddenly drawn inward, focused on the region of collapsed paradoxes and existence where the dead things had gathered. But his appearance was more than just symbolic. Two resplendent monads now stood by their side, and further behind them, many turned toward the illusory brilliance of the white gold wheel of existence. They saw the massive flow that had led them all here. And in this moment, when their eyes met it, the gazes of many were not filled with warmth, they held grief. Even fury. Some had left the infinite ravines long ago, they had abandoned it, but not them. They still stood to defend it as now, a little less than 100 defenders of the wheel remained here. And yet, what reward did they earn for their loyalty? Their only recompense was legions of powerful dead things appearing one after another in this sealed space. What do you think, O bearer of the white gold flame? The voice sliced through the hopelessness, Veltraxus speaking directly. He looked toward Noah, his dead smile widening, his obsidian hands brimming with decay and death as he raised them, roaring with malicious laughter. There are already 16 mawbearers here and 143 converged architects. Meanwhile, you have 2 flimsy resplendent monads to our 143. Tell me, what outcome do you think will bloom from all this? His voice echoed, piercing and heavy. He wanted it. He wanted that look of hopelessness and despair that had claimed so many faces among the living, but most of all, he wanted to see it on Noah. But he would never see it, because even now, in this woven storm of despair where even defenders of the wheel wept and faltered, Noah grasped a spoke and replied, utterly void of emotion, the more of you that come, the more of you there are to kill. Despair never touched Noah's face, and he had no intention of letting it, because in this very moment, he continued his preparations. Chapter 3699, Everything 3. As Noah made his preparations, so did others, in a unique mental frequency of existence utilized by the dead, folds of collapse and dead true sources scattered here and there, in such a unique space where only the signatures of certain dead things could enter. Veltraxus, why call us in here? The voice of the 63rd mawbearer of Endless Paradox called out toward the horrific figure of Veltraxus, who wore a wide smile on his face. Around them, the other mawbearers that had also arrived stood watchful. As Veltraxus looked at them all before he began to speak in an eerie tone, I want you all to keep a lookout and focus on this being right here. As he spoke, he waved the weavings of the dead around them, displaying the image of none other than Noah. This is the living who drew me here in the first place. He held a true source of existence that could empower others. I know, that's nothing too crazy. We've seen it once or twice before. And when we investigated those wheels of existence, only a single one had anything that related to the loom. So I came to check this one out, and this living creature, who I can affirm is at the level of a harmonized sourcebound icon, had a battle against Mboral, and was able to collapse his weavings in one shot. The words raised the brows of the terrifyingly powerful and complex mawbearers. Meanwhile, the horrid smile of Veltraxus only grew wider and darker. A harmonized sourcebound icon who not only holds a true source that empowers others, but can also skip past the staunch demarcations of purity and complexity to erupt with a power that can erase the weavings of a converged architect. Given that we are weaker in these infinite ravines, I'll give him a break, but still, he seemed to be indicating something, and as if the others already knew what he meant, the 81st mawbearer, a creature made entirely of muscular tissue, spoke out in a rumble, you don't mean to say he is one of the true favored living things? A true favored living thing, a creature born within the weavings of the wheel, as inside their existence, a mutation occurred and they gained a tremendous amount of weavings from the collective essence of the breakings of the wheel. Such beings were akin to tonics to dead things, as even a single one exceeded the value of thousands of Sorrowblast true source panaceas. But they were always tricky, and they were powerful, Veltraxis only smiled deeper, shaking his head and raising his hands as if he could not be sure. Who knows? But any true favored living thing from a wheel indicates even more that the wheel holds something special. Watch his weavings closely from here on out. If he can kill one converged architect in a single blow, even though I have begun bringing in the dreaded null vein gravewake folds, he may suddenly display power to kill multiple converged architects. All I ask for bringing you all here is 1/4 of him in this wheel. He was bargaining. Oh, and to ensure there is no chance of failure, I'll continue to call a few other maw-bearers. We know how tricky true favored living things can be, where they can turn the tides even in impossible odds. Right now, their chances of withstanding us are less than 1%, and I want to bring that to 0 if I can. Even if it's overkill, but it will mean what you all can devour will be less. This, I apologize for. The 63rd Maw-bearer of Endless Paradox waved his hand at this. It is okay. If the wheel also ends up having something relating to the loom, it will be well worth it in the end. Alright, how do you all want to do it? How did they want to do it? What exactly did he mean by such a thing? Even though others might not know or understand, the maw-bearers of the Hollow Concord of Nullity knew very well. Veltraxis smiled while looking at the others as he voiced out. I was thinking. The Symphony of the True Dead. The resonance of all our dead true sources permeating out will take out any harmonized sourcebound icons, and only the resplendent monads and the true favored living thing would be able to withstand it, though heavily bound. And of course, the one to lead it is just arriving. I greet thee. Veltraxis bowed toward a newly arriving figure in this mental frequency. It was a humanoid entity in his early 30s, neither handsome nor ugly, but surrounded by musical instruments. I greet thee, O ninth maw-bearer of the dissonant echo, Melodras. We are humbled that you answered our call to come, when we know you are attending to multiple things. Veltraxis and all other maw-bearers bowed toward the newly arriving being, the ninth, a single-numbered maw-bearer. Veltraxis and the others were already unfathomably complex, but this being, his weavings had already begun to surpass the level of a converged architect. Better yet, he was also a resplendent monad. As unlike many dead things, he had managed to bring his purity to a high level, a nigh impossible task for the dead, but his complexity was already nearing the level far past high, as he was simply looking for that spark. With you here, we may not even need to do anything. Another maw-bearer smiled as he said this while rising up. The ninth maw-bearer of the dissonant echo did not say anything, he only smiled while shaking his head. He did not speak, as if he could not speak. Veltraxis shook his head, as if he understood everything from just that head shake, and he was the one to reply. We have to be methodical with any wheel of existence. Anything forced to death will fight like mad, to the extent that its last flare of death could eradicate any resplendent monad or converged architect. We don't want that to be any of us, right? The last time a maw-bearer truly died was 1 billion years ago. Let's not change that too soon. His deep voice echoed out as the others agreed. Just like this, the dead things convened and got ready to unleash decimation. Noah looked out toward the eyes of the dead that were seeking dread and despair, especially the cruel figure of Veltraxis, who seemed ready to move at any moment, and the ever-increasing numbers of maw-bearers coming through. He looked at all of this and began to move with more and more certainty, as right away, he raised his hands and released flickers of white gold flames that looked like small, glorious, spinning, flaming omnivores. They bloomed to cover multiple areas all around him while he voiced out to the legends here. The white gold flames around you will empower your true source should you accept them. They will make you even purer and allow you to express grander complexity. He spoke in a calm tone and described everything slowly, and yet even after he spoke, one of the legends turned to look at him and shook their head. What use will it be? Their converged architects grow more and more in number with every passing second. Unless, behind me, the weavings of the wheel of existence have so drastically changed that resplendent monads are going to rise out by the dozen soon. I ask you again, how the fuck does this change anything? And the legend was nearly shouting as he said this. It was an entity with the true source of pride. His body shone black and gold, and in this moment, its very construct seemed to be breaking as its core source shook. In the midst of his negativity, which could not really be dismissed, because it was true, the figure of the holder of the true source of Asha reached out to grasp the dazzling white gold flame in front of him as his voice echoed out. So long as we are alive, there is always use in fighting. Chapter 3700, Everything for. So long as they were alive, there was always use in fighting. The holder of the true source of Asha grasped Noah's white gold flames as they came to bathe his body entirely, the ash surrounding him becoming even more radiant and pure. A gray sea of ash exploded from him with terrifying intensity as he continued. I have gone by many names, but I have been here since the 8th breaking of the wheel. You all can call me Arthur, the Sea of Ash. And if I were you, I would grab that bundle of white gold flames to empower yourself, even if it's only slightly against what we face." His words rang out like something unfathomable, undeniable, and absolute, and many living legends looked at one another before, one by one, they began to reach out toward the radiant white gold flames. The great Beyonder and the great Usurper had long since taken hold of these white gold flames the moment they appeared, the latter looking toward Noah as he voiced out, "I would ask how your true source is capable of empowering as many nascent sourcebearers, harmonized sourcebound icons, and resplendent monads as you wish, but I believe it's better not to ask. As always, fights with you are grand ones. But even I do not know about this one today." The words were whispered only to Noah. He alone heard them. He alone understood them. And he knew they were true, because even the great Usurper was uncertain of what was coming. But just because they were doubtful didn't mean they couldn't try. In a short period of time, all of the living legends had their bodies bathed in white gold flames, their eyes showing varying levels of shock amidst the seriousness as they gave Noah sidelong glances. The first watcher of the Wheelomachie floated toward the witness, who came in near Arthur, the Sea of Ash, as she asked, "How do we fight this?" She asked for guidance from those older than her. She asked the witness, who came with the allure of the white gold wheel that stood radiant even now behind them, making them bask in a warm glow that reminded them they were not alone in this. And yet the blindfolded witness only looked ahead at the dead things while remaining quiet, his mouth moving to utter a few words that nobody knew who they were directed to. "She promised, she promised, who promised? What did they promise? The wheel of existence? Or someone else?" Many were confounded by those cryptic words, but no one knew exactly what the witness was referring to, and it was none other than the words of the Infiniverse to the wheel of existence, that she would help it through its next transformation. But things had changed so drastically fast that it was unknown what would become of that promise. "Get ready, Arthur," the Sea of Ash voiced out as above him. The mightiest mythic true signature of Asha he had ever unleashed bloomed his senses, as one of the most powerful here, telling him the dead things were about to move, at the cusp of a truly heavy battle, in the budding Infiniverse wheel of existence. Near the massive spoke of entropy, massive, illusory versions of Noah floated grandly as if they were quasi-mythic true signatures, observing the advancements while convening a council in these perilous times. A body the size of an omniverse wreathed in white gold flames could be seen, representing the true source of the singed. A stellar obsidian illusory body stood with gravitas and wonder, representing the true source of existence. Ruination, runes, and entropy were also there, as in another moment, boom, a white-green signature of Noah bloomed. It was continuity. The second spoke of existence has bloomed. The true source of continuity, sitting at quasi-high purity and moderate complexity, has been born. Bountiful waves of information began to arrive, but Noah ignored them. After the massive white gold spoke formed to connect to the illusory ring of the newly forming wheel, the Infiniverse Megalos was already proceeding ahead as the living absolute complex true frequency of mana dynamics has begun its formation. A radiant blue gushed out, mana, a significant part of Noah, a major part of Noah. But it will not be enough. Of the council of Noahs gathered, the true source of existence spoke out with regality and wonder, stating the truth. Many parts of him knew it. The true source of continuity, newly formed and learning about its terrifying weavings, looked toward existence before it replied in agreement. All appearing enemies have been selected as targets under true severed adaptive power of existence. Our complexity is rising faster than ever before, but still, it will not be enough. WAA. The words were neither despairing nor angry, they only stated the facts. As the weaver of existence, he had read the unfathomably high complexity of the dead things, the Mawbearers especially. Even if he became a genuine resplendent monad in multiple true sources, he would only be able to match and, over time, take down a single Mawbearer. If it had only ever remained the 77th Mawbearer of recursive hunger, this is how everything would have played out. But Veltraxis did not follow the script. He rapidly and instantly called many more like him. So, we can only forge ahead and do all that we can. The deep voice of the singed boomed out as he waved his hands. All the refined purity and complexity within the cradle of purity shall now go toward the pathways of the true sources of quintessence, infinity, cheats, paradox, and protagonist. WAA. One heavy decision was made. In the depths of Noah's being, anchored in the depths of the Infiniverse, magnificence began to flourish. Add one more. The weavings of existence perked up and stated, take Kuklos to a true source first, and complete the true source atlas of existence. The budding system and the last Mundi of power shall be Veritark, the truth-born continuum, HUUM, a part of Noah made a grand declaration, and the others looked at one another and nodded with shining eyes, his atlas, his construct. At this moment, the weavings of dark matter, antimatter, and matter that were circling within all came together to achieve a simple result, a complex result, Veritark, the truth-born continuum. As everything seemed to be leading to true, and true, Veritas meant truth, and Archie meant origin. This last system of existence was what was meant to be the origin of what made Noah true. The prior mundus of power represented a great deal of unique complexity, but the last one, it was meant to transcend everything, as in its finality. It was meant to reason and include all others. It was meant to define and answer why certain weavings were allowed to be the way that they were. Boom! And at this moment, after being designed and rejected again and again in the last Monday, it was given its identity as it came to be, and it bathed itself with wonder. Stellar verdant blue brilliance bathed everything. Green blue, it bathed the other mundus of power with wonder. It bathed the true source atlas of existence with wonder. It bathed everything.